People who knew murderers, when did you know something was off? I never suspected a thing. She was the nicest woman. I even let her babysit my cousin when I had custody of him for a little while. She was my neighbor, couple houses down, and everyone loved her. She grew gigantic pumpkins, was always outside, so everyone interacted with her a lot. I moved away, and a few years later, and was shocked to hear everything from my family and friends who still loved in the area. The story: she was married to a man. I knew him from my time living there too. One day, he was just gone. She was all beaten up. She said he beat her up. We always suspected this happened before this incident, and had left her, because he got a woman pregnant a few towns over. We never heard from him again, but didn't really have a reason to. She would mention every once in a while that he was still harassing her, and was even beat up on another occasion after his disappearance. He was self-employed, and didn't really have any family. No one suspected anything. 3 years later she was dating another man. While dating this man, the police had been investigating her for stealing money from the grocery store she worked at. They went to the boyfriend's cabin, where they both were, to arrest her. She came to the door, said okay, let me go, put on some clothes. The police waited at the door. I obviously wasn't here for this part, so this is what I hear. The police then hear 2 gunshots. They run inside, and she had poured gasoline and set the house on fire, then shot her dog, then herself. It took some time to get the house fire under control. Once they did, and began investigating, they found another body in the basement that didn't die in the fire, but several days earlier. The body in the basement was her boyfriend. Then, they began investigating further, and found a blue 55-gallon drum in her backyard that contained her husband. So, she killed 2 people and her dog, and all she was suspected of was stealing from the grocery store. Edited to clarify that the body in the basement was the boyfriend and to correct the time frame between the husband's disappearance and her dating the boyfriend. I fact checked with the news article. I was way off on the time frame originally. Many have asked for the link to a news article. I've worked with 3 murderers in my job role supporting people with disabilities. All 3 had varying degrees of learning disabilities, and honestly, only for one of them did I know something was up. He worked out a plea deal as his disability meant that he appeared to lack mens rea and fitness to plead. It was as I was taking him home after all of the investigation was over. He turned to me and said, "Don't tell my wife about this." It was at that exact moment I knew he knew what he'd done. The other 2 incidents, one was so traumatized by what she'd done that she never recovered. She'd been in prison for 25 years and was broken when she came out. The last was a couple. Another vulnerable adult had gone missing. They even helped with the search teams. They were in bits, really concerned for the welfare of their friend. Went on TV for an appeal for her to come home. She was under their bed the whole time. Edits. Tried to clarify the wording a bit. I wrote it a bit too hastily and caused some confusion below. Interesting that no one has asked about the second one. She was a literal axe murderer. She came home one day and found that her father had murdered her mother. She grabbed a nearby wood cutting axe and beheaded him. She got out early due to the mitigating circumstances and time served. She developed terrible schizophrenia after that, hence my involvement upon her release. She ended up going into a secure mental health unit as she couldn't cope on the outside. She was badly institutionalized. It probably doesn't actually count, but I want to tell someone about this anyway. We, partner and I, had some neighbors moving across the street, a young couple in their 30s. The guy would come over almost every day to chat with my partner. My partner told me he would say things about being rapped by his brother as a kid, and that people didn't care about him. His wife was weird. She just sat on the porch not talking to anyone or doing anything. Just sitting there. All I knew about her was she didn't have custody of her kids a few months ago. Our street was filled with cop cars and ambulances. Being the nosy cunts we are, we just watched out the window for hours as cops busted down the door, faked with the couple's lawnmower, and eventually we watched as 2 body bags were loaded up into a vehicle right in front of our house. Turned out they'd killed themselves, or I guess one killed both of them with consent. They turned the lawnmower on in their house and died from the fumes. Their dog died. 2. My partner and I felt so bad for them because the landlord dumped their stuff into the street the day after and only one person came by grieving. We also felt angry at them for killing their dog. I tried finding the obituaries but couldn't. Months after this happened, I was on Reddit and saw a video, unrelated, of a man beating the shit out of a registered sex offender who was talking to his daughter. I went to Family Watchdog just to see, and guess whose mugshot came up? It was her, the wife, and she had a different last name than I thought she did, so I googled her name to see if she got an obituary. She did. There was also a news article about how she and her ex-husband raped all 3 of their own kids and only spent 4 years in jail. The man who did it with her is still out there somewhere. I knew she was weird, but, damn point, we didn't feel as bad for them anymore. So yeah, that was an emotional rollercoaster. Reddit forgot to add details. Edit 2. Someone twisted something I said, so I want to add. Of course I still feel bad that the guy went through what he did, but he knowingly married a child rapist and killed his own dog. Edit 3. I can't believe how much this post blew up. Edit 4. This is the only proof I have. I didn't know how they died at first, so I posted on my Cities subreddit asking if anyone knew. It was a long shot, but someone actually did message me saying their dad owned a business nearby and heard. I also included a screen of me messaging my friend about it with a timestamp. Sat next to him in choir class. He was always kind of off. He operated on his own wavelength. Constantly in his own world, never really engaging with anybody. People just didn't really exist on his radar. On a class trip we slept in the same hotel room and he walked around naked, like I wasn't even there. I always assumed he was autistic, but in hindsight it might have been something much worse, like schizophrenia. He never seemed violent, but nobody ever talked to him enough to ever make that conclusion in the first place. A few months ago he beat and stabbed his mother to death with a kitchen knife. It was so bad dental records were needed to identify the body. He cut off one of her breasts and implied in his confession that he ate part of it. He waited until his dad came home from work to show him what he'd done. Claimed he saw a sign from the devil that told him to kill her. That may have been a lie. From what I heard, he was very excited to tell the police what he had done. And from what I do know about him, he might have said it for the attention. He turned himself in, waived his Miranda rights, and confessed to everything. When the cops found him, he was literally soaked in blood. He refused to shower it off, so they had to hose him down before they put him in a cell. He's looking at 40 years in prison. His mom was an amazing woman. She tailored our suits for choir and was constantly volunteering. If there was an event, she was there. She was gonna be her town's councilwoman next year. She loved her son very much. She didn't deserve to die like that. Honestly, I didn't. Son of a wealthy family. We were really good friends growing up. He would invite us all over to his awesome game room to play Warhammer and would use his massive allowance to buy us Warhammer boxes just so he could have more people to play with. He ended up getting his own house right after high school, and we all hung out there for movie and video game nights and gladly shared spare bedrooms he let us crash in when we needed a place to get away for a while. He's now serving 300+ years for 4 counts of rap and a murder. Apparently he killed a girl during a bout of extreme breath play, and when she passed out, he, prioritized his own needs before her need to get an ambulance. We had absolutely no idea he was capable of doing such a thing. Really shook me up, just knowing I hung out with him so much, and he bought me so much great stuff that defined my high school years. I still have the Warhammer figures in a closet. I'm tempted to throw them out sometimes, just to fully remove him from my life. But at the same time, I remember these figures brought a ton of great memories with my other friends, who have killed less people than he did combined, and when I look at them, those great memories are the ones that come to mind. I see the endless summer afternoons of us all painting figures and tearing up the tabletop together. I don't see the guy who bought me the box they came in. I know one and still keep in contact with him. We all knew he had issues with rage, but we never thought he would have killed someone. We worked together at this restaurant for a while, and we got really close. Like if I wasn't in a committed relationship at the time I would dated him. He was super chill, down to earth, and the sweetest person, until something triggered him. He didn't get angry often, but he had triggers that would send him into a rage. He was horribly abused as a child by his father, so there was a lot of resentment towards men that looked like his dad or talked down to him. That is where we bonded, because I was abused by my mother. Thankfully, I had the resources to manage my trauma. Unfortunately, he did not. His parents believed that God was going to cure his traumas. It got to the point where his mother left because his father would pull him out of therapy as soon as they would start making progress, and she couldn't deal with it anymore. He ended up suffering from a concussion about 6 months after I met him. He was helping a friend move and had a dresser fall on his head. After this he wasn't the same. He quit coming into work and went almost radio silent. We would still talk, but we weren't as close as we were before. At the time, I was moving into the city and he lived in the suburbs, so we had planned on getting together to catch up. A week later, I got a call from my friend at 7 in the morning saying that he was in jail for hiding a body. I was shook. After an investigation, they interrogated him, and he confessed pretty quick. He beat his dad to death with a barbell and tried to hide the body in the house. Afterwards he ended up trying to kill himself but was unsuccessful, so he just left the house. After he was booked, I sent him a letter to check in on him. He had suffered from a psychotic episode and only remembers moments from the act. He's now serving 40 years with the possibility of parole after 20. He's medicated and doing really well. Last I checked he had a few activities he was responsible for managing, and he was working through his traumas with a psych. TLDR, I'm friends with someone who killed his dad during a psychotic episode. His dad abused him while he was a child, believed God would cure his mental illness, and would consistently pull him out of treatment/therapy because he thought it was against God's will. Well, this is wild. I know a guy who murdered a nurse and wanted our town's first serial killer. He bought a murder kit online and stabbed her over 50 times. Let's call him Steve. I knew him through scouts. Now, to preface, our scout troop was pretty laid back. We didn't tend to bother with badges and the 2 troop leaders were pretty cool guys. Mostly we played silly games like crab football, built catapults to fire stuff across the hall at each other, etc. You get the picture. We were a little bit a gang of misfits. But Steve was really weird. First time it came out was when he would do this thing where he'd get his butt out and dance around. At first it was like outrageous and funny, and he kept getting told to stop. When he kept doing it got a bit annoying. None of us were keen to see his bare ass. Then it got boring. Then just outright weird when it's not remotely funny. No one wanted him to do it and he continued. He also used to bring in printouts of super gross porn, obviously confiscated and thrown away. Again, he was clearly trying to gross people out for his amusement. A few times he was suspended for a week or so, but we were quite laid back, and the troop leaders were good guys. They probably couldn't bring themselves to bin him off completely. It was a long time ago, so I can't recall all the details, but I recall him being quite childish in mentality, but also very creepy. When I found out I was shocked, but not surprised. Then I remembered I'd played hide and seek in the dark with this guy, in a hole with a kitchen full of knives. In my case I grew up knowing the family, so it all seemed normal, but even as a teenager I could see that there was something wrong with my friend's dad. A big group of us was going to a school dance and the dad asked for a kiss before we all left, and the dad bit his son, and he was bleeding for a while. It was all shocking and upsetting, but it was soon forgotten because he had done increasingly terrible things in front of us. So, the abuse was normal. His second wife used to babysit me and my brother when we were little, and we lived on base. My mom said she helped that woman leave in the middle of the night with her 2 babies at the time, but left the 2 older kids with the dad from another marriage. When my mother got out of her abusive relationship, we were beyond poor. She was working 2 jobs. I remember not eating sometimes at the end of the pay period. That man drew up a contract that my mom would marry him and they wouldn't have to sleep with each other until she learned to love him. Then went out and got me and my brother the best Christmas I ever remember to try and bribe her. Luckily she was not fooled. Later when we all grew up, my best friend at the time dates the younger brother, and the older brother went off into the military and got a dishonorable discharge for steroid use. Me and my stupid teenager self dated the older brother after he got booted from the military, and all four of us moved down to Florida for a time. What I noticed is how they begin to isolate you, turn you against others, turn you against your best friends, your family. When the dad would come visit, everything is a big family secret, no matter how mundane. My best friend and I had enough of the isolation and abuse, so we took my car that I begged my dad to buy me and left. They caught up with us in TN as we tried to get home and followed us the whole way back to St. Louis, where finally they left. When we were back home with our families, while we were gone, the dad remarried and had a baby. What I gathered after the fact is she was planning on leaving and taking the child. He manipulates his two damaged and abused sons to help kill this woman and make it look like a drowning at the Lake of the Ozarks. I went to the funeral with my mom and we knew then. The dad didn't talk to his wife's family and sat next to us the whole time. When it was my turn to view her, I got this feeling of dread. His two sons had gone back to Florida and were not at the funeral. When we left, my mom and I sat in silence at an Outback Steakhouse. We were sure she was murdered. Ends up he had his oldest son, the one I dated, help hold her underwater, while the other son who dated my best friend watched the baby from the shore or a house nearby. When my old boyfriend went back to Florida, he had confessed to his mother and his girlfriend at the time and turned himself in from the guilt. Abusive people are manipulative and hold many secrets. You always know what they are, but it happens so slowly over time that you don't understand the scope of their malicious intent. A boy I went to grade school with used to wet himself constantly. He always tried to hang out with me. Our mothers worked together as housekeepers at a nearby resort, and sometimes they brought us with them when they couldn't find childcare during school vacations. He would go through 3 or 4 pairs of pants while we were there. I also was in his group during a summer rec program, and he would run fully clothed into the pool when it wasn't our turn. He pretended it was an accident every time, but I knew he was trying to cover up the fact that he had wet himself. On the playground, he would go up on the hill behind the school and lay out in the sun with his legs spread, hoping it would dry before recess was over. I felt bad for him. I had enuresis at night until I was 14, so I kind of understood. Obviously, his social life was more affected by his incontinence. He ended up becoming something of a bully. He would get really mad on the playground or in gym class if someone beat him fairly, and he would swear at them and try to pick fights with them. Then he moved away, and 10 years later I read in a newspaper that he had killed his girlfriend while she was asleep. She had a daughter who was only 1 to 2 years old. A few years later, I read an article about the link between enuresis and homicide. Apparently, some studies had been done that showed enuresis was one of 3 major warning signs that someone might commit homicide later in life, as it may be indicative of stunted development of the amygdala, a part of the brain that partially controls bladder function, but also enhances emotional learning, conditions fear responsiveness, and amplifies external stimuli. Edit. I just looked him up to see if he was still in prison, and apparently he has committed suicide. Girl I used to work with 10 some years ago was killed by her ex-boyfriend. He tied her up to make it look like a suicide, but according to her parents the autopsy said she was dead before she was hung. Dead people don't hang themselves up. She also was not suicidal as far as anyone could tell. Happy girl with dreams to finish her degree, had just bought herself a new car and house, and was starting to date again. Police just filed it away like nothing happened though. Gotta love small towns. Anyway, he was always off. He was your typical narcissistic, controlling, abusive, so she constantly had bruises and scratches from his explosive violence. He sent her death threats at work, harassed her coworkers, threatened violence to her family and friends, all that. A week before she was found he had broken into her house and almost strangled her to death. No surprise he would kill her with the violent temper he had. He began dating another one of my coworkers some years later. We who knew his first girlfriend warned her constantly of what he was like and what we suspect he did. She told us the old sob story of he's changed. Apparently he was a great boyfriend until he chased her and their 2 kids into the bathroom with a knife, barricaded them in, and set the trailer on fire. They're faking lucky to be alive. The neighbors had called the police after hearing some yelling and threats, so they were able to get out, but I think the whole trailer burned down. They stayed together and had another kid, but I'm pretty sure she's not with him anymore. Oh man. I'm way late on this, but I could have answered this question very well. It was my brother. He died when I was 13. He was 18 at the time. I knew he was capable from the time I was 6, and he was 11. He used to play death games. He would sit on my chest, use his knees to hold down my arms, suffocate me until I passed out, and then wake me up, and do it again. There were days where he did this for an hour or more. That's on top of the other kinds of abuse. Any you can think of, it happened. I was regularly rapped, beaten, and suffocated for a year. One time, he made stand in front of him while he punched me in the balls repeatedly. He wanted to make me a man and he wouldn't stop until I didn't flinch from the pain. I couldn't tell any of this because I was more afraid of him than confident my parents could or would do anything. He was my primary babysitter. After that year, he moved out. My mom worked nights and my stepdad was a truck driver. One night, my brother decided that he would feed me garbage. He cracked an egg onto a plate, put coffee grounds and other crap from the garbage can onto it. When I refused to eat it, he put salt and pepper and said it was now more appetizing. The resulting mess was still there when my mom came home, and she wasn't happy. She told us both that if we couldn't keep the house clean, we weren't allowed to eat her food. He balked at this and moved in with other family. I was finally free for a short time, though I didn't eat anything but school lunch for 2 days until my uncle found out and put a stop to it. Point anyway, from 12 to 18 my brother got in a lot of trouble. He was arrested multiple times for assault. He was in and out of alternative programs like Outward Bound and boot camp. Finally at 17 he was sentenced to 2 years in juvenile detention. He spent a year in and came out to live with a preacher in another nearby town. Eventually they convinced the parole board he was rehabilitated, and over the objections of our local police let him off all probation and parole. That preacher introduced him to friends of his who my brother eventually moved in with. He also met a girl. They met right before summer started, and he was in love. To her, it was a summer fling. When she broke up with him, partly due to his controlling/abusive behavior, he lost it. He came back home one weekend to meet up with some friends. He also came to see us. Later my mom would say she knew something was up with him, but that is all hindsight. Sunday night, he went back home. Monday night, he killed his 3 roommates execution style with a gun he got from a friend that had perpetrated a burglary of our local hardware store. He also stole one of the victim's cars. He then drove 8 hours to where his ex was in college. He arrived pretty early Tuesday morning and somehow got into her dorm room. Tuesday morning, he found his ex and shot her in the foot, threatened to kill her, and then locked him, her, and a few of her dorm mates in a room. A 6-hour hostage standoff with police ensued. Eventually, he stuck his head out the window one too many times and a police sniper shot him right in the neck. He tried shooting at the cops as they stormed in, but he was dying. He died later in the hospital and my family became national news for a short time. When did I know? I knew that the moment I was 6 and the bad times began. I thought I'd be his first victim. The day he died was the first day of my real life. A day without terror. He was the son of my dad's coworker/friend. Before my father got laid off this year, they had worked together for 32 years. So, we did occasionally see each other while growing up. The son was my age, went to the same middle school and high school as me. I know that he had some kind of mental disorder involving impulse control. For example, on his way to our middle school one day, he saw a baseball bat lying on a front lawn and decided to use it to smash in the windshield of the car in front of that house. He was also obsessed with death and would talk about wanting to see someone die. Obviously, I was not a big fan of him and did not seek out a friendship. A friend of mine, still my best friend today, felt bad for him and would talk to him before classes and such. One day, she was pulled into the principal's office and told that they found a list he had made of people to not kill in his imagined school shooting. She was on it. I'm not sure what happened with him after that, but I didn't see him again until high school. After graduation, I got a part-time job at a corporate office downtown where I was tasked with making lunch runs at local restaurants, where I would pick up food. Had a missing person flyer for a boy my age. He was mentally handicapped, and his family was worried that he had wandered off into the desert according to the diner staff that I talked to. A few weeks later, I see my old classmate's mugshot on the local news. He had killed the missing boy. Apparently, he and his small group of friends had befriended this kid and driven him out into the desert one night. My old classmate shot him with a crossbow and then slit his throat. It was a gradual progression of crazier behavior. My ex seemed normal at first, but a little narcissistic about how great he was and how confident he knew people and what was going to happen. He told me I would always be his. I laughed and said, haha, what if we break up, I marry someone else and have kids? He said it didn't matter, that I and that kid would be his. I thought maybe he thought it was romantic, but it creeped me out. A month or two later we broke up. I moved far away and got married. I knew his sister, and she told me how he kept saying I will be his no matter what. Something in that moment made me believe he would find me and kill me. So, like, you never want to believe someone would kill, but my instincts told me to be afraid. Luckily it seemed his interest in me died down over time. I realized I was a transgender male, got help and hormone therapy to transition. Once he heard through the grapevine, he seemed officially put off altogether, which gave me a huge feeling of relief. Really point in 2018, about 2 years after coming out as trans, I got a phone call from an old mutual friend. They asked if I heard about what he did on the news. Of course I didn't, but I had a bad feeling. He apparently worked at the airport and kept trying to ask a woman out who had a fiancé and child. She refused him many times. Then he waited outside her home for her fiancé to show up. Once the fiancé drove up, he ran up to the driver's side window and shot him. The fiancé didn't survive. My ex didn't make it far before he was caught by the police and thrown in prison, likely to be tried for life, since he laid in wait. That poor woman lost her love and father to her child because of his sick, twisted version of his own reality. What the fuck did he think was going to happen? She was going to fall in his arms once her husband-to-be was murdered. I'm going to post the news link and his name in the responses if you'd like to read more. I grew up with a kid that ended up torching a neighbor's house and killing 4 people when he was 14, including 2 small children. I didn't really know him all that well, but because of the small town we lived in we did hang out occasionally. As to when something was off, it wasn't really one event. I remember being astonished when he got caught skipping school in the 3rd grade. We were little kids and this badass was walking around town by himself. From that moment on he was labeled bad and got in small amounts of trouble from time to time. He smoked, drank, and did drugs way before the rest of us ever considered such things. Apparently he was teaching one of the kids in the house how to use matches and the father caught him. He went back that night, broke in, and set fire to the house. I knew the family he killed pretty well and even watched the kids a few times when the parents had errands. It's a super sad story. He was sentenced to 8 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. A fate. He is still the youngest person to be tried as an adult in the state of DuPont. Just before midnight on February 24, 1989, Donald Torres, 14 years old at the time, broke into the house of a neighbor, Harry Gott, knowing that Mr. Gott, his wife and 2 young children were asleep on the 2nd floor. Torres spread kerosene over the kitchen floor and stairway to the 2nd floor of the house. Then, using his lighter and some newspaper, he ignited the kerosene. From outside his apartment, Torres watched the flames spread through the Gott's home. He watched Mr. Gott run outside his home and then back inside in an attempt to save his family. Mr. Gott, his wife and 2 young children all perished in the fire. Edit, typus. For me, it was after the fact. My ex-husband courted me quite over the top. In hindsight, he spun a lyrical tale of how our fates were connected and how we had found one another at just the right time. I was foolishly smitten. After we'd moved in together and been engaged, he started talking about his job at the mental hospital. Before we met. I started realizing something was off about him, but he'd started slowly isolating me. He made me prioritize him, and it was a seamless transition. I was seeing my family less. Talking to my friends was monitored. And he'd started getting weird in the bedroom. Forceful. Wanting me after I was crying. Inconsolable from arguments. Holding a pillow over my face point. And he was constantly talking about owning a business for gun design with his brother. And about the torture chamber he'd have to build and maintain in the basement. How, as his soon-to-be wife, I would be expected to never talk about what happened to men they had to work up. To never come into the basement. To never question what happened after the fact point. But he told the story of going into the mental hospital and slamming a patient to the ground. It killed the patient. It was ruled an accident, but to hear him tell it, it was his first kill. He had fantasies about it before it happened. Took a weird delight watching the light leave the eyes of the patient. He said he'd never slept so calmly in his entire existence. I later was moved to a cult farm at his insistence. And our marriage ended via text message after his attempts to reprogram me as his token black subservient wife failed. He tells the death story with this glossed over euphoria. I realize now, he's certifiable. It was never confirmed he did it, but, allegedly, my best friend's dad killed his wife. He was a big shot FBI agent. She was an alcoholic stay-at-home wife. Every single time I was there, which was pretty much every day, they would be in an argument of some sort. The dad has an explosive temper and would get absolutely lose his shit on her. One day at school my friend gets called into the office and then comes back to class just stone-faced. He grabs his stuff and leaves immediately. We had plans after school that day, so his girlfriend and I drove to his house to pick him up. This is right as cell phones were a thing, so not everyone had one. We get there, and the house is surrounded by cops, the corner, and a pastor. We walk up, and my friend is sitting there in tears, his dad by his side with not one shred of emotion. His dad says Denise died perfectly even-toned. The story is she was drinking as per usual, and she drowned in the pool. He says he came home and found her lying face down already dead. He never showed any emotion at all. I remember being at the funeral. She was cremated almost immediately, and even during the eulogy he gave, he never even choked up. He was stone-faced. Cold. Something was very off. He remarried 6 months later to a woman much younger, who ironically looked just like his dead wife. It was really creepy. Also, the quality of life drastically improved. Brand new Mercedes, new house in a gated community. Things just didn't add up. It was a play pool, no more than 6 feet deep. She was in that thing every single day, all day. It's what she loved doing. Having a drink in the pool. Come to find out he cashed in on almost $1 million from her life insurance policy. My dad was best friends with him and stopped talking to him afterward because my dad was convinced he did it as well. He said he'd make some really odd comments if he got a little too drunk. He was never even questioned or considered. I think my best friend suspected his dad had some involvement as well, though he never brought it up. He sunk into deep depression and got hooked on heroin. He never recovered, sadly. Disclaimer, I don't know for a fact that she is a murderer, but I highly suspect. A girl I used to be friends with is also my brother's ex. She is a total chameleon, shifts her whole personality, interests, and literal outward appearance / way of communicating based on who she's around, so she always fits in. Case in point, she was a progressive / alternative weirdo when living in the Northeast. Then she moved to AL and became a Southern Belle Trump supporter. Anyway, when this chick was dating my brother, she would play up the relationship when they were together and then totally cheat on him behind his back with guys that had higher status or more money. She was a user, essentially. And her mother has I think 9 ex-husbands, all progressively richer than the last. So anyway, this girl starts dating a rich guy from a highly connected family down in AL. They're together for a couple years when suddenly, out of nowhere, she's posting vague stuff alluding to mourning and missing him. Then a month later, April 2019, she comes out with this podcast about how she's getting over her grief following the suicide of her new husband. That's right, they got married in a secret ceremony in November 2018, and then out of nowhere he kills himself with a gun in an empty house in February 2019. but of course her grief isn't so deep that she stopped going to the beach, or partying, or posting pictures with new guys, and isn't it just so great that she was able to keep the house they had just closed on, and all the money. So yeah, I don't know for a fact that she killed her husband, but the situation is highly suspicious. After he did it, I was able to look back on multiple odd things and sort of add it up. We were teenagers, and I thought of him as a good friend. I originally brushed off the weirdness. His collection of dead animals in jars of formaldehyde, his collection of 8x10 glossy headshot photos of the girls he said he had slept with neatly pinned in a row next to his bed, his narcissism, impulsiveness, and manipulative behaviors. One night he tried everything he could think of to get me to drive off alone with him when we were at a party. Some other dumb teenaged guy I liked was there, and I wouldn't leave. Pretty sure that's why I'm still alive. He just wanted my car and didn't think my life was of any consequence. He murdered his grandparents a few weeks after that and took their car. He got into Mexico before having any contact with anyone. He called his dad and then turned himself in. He did 25 or so years in prison, and now he's out there presumably having a life of some kind. He used to want to be a nurse. I feel like that could have gone horribly awry too. Anyway, I do hope he got some help for his mental health if that's possible. I never want to see him again. It hits me sometimes that he was most likely going to strangle me with his bare hands and leave me in the woods, just so he could drive off and be free of his grandparents he was living with for a couple of short years. That would have passed so much faster than 25 in prison. In 7th grade I was a shy fat lonely kid in a new town. Friends were few, and most of my out of school time was spent alone with my Northeast's point. A few weeks into the school year I was approached by another kid in my class. He was shaggy haired, messy, and carried an air of outgoing wildness that was strange to an introverted only child like myself. He liked video games too, and basically invited himself into my life. We became friends quickly. He didn't really give me a choice. A few weeks later we were given a school project to create a paper mache mountain range. He invited me to his house to work on it. The first time I had been there, I remember being uncomfortable immediately. The townhouse his family lived in was located in a rough, dirty area, and though it was less than a 10-minute walk from my apartment home, it felt like a different world. His home was dirty, cluttered, full of unwashed dishes and garbage. The mess was off-putting, but the lack of embarrassment or apology for it was, I believe, what was most strange to my 12-year-old, sheltered self. We couldn't have been working long when my friend's stepfather made himself known. I don't remember why he was angry, but he was small, angry, drunk and mean. Little is clear to me from that day, these 29 years later, but I will never forget how, in front of a 12-year-old stranger, the small drunk angry man took a butcher knife and stabbed the paper mache mountain we were, at that point, painting. I don't remember staying long after that point, but that was when I knew something was off with my friend's stepfather. Years went on, and my friend traveled in and out of my life as he moved between living with his two parents. Whenever we did see each other he was unfailingly underfed, unwashed, and yet always happy, outgoing, and good-natured. Eventually, my parents, who were kind people and observant enough to know the type of life my friend had been stuck with, invited him to stay with us. He was living with his mother that week, month, year, who had recently moved into the same apartment building as us, so it wasn't a complicated transition. He hadn't been with us long before I witnessed the second incident with his stepfather, which haunts me. It was a school day morning, and my parents had left for work. I was getting ready when I heard a commotion. I left my room to see my friend on the ground inside the open front door, with his stepfather on top of him. My friend guarded himself as best he could from the beating being rained down on him, while his stepfather slurred accusations of theft. In my fantasies I go and grab a knife and stab the small, mean son of a bitch in the neck. In reality, I creaked out a strong "get the fuck out of my house," as a 14-year-old could hope to. He left, eventually. My friend moved again soon after that. He never finished high school. We fell into different circles, lived separate, very different lives, but remained friendly, if not close friends. I eventually got married, had kids of my own, and lived a good life. So did he. I got to keep living a good life. His wife and his youngest son were killed by his stepfather while hosting a birthday party for his oldest son. He died of stab wounds suffered while trying to protect his family from a mentally unstable monster who had made his life hell for years. My friend was a good person. He was raised by incompetent, broken people and paid the price of other people's ignorance. He never made it to his 30th birthday. I met a coworker's mom and stepdad one time. Nothing too unusual about them. They seemed like normal, though low class and brash, people. Well, about a year later, the stepdad killed and dismembered the mom. Beyond that, I never met them, but my great-grandfather and his father, my great-great-grandfather, were both murderers. The great-great-grandfather was the worst of the two. He shot a 16-year-old girl in the face one time, claimed it was a hunting accident, even though she was on her front porch, but that wasn't the murder. I think she lived. He later got into an argument with a man behind a bar and beat him over the head with a pipe. His father, Great 3X, was also a piece of work. He was town council president of a very shady town, and one newspaper article talks about him escaping his third lynch mob in his career. I don't remember if it's related, but he also threw a pregnant woman down some stairs for not paying rent. And he also let his son, mentioned above, out of prison after he shot the 16-year-old. As in, he literally had a key to the jail cell and unlocked the door. Going back to the great-grandfather, he was by all other accounts a decent man, but at one point his wife died while they were raising his granddaughter, my aunt, as his own. He remarried quickly because he needed a woman in the house, but she was a drunk and he got tired of her shit, so he drove his granddaughter to school and stopped at a park, told her the truth, that her sister was her mom, and then dropped her off at school. He went home and shot his wife in the basement before turning the gun on himself. The end. I went to school and was friends with 3 different people who killed someone. 2 of them were dating and did a drive-by on another friend. They were high on meth at the time and got pissed off that he only sold weed. They shot at his mother's house where he was babysitting his younger brother 9 times, and 1 bullet went through the window and hit his carotid. The female is out of prison and married now, leading a normal life. I don't know about the guy. The other one I'd known since middle school, and that situation really faked me up. He was schizophrenic and had issues with going off his meds and using meth. He wound up going on a bender with his on-again, off-again girlfriend after they started slamming it, injecting it, freaking out, and stabbing her to death. Once he realized what he'd done, he tried to overdose, but came out of his coma a week later. He wound up making a successful attempt a couple years later, while in prison. I grew up in kind of a small town, where everyone knows everyone, and occurrences like these were shockingly common. I lost a lot of friends to things like overdoses, drunk driving accidents, and suicide. One of my ex-boyfriends was murdered by his neighbor. In the span of 15 years, I lost close to 50 people I knew. With the first instance, I never thought of either of them as being off, but drugs have a way of changing people. As for my other friend, his mental illness and struggles were well known to me, but I never thought he would have done what he did. Meth is a nasty faking thing. Second edit, my first award. Thanks. I grew up in a small town in the Texas Panhandle. My parents still live there. A few years ago, my dad told me that their church, along with a few others in town, had decided to institute some security procedures. It was around the time of mass shooting in a church in Texas, and they were nervous. My dad explained that in addition to generic worries about randos coming in during services and shooting people, there had been a Muslim guy going around and interrupting services. Everyone was worried about what that guy might do. This struck me as a paranoid exaggeration at best. My dad was a Fox News viewer and used to frequently talk about the Muslims. There weren't more than a handful of Muslims in their town to begin with. The idea that someone had disrupted multiple church services was unbelievable. I figured that maybe one time a Muslim had come to a Bible study, asked too many of the wrong kinds of questions, or perhaps became argumentative, and the story had grown from there. Then this happened. I graduated high school with the shooter. We weren't close friends, but we had overlapping social circles. That story doesn't mention it, but after becoming radicalized on the internet, the guy had briefly moved back to our hometown. He was the one disrupting church services, freaking everyone out. The murderer I know was a client of mine earlier this year at the mental health/substance abuse treatment center I was working at the time. He was a 23-year-old schizophrenic kid fresh out of jail for I'm not sure what, court ordered to complete a treatment center as part of his release terms. His schizophrenia manifested in paranoia, and he constantly thought both the staff and the other clients were out to get him. For whatever reason, however, I was able to gain his trust and get through to him, and he saw me as an ally and a friend. It might have been the fact that we were both musicians, he was an aspiring rapper, or any number of things, I'm not really sure. Point anyway, he lived at my facility for about 3 months. At the time I was working anywhere from 50 to 65 hours a week, and spent the majority of my shifts dealing almost exclusively with him. Not because I was specifically assigned to deal with just him or anything, but he just required a massive amount of effort to handle, and I was the only one he would listen to most of the time. Truth be told, he needed a higher level of care than my company could provide, and he should have been transferred to a facility better equipped to handle mental health issues like his. My treatment center was mostly focused on substance abuse. We had only just begun accepting mental health patients, and were admittedly not as equipped as we should have been. Our facility was on a college campus and he would often wander off property and I would have to drive around looking for him to bring him back. A few times the police brought him back. He liked to push my buttons and would constantly argue with me about trying to get an extra phone call or trying to get me to take him to the recording studio. Very often when I came in to start my shift, he would immediately come to my office and start complaining about how one of my coworkers looked at him funny, or he could sense that the other clients were plotting to hurt him or something. If I'm being honest, none of the clients liked him at all because of his antisocial tendencies, being rude or antagonistic for no reason, and none of the other staff did either. They thought he was way too much of a pain in the ears to deal with and sadly were mean to him fairly frequently. I had a soft spot for him, however, and dealing with him felt like a labor of love, so to speak. When he would get all wound up, and I could tell he was on the verge of exploding, his anger had manifested into physical altercations with other clients once or twice. I would take him to the park down the street and we would go for a jog, so he could let off some steam. For weeks he pestered us to take him to Walmart to buy a basketball so him and I could play at the park, which we eventually did. He used to tell me that when he makes it in the music world he was going to take me to the top with him, and he always referred to me as his manager and producer. It was touching in a way. One day he wanted to do something nice for me and make coffee for the start of my shift, so I came in that morning to find him stirring coffee grinds around in a pot of boiling water because he had no idea how to make coffee. That still makes me laugh to this day. Fast forward to a few months later when his stay at my facility abruptly came to an end. He had a psychotic episode one day while I was on shift, and I was tasked with finding a hospital that would take him in because it was obvious we could no longer provide him the care he needed. Him and I drove around for hours and got turned away by probably a half dozen hospitals until we finally found one willing to admit him to their crisis unit. As I was filling out his paperwork he kept wanting me to assure him that he would be okay. He was scared and didn't know what was happening, but he trusted that I was going to help him, so he complied and went along with the process. As he was being prepared to be admitted and I was fetching his belongings out of the van to turn over to the hospital, he floored me with a gesture. He wanted me to keep his basketball. I joked that he should keep it, or else he's gonna annoy the shit out of the staff at his next facility until they buy him a new one, but he insisted. I still have it in the backseat of my car to this day. When he was finally being admitted, a team of doctors flanked by armed police officers came to escort him into the unit, which I guess is standard protocol for a crisis admission. This terrified him. As he was being physically led away by the officers he turned back to me and shouted that he loved me and asked me to tell him he's gonna be okay again. It broke my heart seeing him lead away like that. He had his issues and was literally the biggest pain in my ass the 3 months he was my client, but at the end of the day I genuinely enjoyed working with him and would miss him. That was the end of that saga until about 2 months ago when I saw him on the news. Him and some other kids broke into a house with the intent of robbing the people inside for their weed, apparently. Somehow it escalated, and the 2 people in the house were shot in the head and killed. My ex-client was the one who pulled the trigger on both of them according to the news. It was honestly devastating. I knew he would probably never be able to thrive in the outside world, and felt it was a mistake for him to be cut loose from treatment, but I never imagined he would do something like this. Obviously I'm shocked and disgusted by what he did, and don't want to make excuses for him, but I think it was also a colossal failure by whichever institution deemed it safe enough to turn him loose unsupervised like that. That's my story of knowing a murderer. He's facing life in prison, and was denied bail, so him being out in the world won't be a problem anymore, which I think is for the best. I do hope he gets the help he needs though, through medication for his schizophrenia and whatever else. I know this was a longer story, but there are a lot of emotions tied to it, and I never really got to tell this whole story before. Thanks for taking the time to read it. Love to say from the first time we met, but no such luck. We went to school together. He was a grade below me, nice guy, bit quiet. Then after school bumped into him here and there, had a drink or two, found out he was dating this great girl who he really loved. Fast forward a year, we end up working together. Good guy all round, loves his girl. I move on to a new company, hear through the grapevine his girl is pregnant, so I give him a call, and he is super excited about being a dad. We also happy. At about 8 months pregnant, they driving out the hospital after a checkup, and they get hijacked. 2 guys jump in the car, pull guns and drive them to some way dodgy area. One of the guys pulls the girl out the car and point blank puts 2 bullets into her pregnant tummy. My friend gets shot in the shoulder. The 2 guys scatter, whole big manhunt. Made the national news. All sad face on TV. The whole trip. Within less than a week, one of the guys is caught. He gives up the whole story. Ends up my buddy. Paid a guy less than $300 to kill the baby. Yes, that's right. Not the girl. The baby. Ends up hitmen are also lazy, so this guy subcontracted the job out to the other 2 guys for like $50 a piece. They rolled over in 2 seconds flat. The cops arrested him in the hospital next to his girlfriend after getting him on tape in a setup as the original guy shook him down for more money. Serving life without parole after trying to organize a hit from prison on the original hitman, his now ex-girl. The cops who arrested him and the judge point, yeah, so we not friends anymore. I'm sure this will get buried, but I'm gonna tell it anyway. My next door neighbors, about 16 years ago, were weird as fuck. It was a husband and wife. They lived directly across from us. We moved here, and they had lived here years prior as well, and the wife's parents lived next door to them, so diagonally from us. From the first time I met the couple, they were just weird. The husband was probably in his 30s or 40s and the wife was most likely around the same. They didn't have any kids together that I knew of, but I believe the husband had a son that the mother wouldn't let him see. At the time I didn't understand why, and now I do. Anyway, the husband was constantly at our house, talking to my dad, but he was always weird. My dad is pretty friendly, and he would talk to him, and anytime they needed something worked on or fixed at their house, my dad would do it. He's always had heavy equipment, so he could dig lines, move heavy trees after they fell from hurricanes. Basically an all-around handyman. The husband kinda took to me and my sisters, but me mostly. I was 11 over 12 at the time. I remember telling him once I wanted to learn how to play the drums, and he bought me a brand new drum set. I was a little creeped out by that, but he said something like, "I don't have my son to spoil. It's fine. Enjoy it." One afternoon he came over and asked if either me or my middle sister would accompany him to the marina because he had to move a boat. This was before cell phones were really popular, and he told us that he already talked to my dad and he said it was fine. So I volunteered, cause I didn't want my sister going. We didn't end up getting home until after 11. The Mariana was maybe an hour and a half at the most away because he took his sweetest time doing whatever the fuck he was doing. He also told me, if I was still an alcoholic, there is no way you would have gotten off this boat a virgin. Faking disgusting. Anyway, a few months of so pass and him and the wife get divorced and moves away. One day, we see the faking FBI roll up in their yard, and my dad and I have binoculars poked out the blinds to see what is going on, and they are digging in their yard and fields. Dad goes over and introduced himself as the neighbor and asked what was going on, and they say something to the effect of, "We are looking for some clothes and a murder weapon from your ex-neighbor." I don't recall if they did find anything at the time. Fast forward to this past year and my dad calls me and asked if I recall our neighbor, and of course I do, cause he was so faking weird. Turns out, homie was involved in murdering his cousin-in-law and her son and their dog. Apparently our neighbor and his cousin were shooting in the field across from us, his property, and the cousin mentioned something about how he wished his wife would get shot, and my neighbor pipes up and says I can make that happen, and they worked out a plan to murder her all because the cousin and her were fighting over custody of their young child. He ended up driving up to the state she lived, murdered her, the son saw it, he told him to run. The boy didn't, because he was young and scared, and then he shot him I believe, and then burned the house down, along with their dog. This all came to light a few years ago, but I haven't been able to find any updates past 2018 unfortunately. I would link the article, but as he was my next door neighbor I don't want to put my identifying info out there. I've only heard him talk about it once, because even though it was justified, it haunts him. Maybe not the best reply here, since I didn't know him prior, but you wouldn't have expected him to have this secret at all. Pardon the formatting, I'm on mobile. My grandfather figure, complicated, just know he's basically grandpa, lived in Germany during WWII, pretty close to the capital. His family were avid Hitler supporters pre-war, due to how his father was in the SS, and was important enough to speak directly to Hitler somewhat frequently. During the Holocaust, his mother had grown sick of what she was married to and managed to convince her husband that she needed to take the kids away from the constant bombing. The last year of the war in Europe was spent with the family in the countryside. At this point Hitler still had all the power, but the German people were aware that they were going to lose the war. The family he was with also harbored a Jewish family. My grandfather, Ash, became friends with a Jewish boy from that family. They were both around 10 years old. One day when they were playing outside, a kid from Hitler Youth, that my grandfather claims was around 14, came by. He started asking questions and began to get physical. Things got really bad when questions were not being answered, and the Hitler Youth kid got carried away. He was beating the shit out of the Jewish kid and my grandfather stabbed him multiple times with garden equipment. They told their parents and the parents decided to do what any sane person would. Cover it up. There was luckily no evidence, since it rained later, and washed the mess away. I couldn't be more proud of him. He did the right thing. He feels shame for what he did even all these years later. He's a hero, and while he's not fond of this story, he saved the boy's life and likely that of his family, his own family, and the family they stayed with. Oh, for once I have a story for one of these. So we lived next to a fruit orchard and there was a house on the orchard that seasonal picker workers would live in. It was basically a well-known fact in the area that nearly all the pickers were in the country illegally, if they weren't European backpackers on holiday, and sometimes even then too. So there was this lovely family, a wife, husband, kids, that got on really well with us. Mum would chat with them over the fence when she went to tend to the paddocks, and they'd always ask after us. A couple of weeks into the season, a new guy moved in. Weddy creep of a dude. My mum, bless her, is way too nice to people. She has a real hard time clocking creepy men and doesn't want to be rude to anyone. So she spoke to him when she saw him, and he would start calling out to her from the orchard to talk when he really didn't have anything to say. He'd ogle her too. Then he started bringing crates of fruit to the house, leaving it on the picnic table in our yard, which would be nice, I guess, if he didn't consistently do it, only when we were out of the house or asleep. It was like every time we would leave the house he'd be watching, waiting, and then come over. Our animals started getting restless at night, and it turned out, even when he wasn't bringing fruit, he was getting into our yard. The fruit was an excuse in case he got caught by anyone. He could just say he was dropping off fruit when really he was skulking around our yard. Someone broke into our garage, and we had no proof it was him, but we definitely knew. Things came to a head when Mum woke up to the dog barking, and he was just staring in through the window. A part of the time, he worked night shift and wouldn't be home until morning. She was terrified and ran to my room to hide. I was a pretty bold teenager, so I went and turned all the outside lights on and started yelling and carrying on. It scared him off, at least. Then mum went over to the fence the next day and had a talk to the husband of the nice couple who lived over there. He was furious and told her he didn't know that's where the guy was going off to every night, but that he would stop him next time because he didn't want any trouble. He asked us not to tell the police. See, his fear was if the guy kept coming over to our place, we'd call the cops and the cops would deport everyone. This was a lovely family and the best neighbors we'd had, so we just agreed to let him deal with it. He basically told us he'd tell the guy to pull his head in because he was in the country illegally, overstaying his visa, and would get deported if he kept going. The next day there were cops over there. Turns out creepy stalker had a knife on him and stabbed the husband to death. Mum was essentially told not to make a statement about the stalking ECT because it was already very open and shut, with multiple witnesses watching the stabbing, so no need to get involved in months of court cases. Mum felt really guilty, but what can you do? Not her fault. He was a creepy murderer. Killer's name was Ayafita Talatonu. I think the court just described it was an argument over the visas, but not the reason why the victim started talking about visas in the first place. My uncle is a murderer. What he did to my grandmother was 100% murder, and I don't care what the law says. I don't care what my cousins say. I don't care that he hasn't faced a murder charge. I don't care that he probably wouldn't be found guilty in a court. He wanted my grandmother dead, and he took very calculated steps for that to happen. In 2017, my grandmother had a stroke. My mom's siblings, all 7 of them being varying degrees of white trash. They are not above hitting children, incest, having drug addicted babies, welfare fraud or tax fraud. They all came to mom's rescue when she was in the hospital. Except not a single one of them, except my mom, gave a flying fuck about her welfare. They didn't care that she was in the hospital alone, scared and confused. They only cared about her house. I know, because they did this crap 20 years ago when her first husband died. My grandmother came home from his funeral to find one of her children in her house, packing things in boxes. It became a big sibling fight as to who gets the house when my grandmother still lived there. Cut to 2017. Siblings are fighting in the hospital. Here's the thing, my grandmother was not dying, but my aunts and uncles kept stomping around the hospital calling it mom's last days. One uncle and cousin tried to get her declared incompetent. The plan was to gain control over her home and her life until he died. My uncle wanted to give the house to his son, the 45-year-old drug dealer. My mom stepped in and made sure she was not declared incompetent. My uncle and his son were banned from the hospital after an ill-advised attempt to carry her out of the hospital bed and out of the facility. It's a mess. My aunts and uncles were at each other's throats. Even when a hurricane was happening outside that year, literally they were in the eye wall of a hurricane, they still fought like a shats in the hospital. Some of them bought themselves assault and battery charges when fights got physical. And then there's my poor grandmother, watching her children behave like this. Then there was my uncle, well, call him Bob. My uncle Bob has been seeming like the most reasonable sibling up until this point. He decided that he is going to get conservatorship of my grandmother. He was going to go to her house, in her state, and take care of her. He was going to take her to her doctor appointments. I have always hated Bob. This motherfucker is one of those pretentious dickholes who likes to post those back in the good old days memes on Facebook. The guy thinks he's hard and tough, but in reality he's just a fat douche. On more than one occasion he tried to claim his adult daughters as dependents, and has manipulated them into thinking it was the right thing to do. He's like a water buffalo who just talks a bunch of shit. Side note, he has a bedwetting problem. I feel no shame for making fun of him for that, because he is such an awful person. So he becomes conservator. But he didn't do what he was supposed to do. Rather, he left her in this hot humid room in his house. Then he crossed state lines, emptied her home, sold her belongings, all her furniture, appliances, rugs, you name it. He emptied that entire house. Then he wrote a fake deed on the home and presented himself as an only child. Nobody in the family had any idea this was happening because whenever anyone tried to call or come to the house to check on her, he didn't answer the phone or the door. My grandmother sat in that house and became ill. Every day, she became more and more sick. But he didn't take her to the hospital because she wasn't supposed to be in that state. He didn't want evidence. This went on for months. Eventually, she stopped eating, which was already hard on her already fragile physical state. The thing about my grandmother, she has a history of starving herself in stressful situations. My uncle knew that. He knew she would stop eating, and he knew this would create a big problem for her. He also took away her antidepressants. He finally took her to the hospital when she was having heart problems, but only after driving for hours to ensure that she was in a hospital in her state. Near her home, she was at the point of no return. While in the hospital, she died of heart failure, brought on by neglect and the fact that she was not eating. After she died, my uncle found a buyer for the house. He almost made $800K, and the sale didn't go through because of the fake deed. He sent a form to make him the sole owner of the estate and then threatened all of his siblings into signing it, except for my mom, who is challenging the whole thing. He doesn't want that deed shown in court because the whole cover will be blown, so my mom is taking her sweet time to respond to some of this because she knows he'll have to keep paying the mortgage on that house. When he runs out of money, which the fat douche doesn't have much of, that's when he's going to get slapped with as many civil and criminal charges as possible. Anyway, that was my long, convoluted story. Admittedly, I don't know a whole lot about tax fraud or property, so if I have holes in my story, I apologize. DL. Drive. My family fought over my grandmother's house and my uncle pushed her to death so that he could steal the deed on their home. Edit. I just checked Bob's Facebook just for kicks and he posted a bunch of pro-life memes on Facebook yesterday. A true Catholic. Late to the party, but wanted to contribute. I know a girl who murdered a guy with her friend. I knew something was off when I stayed the night around 1 years before the murder. I was sleeping on the couch when I woke up in the middle of the night to her staring at me next to the couch, not saying a word or moving. I asked her what she was doing, and she was quiet for a moment before saying nothing and going back to her room. Slept through the night and the next morning brought it up saying she startled me and she said she just had some water, but I don't know, I didn't really hang out with her after that point. The murder itself went like this. This girl and her friend / acquaintance planned it. They had been texting each other about the murder, calling it a plan B in case the guy they murdered wouldn't give them money. They stole his bank card and info and his car. It was his first own car, and he was so proud of it. He did well in school and had a job waiting for him after graduation. They beat him and stabbed him, put him into the trunk of his own car and drove to McDonald's and bought food with his card. I'm not sure if he was dead already, but still that's faked up. They then sent texts to him asking where he went as an attempt to cover up what they did. They went to get gas into canisters and drove to a semi-secluded area where they set the car on fire with the guy still in the trunk. The fire department was called around 5 AM, I think, and the fire was extinguished, but they failed to see the body. A young boy noticed the body later that day and his father didn't believe him, but an onlooker went to check and confirmed it. They both got life in prison. My ex-friend is in a mental facility for the rest of her life. I have some news articles, but they're all in Finnish. I can translate some though, if there's enough people wanting to know about it. Also sorry for formatting, I'm on mobile. He's a childhood friend, and is essentially my brother in terms of how close we were while growing up, both only children and the same age. At age 12, he moved out of state because his parents divorced. We lost touch. At age 17, he moved back, and we went to the same high school as I, but we were on different sports teams and just didn't have time to hang. At age 18, I moved out of state for jobs, university, ECT, and I never moved back to our home state. So, from age 18 to 28, we lost touch. He wasn't on social media either. Magically / randomly reconnected one day while I was visiting home. Then, he got on social media at age 28. We'd occasionally catch up once a year or so. At age 33, he started posting conspiracy theory type stuff. Nothing malicious, but it was clear he started looking for weird connections in the universe. He was grasping for straws, for instance, Illuminati stuff. He'd privately message me, thinking he was onto something, for instance, Masons, secret societies. I reminded him that it's important to stay healthy, both physically and mentally. His posts/emails weren't too alarming to me. Nothing suggested hatred or malice. In fact, his posts were infinitely more benign than the right-wing stuff that's posted today. A few months later, he murdered a woman and her toddler. Turns out, he was battling schizophrenia for at least a decade, never had proper healthcare, and he had recently turned to drugs, for instance, meth. He was a good old country boy, and it was clear that his turning to drugs was merely out of trying to silence his pain. He didn't realize the act he had done, and I think he's still in denial about it. Ever since he did that horrible act, he's been in jail, awaiting a trial. We write each other letters every few months. He's doing much better now, as the jail has him on medication. It's truly as if he's like his old self, and his mind is sharp as a tack. He reminds me of childhood stuff that I've forgotten about. It's very tragic for the family he murdered, and it's very tragic for him and his family too. None of this should have happened. All of this could have been prevented. We grew up on the same street, in a poor suburban neighborhood. He's in jail, and I teach at an Ivy League school. The difference in our outcomes has a lot to do with the care we were shown while growing up. My parents were supportive. The education we received, I went to college. The healthcare we received, I had insurance, he did not, etc. The USA is a crazy place. It's hard to get out. It's hard to survive. Everything's a mess, and nobody seems to care. God, I feel so bad for the victims of his act. There was a couple who used to go to our church. They seemed to be happy enough. She was always smiles, and seemed to really enjoy kids, while he always had little sweets in his pockets for the kids who came up to say hello. Then one day they stopped showing up to church. The congregation began to get worried as they were older, had no kids, and weren't returning any calls. The pastor and various deacons and church members all went out to their house to check on them, but they never seemed to be there. I ran into the older lady later in life. While working for a moving company, we were hired to help an older lady move things out of a storage unit into some new apartment she was moving into. She recognized me, and I recognized her, and we got to chatting for a bit, and I eventually asked her what happened those years ago, and why they suddenly quit the church. And she told me everything. Turns out that a couple decades prior, when the docs told them that she was sterile and couldn't have kids, her husband decided that was permission to sow some wild oats. He had this idea that he could get some young girl who was nowhere near ready to be a mother, pregnant, convince her to carry the baby to term, give up all her maternal rights, and the husband could raise the baby with his wife as their own. An idea she flat out refused, but he pursued anyways. After she'd caught him in his second or third affair, she put her foot down and told him if she caught happening again she was going to divorce him and take everything he had. Well, he didn't stop. He just got more careful to not get caught. He had a few more girlfriends over the years without her knowing, but then he started to assume he was too old to have kids and stopped using protection when he got into his late 50s, and of course got his 30-something mistress pregnant. The wife found out when she found the ultrasound stuffed in his sock drawer and confronted him. She told him she was filing for divorce and taking the house, retirement fund, and cars, and he could go live with his homewrecker. She told me that was the last thing she remembered before waking up being rescued from a shallow grave. Turns out that he decided it would be easier to kill her and move his mistress into the house he used to share with his wife. So while she was yelling at him for getting a girl young enough to be his daughter pregnant, he went into the kitchen and got the biggest knife he could find and plunged it into her chest. Then went out to the back of their property and buried her in a shallow grave with the knife still sticking out of her chest. He then went and emptied the savings account so he could take his mistress on vacation in an effort to lay low for a while. Fortunately, while he was off robbing the savings account, a stray dog had wandered onto the property and started digging up the shallow grave this poor woman had been buried in. She came to as the dog was pulling her from the grave and managed to stumble her way to the main road, where she flagged down a passerby who rushed her to the hospital. She had to have several surgeries, but ultimately ended up living. He ended up in prison for attempted murder, where he died of a heart attack within a year. The lady had no idea what happened to the mistress or the pregnancy. She kept the dog though. If I hadn't heard it from the victim herself, I would have never guessed that this nussy elder guy from church who used to give out candies to the kids such as I was at the time would one day stab his wife in the heart with a kitchen knife. I didn't point. I was around 13 over 14. He lived with us for a while because he was friends with my unofficial foster brother and needed a place to stay. He was 18 at the time. He was already into the drug scene, acting as an enforcer for dealers. Dude was huge, with massive muscles. I could understand why just having him around could intimidate people. But he was a massive teddy bear with me and my family. I was an awkward weird kid, being bullied and didn't have many friends. He went out of his way to talk to me, connect with me. One day I was in my bedroom dancing like a moron. I didn't hear him open the door and come inside, but I was embarrassed. He smiled and said everyone dances like that sometimes, closed the door, turned up the music, and danced like an idiot. At the time, my sisters and their friends would go on these late night adventures. I was never allowed to come. Looking back, I completely understand why. I was a nervous kid and would have ruined their fun. But with being bullied, I felt the rejection very hard and would cry when they said I couldn't come. He would hug me and promise we could go on our own adventure another day. Honestly, I think I had a bit of a crush on him. He was so kind to me. We lost touch when my foster brother was arrested and the gang stopped coming around. Fast forward to 2019. I'm 27 now. There was a double homicide in my city and everyone was shocked because homicides don't really happen here. The drugs are everywhere, but most we get is stabbings once in a while. It was an elderly couple shot to death in their home. People right away pointed to the son, who was a dealer in the city. 2020, my sister sends me a news article. 3 men arrested for the murders, but it was this guy I knew who pulled the trigger. They killed the parents because the son owed them a lot of money. It was a message to the son. The guy I knew has a daughter now, and in the article it said he had never been in trouble before. He had never been arrested before, but I knew he had been involved for over a decade. People are complicated. I'm sure if I talked to him, he would be just as nice to me. But he is also capable of murdering 2 innocent people in their homes, and who knows what else he hasn't been charged with. Sometimes you just don't know. Not my story personally, but I had a class with Dr. Nikki Giovanni at VT, who was the only faculty member that reported the VT shooter, Hui Cho, before the shooting. I took a class with her the semester after the shooting, so she spent a lot of time talking about Cho, since it was still fresh. Dr. Giovanni taught a writing workshop that Cho was a part of, and she said she found him disturbing right from the start. He almost never spoke in class, and his stories always featured the names of other students in the class. In his stories, the other students would die in horrific or twisted ways. Eventually, all the other students in class became so uneasy around him and his stories that several of them would stop coming to class entirely. Dr. Giovanni knew that he was mentally unwell and potentially dangerous, so she demanded that he be removed from her class. Normally, a professor wouldn't have that kind of authority, but she delivered an ultimatum to the dean of the English department that either he be removed from her class or she would remove herself from the class. Being a distinguished professor, she was a famous civil rights activist in the 60s and a very famous poet. She ended up winning that round, but the school refused to put Cho into any kind of counseling. She said that on the day of the shooting, she immediately knew that it was him, even before they released his name. We lived in a semi-rough neighborhood at one point. My brother and I, teens at the time, decided to go out at dusk and play foursquare in front of our house. Another couple of guys came to join us. One was younger than my brother, the other was about my age. The younger one seemed okay with the guy my age cheating. After a bit, my brother seemed okay with it too. I wasn't. Honesty and integrity have always been a big thing with me. Anyway, the guy knocks the ball outside of my brother's square. My brother doesn't hit it, and the guy very calmly states, "You missed." I win. And looks my brother dead in the eye, straight up challenging him. I'm a dumb teen who decides she's had enough of this cheater and start going off on him. The other kid and my brother are trying to tell me it's okay. They don't want to play anymore. My brother grabs me, tries to drag me to the house. Again, I'm dumb and have a big mouth at 16. I break free, get in the guy's face, and he actually doubles over in laughter. My brother finally convinces me to go in the house with him. Turns out, this dude brought a gun to a foursquare game. The knowledge of this just makes me even angrier. A few years later, same cheating idiot happens to be at the store down the street. My family had long since moved up and out, but he was apparently content with staying right where he was. Sees his ex-girlfriend and best friend riding in the same vehicle together. Walks out of the convenience store and shoots them both dead. Police manhunt for more than a week. Side note, I ended up on a first date with the guy who was hiding him. When the guy bragged he knew where the killer was, I abruptly ended the date and told him never to contact me again. I did not want to know. I said all of that to say this, always. There was always something off/scary about that guy. I'd seen him before. We'd hung out in adjacent circles for years. We knew one another well enough for me to hear he was going to be at a party and decide not to go. If he showed up and tried to talk to me, I would simply leave without giving him the time of day. I watched him charm other girls and felt disgusted that they could not see what was as plain as day. He wasn't just someone who seemed like a bad boy, he was actually a danger to the people who cared him. That was never more evident than the day he killed his best friend. By then, it was too late. Point being, in this guy's presence, even when we were kids, you could feel that something was off. Like a bomb with a timer that you couldn't see. At 16, I was stupid. But finding out he brought that gun to play foursquare helped me realize the odd feeling in the air was death. I don't mean an entity or ghost. That's fiction. It was the fact that he wanted to kill someone. Why else would you leave your house as a teen to walk the streets with a gun? No one else in our neighborhood walked around with a gun. We didn't have gangbangers. We had kids who would fight each other with fists. A lot. But guns? This guy was looking for a victim for a long time. He just happened to find one. A little under a decade later, he carried death around with him, waiting to unleash it on someone. If it wasn't a gun, it would have been a knife or his fists. But if you stood close to him and listened to your gut, you knew. My cousin murdered my grandmother. So my cousin, who is the son of my mom's eldest brother, had been raised by my grandmother. My uncle got a girl pregnant while he was 19 and the girl was 15. He refused to believe that the kid was his and even beat her up and took her to a graveyard for suggesting it was his. When the baby was born, the mother had no idea what to do, and since my uncle was so abusive to her, she left the baby at my grandmother's house and ran away to live with relatives in the countryside. My uncle refused responsibility and would pay for absolutely nothing. My mom and her sisters had to make sure there was food and that he had clothes and his school fees were paid. There was a time when his fees had not been paid for so long the school called him to the office and told him to call his father since he was not responding to them and ask him to pay or come pick him up. Long story short, he called his father and he basically swore at him and hung up. My mother ended up going to pay. Point in the years that followed, my cousin started experimenting with drugs and alcohol and couldn't hold down a job, still living with my grandmother well after 30. My aunts and my mom would try reason with my grandmother to kick him out, but she was super protective of him. Anyway, a few years ago she started losing lots of weight and she would refuse to visit family or leave her house really. Anytime someone visited she would be on edge, like she couldn't wait for you to leave. My uncle, not my cousin's father, stayed with my grandmother whilst he was separated from his wife for a bit, and my cousin stole thousands from him that he had for his business, spent it all on drugs, and they found him strung out in some crack den eventually. My grandmother refused anyone pressing charges and took my cousin back, and then 2 Decembers ago, my cousin comes home one night and beats my grandmother within an inch of her life. There was blood everywhere, even outside through the door that had been open. My grandmother luckily was able to call my uncle, my cousin's father, and repeatedly said, "Your son is trying to kill me." My uncle arrived. He was drunk with his other son and my cousin refused to let them in. They eventually broke in through a window and my cousin was just laughing and saying he didn't do it. He kept saying he's innocent. They took my grandmother to the hospital and she ended up being in a coma and died a few months later. My uncle refused to pay the hospital bills despite taking her to a private hospital, and not a public one, where she would have been treated for free. My uncle also refused to testify in court, since he didn't call the police until the morning after, and he and his wife cleaned the entire crime scene. I'm talking bought new bedding and everything. There was no evidence it was my cousin who did it, and he was let free. No charges, so I think we all knew something was off, but grandmother tried to hide it, and there was nothing we could have done. My friend's mom was from Haiti and had apparently seen some really faked up shit before she met friend's dad, a college professor. Anytime I went to my friend's house, she seemed to be walking on eggshells around her mom, always being super careful not to set her off, which seemed strange to me because whenever company was over, she was always cordial to a fault. Her mom always insisted on making us food. I once stopped by around lunchtime and she insisted on making me a sandwich, even though we were just stopping by to grab a project or something and then leave, but she was very adamant that I sit down and let her make me a sandwich, which I wasn't expecting much, but she slapped together this 5-star Michelin rated sandwich with olive oil and fancy cheese. It was the kind of sandwich that would have cost like $17 at a fancy brunch place. And she waited for me to eat the whole thing before she let us go. It was weirdly tense. Like the mood between my friend and her mom was like something out of a Tarantino movie before a gunfight erupts. But at the time all I thought was, man, this sandwich slaps. But I later found out friend's mom was super abusive, both physically and emotionally. Only a week or two after the sandwich incident, friend's dad had told mom he was leaving and taking the kids away from there. She responded by shooting him with his own gun. I was staying at another friend's house only a block away at the time, and probably would have heard the gunshot had we not been blasting Halo 3 till 2 in the morning. A little over 10 years later, both my friend and her sister are doing great. They are both excelling in their careers and they seem genuinely happy. A good few years ago I became friends with the guy I got coke from. Young guy in his early 20s, nice enough guy to hang out with. I then went kinda into business with him and his 16-year-old cousin, and for them, it was just business. Me, I was a cokehead but not them. The 16-year-old had dropped out of school with very few prospects, black guys in a very deprived urban area, but had a plan. He would sell coke now and save all the money. He knew he would go to jail at some point for a few years, but as he said, at least his 1-year-old son would be too young to really remember it, and he'd have enough money to go to college, train as a mechanic and open his own business. My car at the time was modified and seriously quick, so he was always asking the right questions about what I had done with the suspension engine. ECT was really smart tbh. On a side note, if you want to deal coke but avoid too much attention from the cops in London, then 2 things are critical. Drive a 7-year-old Volvo estate car that looks standard but made about 450 HP, and be white with a cop haircut. You're basically invisible to them then. I used to run them around, lifts, favors, even babysat their kids once or twice. Like I said, nice enough guys really that I considered, well, not close friends, but more than just acquaintances. There were never any red flags, well, apart from, you know, being coke dealers, at all to speak of. Then I heard they'd gone after an 18-year-old kid who owed them £60 for coke and cut his throat when he said he wouldn't pay it. I saw them literally an hour or so beforehand and we just had a pint and chatted shit about football. Agreed to meet up the next day, just the usual really. The older of the two managed to keep his little cousin out of it all and got 25 to life for it. It's weird, but I still feel kinda vaguely responsible for that kid dying, even though I wasn't actually involved in any way, and that is how and why I quit coke and got out of the life. I knew something was off as soon as I met the guy. He was a PhD by our statistician and was hired to be the lead of the department I'm in, working for a clinical research organization. These types are usually pretty quirky and reserved, so when this brash, boisterous, and charismatic new lead started, that was enough of an indicator. He constantly bragged about how smart he was and how he had worked at all these places. He worked at my company for about 3 years, which was about 2 years too many. He was exactly like that scene-filled episode where George acted stressed and angry at work, so people always left him alone. That's exactly what this guy did. He was really good at talking a big game, but never seemed to actually do anything. It all unraveled when he was requested to be removed from a study because he completely overshot timelines, always with an excuse. A little digging later found that he basically did no work for about 2 years, but always managed to talk himself out of repercussions. Once it became known though, it was a classic, "You can't fire me because I quit" kind of deal. I thought that was it. About 6 months later, we were called into an emergency boardroom meeting. Everyone was required to attend. Our CEO, voice shaking, started talking about a woman who was murdered in broad daylight while crossing the street just a day earlier on a Sunday. All of us immediately started thinking, oh shit, which former employee was murdered? That's when the shoe dropped. This former head of biostatistics had been named as a murderer. While they wanted us to know, the big thing was to make us aware in case any local news media tried to contact us. Apparently he still listed our company as his place of work on LinkedIn. As the days went by, we found out everything that actually happened. He and his current wife enacted a plan to murder his ex-wife to stop the payments he was still making to her, I think child support. He had moved away from Maryland to Kentucky. Down there he bought a gun and drove all the way back to Maryland. He dressed up as a woman and shot her in the head as she crossed the street. He then fled back to Kentucky, where he was arrested very quickly. The most unsurprising thing was at his defense. Of course he defended himself. Basically boiled down to, look at me, I'm a PhD, I'm way too smart to have enacted a crime like this. Well, it didn't fly, and he's now in jail for the rest of his life. So, while I definitely had weird feelings from the get-go, I honestly never thought that he would be capable of cold-blooded murder. Guy had been a close friend in high school. He was a brilliant guitarist and just the mellowest, most easygoing and friendly guy. We all expected he was going to be the next Stevie Ray Vaughan, but instead he went into the military and served in the first Iraq foray. He had gotten married to his high school sweetheart, and they had 2 kids and life went on. I was friends with him on FB, and we talked music quite often, and shared videos of concerts and such. I was surprised he had stayed in the small town we grew up in, but I guess it sweeted him. One day I logged on to FB to see a bunch of people from back home posting about how in shock they were, and lots of sadness. Turns out, he came back from Iraq with some pretty serious issues, and he had been struggling with pain and mental health stuff. His wife of 30+ years had just moved out, and was filing for divorce. He walked into her work with a shotgun, killed her and then turned the gun on himself. Would have never expected such a horrible thing from the guy I knew. I hope they are both at peace. The other murder I grew up with was not a shock. Dude was a roidhead and a jock, and had always been a bully and a prick. When he got out of school, and didn't have the skills to make a real living, he turned to cooking, and then selling meth. He was in and out of prison until during one of the out times, he hooked up with some gal who had a toddler. The kid apparently annoyed him, so he beat it to death with a logging chain, and hid the body in the swamp. He's doing 50 to life of hard time, frequently in medical unit, and will hopefully die there. My graduating class is rife with suicides, violent deaths, drug addictions and inmates and premature death. Out of 386 there are about half of us left. I was quite good friends with the murderer. We met when we both worked at a village pub. After our shifts we would finish at about 10 PM and then cycle over to the next village and see how many drinks we could fit in before last orders. He had a pretty troubled past, had been in foster care most of his life, and had over 100 convictions despite being only 18. We talk quite a lot about quite deep things when drinking, and he told me it was like having therapy. He also mentioned that he had been diagnosed with paranoid psychosis and could have manic episodes. I thought he might have just been overstating it, though things could get pretty crazy sometimes. One time we were playing darts in a village pub, and he accidentally walked behind the bar trying to find the toilet. The barman, who by a weird coincidence also became a murderer, started shouting at him, and he went back to the dartboard, took a dart, and threw it at the barman, and it hit him in the arm, getting stuck right in. He then tipped a table over and started pulling pictures off the wall and smashing them. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, how within about 20 seconds such an insane turn of events could start happening. So I grabbed him in a bear hug and pulled him outside, at which point he calmed down and we cycled off. He laid low at my house for the night, but then had to go and see his probation officer in the morning. I became a bit weary at that point, plus he said he considered robbing my house, but then changed his mind. About that time I left the job at the pub so didn't see him as often. About 2 years later the last time I saw him was a week before the murder on a bus. He was telling me that he had a job as an apprentice working for National Rail on railroad maintenance, and he genuinely seemed to be doing okay in his life. We made plans to go for a drink again though this never happened. 2 days before he went to his stepdad's flat late at night and broke down the door with a cricket bat before slitting his throat in bed and walking into town where he entered a taxi office and asked the staff if he could clean himself up as he'd just murdered someone and was covered in blood. My father was in jail for murder since before I was born. He got out after 20 years served, having been eligible for parole after 10 years inside. His sentence was life with mercy, meaning a life sentence with the possibility of parole after 10 years should the parole board find him rehabilitated against my mother's wishes. I wanted to get to know him when I was in my early 20s. I tracked him down and we met. It was super awkward at first for both of us, but a tearful moment to get to meet each other for the first time. We got along well. We didn't share too many interests, but we both made an effort to keep conversation going and keep in touch. He is a reason I know that prison can work and actually rehabilitate someone. I did not know him before jail obviously, and he had some mental health issues to lead to him committing the murder, but I felt like his spirit had been broken by being in jail so long. He was incredibly remorseful for what he had done and tried to do everything within his power to apologize and make things right with the family of his victim. He was a good man from the time I met him, almost 15 years ago, until his unexpected death 2 years back. I'm happy that I got to know him, call him dad, and tell him that I loved him despite what he had done and what we had to go through as a family growing up in a small town with your father as a murderer. The prison system can work for those who are truly remorseful. Sometimes all that people who have done bad things and served their time need is a little compassion to turn them back into productive members of society. This might get buried now, but here it goes. I knew these two twins growing up since I was about 7. They were the same age as me and we went to school together. One twin, let's call him Tom, seemed like a pretty normal kid. We used to eat lunch together at school and became pretty good friends. Tom's sister, let's call her Alice, was always a little crazy. I used to joke even at a young age to some of my other friends that she was going to kill someone one day. I always thought she was a little crazy. Fast forward a few years, I move away and lose contact with both of them. A few more years down the line, I'm 16 and I get a weird article sent to me by another old friend. The older brother, about 10 years or so older, of these two twins, was just charged for the kidnapping of his ex-girlfriend. Not only did he kidnap her, but he locked her in a dog cage in his basement for over a month. Alice was pretty vocal about her disgust of all this online when she found out. She was never close to their older brother anyway. Tom however had a strong bond with the older brother. Tom's life deteriorated rather quickly from there, ended up living with one of his other friends' family, and had a quick spiral downhill. I was still far away, but I would hear all these small weird stories about how he just isn't pleasant to be around anymore. About 2 years pass, and I get a call from one of my friends. Tom just stabbed another kid to death. The victim was a friend who offered to give Tom a ride earlier in the week and forgot about it a couple days later. Tom, upset that his ride didn't show up, decided the most logical thing to do was to take a giant kitchen knife and go to the place where his friend who didn't give him a ride was eating with some other people. Tom waited in the parking lot and stabbed him to death. I always thought Alice was the loose cannon and Tom was the nice, normal kid. My expectations were completely subverted, and every once in a while I think about this. It's crazy to think something so small can be the thing that sets someone off. The kid who died was only 17 at the time and was known as just a really nice guy. He died because he forgot to give someone a ride. My boyfriend's best friend, when I was in high school, My boyfriend and his friend were college aged. At first nothing was off. The friend, John, only had one eye and was very funny. But he slowly started to make me more uncomfortable, showing up at my house all the time, trying to take me places. One day we are at a supermarket in the garden center looking for flowers for my boyfriend's mom. My boyfriend was in front of me, John was behind me. I suddenly feel something wet on the back of my thigh, thought it was water from the misters they use on the plants, and wiped it off. It was cum. He literally was jacking off in the open, and came on the back of my leg. I freaked, boyfriend freaked, we were no longer friends with John. Fast forward several months, John shows up at my house, breaks in with a baseball bat. I called my mom when we was outside the house, but hung up when he broke in, so I can hide, and he couldn't hear me. He walked right past me, saying how he was there to give me a massage while hitting random shit around the house with a bat. He went down a hallway, didn't turn my direction, which was the same side as his missing eye. All he had to do was turn his head, and he would have seen me. He leaves, and a few minutes later I get a call on my cell from my boyfriend's house. I answer crying, and it was John. He broke into my boyfriend's house to call me, knowing I would answer that number. I hung up. We called the police. They did not do any sort of investigation or follow up. I told them this dude was dangerous that night. He beats his roommate to death with a set of hand weights and drives his roommate's car off to hide it. And the weights. If you Google John Wood's Murder South manuscript you will find him and the story. This one is especially scary for me cause the murderer tried killing me. I live in a big city in the Middle East, can't say exactly where, because of private reasons. So I met this guy. He was the son of a man that owned a supermarket in our street, so logically I went there a lot to get our groceries for my house. I never liked going there cause the guy was always off. He would weirdly stare at me while I'm shopping, and then weirdly look the other way when I start noticing. But I had to go there anyway cause the owner of the supermarket knew my dad, and here in the Middle East friends and relatives like to make discounts for each other. So about 6 months ago I was shopping there as usual, and then the guy came up to me and he told me, hey, wanna hang out tonight and go explore some abandoned building and stuff. For me that was the line. I didn't wanna make it seem weird, so I told him I would think about it and tell him on my way out. But of course we all know I never gave a shit. So I buy my stuff and look behind me and he is there waiting for me. So my guts were telling me to leave immediately, so I trusted them and cancelled my purchase and leave. After about 5 minutes, I get the feeling to look behind me and I see him running towards me. So I was like, oh shit, run. I know I wanna make fun, but at the time I was scared AF, so I just run as fast as I can. I find some police officers on patrol and tell them about him. As they were leaving the car to look, he comes charging at me with a pocket knife and the cop charged and took the stab. Then his partner shot the guy and I just froze there looking at the guy I knew a little bit dead on the ground and the cop almost dead because of me. For those wondering, he survived and I'm thankful for him and I owe him my life. I went to therapy a lot cause I was horrified by scene, but RN I'm fine and I learned to live with it. So, this one's a little different from some of the other stories here. I had a friend I grew up with named Charles who was a good dude. He had his problems with other kids like anyone else, but he was a nice, normal guy. Except, what none of us knew, is that Charles was predisposed to addiction, likely by genetics. I drank with him a few times in high school, and it seemed like he handled like everyone else did, but once he hit college, and was out on his own, he got out of control. He failed out his freshman year, moved back in with his parents, and started attending a local junior college, but his problem didn't go away. Eventually, he failed out of that program because he was drinking all the time and his folks put him into rehab. After rehab, he moved out on his own, got a job, but lost it due to drinking, and at this point, probably other drugs as well. Moved back in with his parents, agreed to therapy and other treatments. Got clean for a while, moved out again, started drinking again. Parents paid for another stint in rehab. This time he started having issues with other rehab patients and was kicked out of rehab for fighting. At this point, I had moved away and lost track of him. The last thing I heard, he had moved back in with his parents once again. He was in his late 30s, had no college degree or work experience to show for himself, and therapy, rehab, and other measures weren't successful for him. I imagine he was extremely depressed and hopeless, so of course he went back to drinking. One afternoon, he and his father started fighting about something, probably his substance abuse issues, but who knows? Charles went to his father's truck, got a handgun out of the glove compartment and shot his dad to death. Realizing what he had just done, he called his younger sister, who was married with kids a few towns over, and told her that he hurt dad, and he was sorry. Then he turned the gun on himself. Charles was a good dude with a good heart. I think about what he must have felt like all the time, and I wonder if there was anything I could have done, but I don't think that there was. I think about his poor sister and their mom, and how painful it must be to hate their brother and son for what he did and love him, and wish he had just not. I think about him a lot. I never knew a murderer, but I think one tried to break into my house shortly before he started his killing spree. Kinda irrelevant from the question, but I've never really talked about this. When I first turned 18, I moved to the next city over. I rented a room in a house with an old lady in her 50/60s. One night, mid-December, I was chatting on the phone with my dad. For reference, I had a double window in my private bathroom, a regular glass window on the inside and a frosted window facing outside. I always kept the frosted one closed and the regular one all the way open, and would just open the frosted one if I needed to. I'm chatting with my dad and suddenly hear what sounds like the screen of the window in my bathroom fall out. I froze. I sat there for a minute while my dad rambled on about something. Finally I get up and check the window, and instantly my heart fell out of my eyes. Both windows were moved. The screen was there, but the regular window I always left open, but now half shut, as well as the frosted one. I still have no rhyme or reason. My roommate and I checked the outside the next day and everything looked normal. It's a small area, and usually if there's burglars in the area you'll know. But I hadn't heard of any, so I assumed I was just going crazy. A little over a month later, over the course of 2 weeks, a murderer killed 4 people, lived down the street from me, and was targeting older women. His first victim was actually my friend's mom. Apparently it was just supposed to be a robbery, but when she woke up and he killed her, he liked it. This was a huge shock for my area. We don't have serial killers or murders in general. I never made the connection until he was caught, and I put the pieces together. Story from a friend who traveled with Jamie Starbuck, a man who had murdered his wife then traveled the world on her cash. I'm closely paraphrasing dialogue from his retelling. My friend PJ told me how they were staying in the same hostel in Colombia, taking trips out, and hit it off. Both being a little older than the rest of the crowd, they'd hang out at the end of the day. As they got to know each other, he noticed that beyond the simple day-to-day chat of backpackers, he was always a little downcast and never mentioned home much. One day they were off on an excursion into the rainforest, walking on a trail, but it's a bit isolated, and the guy starts to open up how he didn't really have any reason to go back, but he'd need to soon, how his wife had died just before he left. PJ starts trying to cheer him up, thinking the guy is still grieving as he's talking about how it might be best if he just disappeared into the rainforest and was never seen again. Come on mate, you've got loads to live for. Your family will miss you back home. No, I don't want to go back, there'll be questions. Grieving is normal mate. When my nan died, there will be very difficult questions that only I can answer. They'll all want to know. At this point, my mate says he twigged on something very bad was waiting and realized they're about an hour hike from civilization or something. PJ says he asked the time and made excuses they should be heading back, as he told Mariah he'd meet her for food in a couple of hours. That he was just taking a trip with Jamie and had texted her from the bus. Very much a don't get any ideas pal conversation, and they turned back. He said it was the longest walk of his life and he tried to stay a half pace behind just in case he did anything. He wasn't surprised a few months later to read this article, but had never been more thankful to be 6 feet and 13 stone than at that moment. The guy I knew I grew up with from 4th to 9th grade. He ended up going to a different high school, but still lived in town. He was known as dysfunctional, and so was his family. His mom was notorious for being bipolar and mentally ill. They had social workers in and out of the house constantly, and cops always showing up for domestic disturbances. It was just him and his mom. She had guys in and out constantly, stepdads if you will. There are even recordings on YouTube of him calling the police over and over asking for help, for a job, for anything. Talking about his mental illnesses and his family life and basically requesting any kind of help because he doesn't know who to reach out to. Fast forward a few months and the social worker shows up to the house for the scheduled Tuesday visit and no answer. It had already been a week since she saw them. She smelled something funny, a horrid odor from the garage and a swarm of flies. She called it into the police. All recordings on YouTube. Cops show up and find him sitting in a rocking chair facing the corner of a wall. He slit his mom's throat and left her in the garage, and that was that. Everyone knew they were faked up. Everyone knew he was off and bound to do something. It was nothing new. He was in and out of mental hospitals for multiple incidents. They just fell through the cracks of the system. That's the sad part. It could have been prevented. One of my best friends in high school, really emotionally unstable. His mom was a druggie and abandoned him to his grandparents when he was a baby. He was in and out of therapy. Don't know about meds, but I can't believe he was on them consistently, though he obviously needed to be, and had a history of self-harm and violent blackouts, always self-inflicted. He was a nice guy, really, and a good friend, but obviously was suffering from severe mental illness. Anyway, after high school he got recruited into the army, passed through boot, and went into service. He was taught how to shoot and fight. He was taught hand-to-hand combat and to not fear hurting and killing others. He seemed to be doing well enough there, but I always thought service was a bad idea. Sure enough, after a few years he was discharged. I don't know why, but I could guess. He came back home, married his high school sweetheart, and, like anyone returning from service, everyone thought he was a little off. Well, a little more than he used to be, anyway. A few years later, and he had another violent blackout, so was claimed in the trial. He was in his in-laws' house one evening and his teenage sister-in-law found him during his blackout state. He grabbed a kitchen knife and repeatedly stabbed her to death, then went upstairs and found his mother-in-law and killed her too. The testimony went that he woke up covered in blood, knife in hand, and freaked out. He called his father-in-law in a panic, confessed what he did, and told him to call the cops and get home quickly. He waited across the street for the police and turned himself in. He was found guilty of double homicide. He'll spend most or all of his life in prison. I doubt he'll ever get the help he needed. Obviously I feel awful for the family. I knew both the girls, but that poor guy never stood a chance at a normal life. I've been a teacher for at-risk youth for 6 years. I was in special education for 6 years before that, which in some ways helped me prepare for this job. And in those 6 years I've had 4 students become murderers, and another attempted murder. The attempted murderer was addicted to crime. If it was illegal, he wanted to do it. He just couldn't stop himself. He had stolen something like 12 cars in one day and was wrecked on pills when they found him. That's the incident leading to him becoming my student. The kid was very book smart, but he was addicted to committing crime, and he basically explained it to me in that way. Anyway, he kidnapped a county jail guard. After he got out, shot her a few times, hurled her out of the car at high speeds. She didn't die, somehow, and now he and 2 accomplices are in prison without the potential for parole until he's in his 50s. And, from what I hear from his cousins, he's making bad decisions in the can, too. One acted with a non-former student. They robbed a house, killed an older woman and shot her 14-year-old granddaughter in the throat. She survived by running to the police station several blocks away. I didn't know this kid for long, but he described his extracurricular activities as being strapped, slinging drugs, and filling beaches full of babies. He was 16 or 17, and had 2 kids, with another on the way. This last 3, all of which I knew well, and had taught for 4 years each, which were the most recent, all killed the same person, who was a current student of mine at his time of death. The victim, who was very abrasive and threatening to everyone around him, had gotten someone, also a former student, thrown in jail for a year by getting caught with a gun and saying it was his. Then, apparently, he snitched on one of the other guys. to get out of some trouble for something else. Well, all of those guys were in the same gang, and I'm sure you're all familiar with how gangs feel about folks snitching, especially against members of the gang you're in. My 3 former students, who had all been in jail and juvenile lockups several times, and one was guilty of sexually abusing an 11-year-old, took the current, shot him several times, and dumped his body in the ditch of a dirt road. He was only 16. The crazy thing is, aside from the one, who was a sex offender, the other 2 were mostly good kids. One was very sweet, and had just hugged me in Walmart 2 weeks past. The other was deeply philosophical, and would chat with me for an hour or so, after school, about the meaning of existence and identity. Even after he dropped out, if we ran into each other, we'd have these conversations. However, they all had a flaw I criticized regularly. They were obsessed with gang life. They romanticized it and sought it out. I warned them, it was a quick way to stay in jail for their short lives, and tragically they didn't listen. Point anyway, sorry for the long narratives TLDR. In the 6 years I've taught at-risk youth, I've had 4 murderers, 3 of whom killed a current, at the time, student, and 1 attempted. All are currently in prison for 25 to life. Obligatory. It wasn't me, but my mother. Many years ago I was starting to read about antisocial personality disorder. Supposedly people with ASPD make up between 1 and 4% of the population, so you are bound to have meet a few, and even, taking into account the number of meaningful relationships you can have, Dunbar number, which is around 150 for humans, you are bound to have had a close connection with between 1 and 6 sociopaths. So I was really thinking, out of all the people I knew, who could be one? I had an uncle, he died since then, whose behavior fit enough of the necessary characteristics to be diagnosed with ASPD. Of course I'm not a psychologist, but he was a manipulative low-level criminal with low empathy, so a very plausible diagnosis. So I asked my mother what she thought. He was my father's brother, she was always very distrusting of him. She said yeah, but I have met someone who would fit ASPD even better. She's a school teacher, and at least in my country in that line of work, especially when you are young, you have to travel a lot. You often end up in very small villages in the middle of nowhere. Anyway, she told me that many years ago she was working in one of those schools in a middle nowhere, and she used to go to a coffee shop every day during her lunch break or after work. Then one day a random guy started to appear there. He wasn't a local. He was good looking, always wore a suit and always had a smile on his face. I would talk to everyone, and soon everybody started liking him, a very extroverted fellow. But my mother always thought there was something wrong with the guy. You know when people are too nice for no reason, and it gives you the creeps. Eventually he started dating someone my mother knew, might have been even a colleague of hers, I'm not sure. After a few months the guy snapped. He tied his girlfriend and her 14-year-old son, beat the son to death with a long stick, and then killed the mother. He was caught and arrested. I was like, damn, did not expect that ending. I grew up with this guy. As kids, we ran around in the hills of Northern California role-playing we were adventurers. I remember finding some surveyor's laugh that we commandeered and used as swords. I remember when The Legend of Zelda came out, gold cartridge, we played it together at the first time. I first heard the Beastie Boys over at his house. We were good childhood friends. I spent a few nights at a sleepover at his house. His parents converted the downstairs garage into he and his older brother's bedroom. I remember hearing his parent violently fighting upstairs. I was honestly scared, but he acted like nothing was wrong. I started to decline offers for any more sleepovers. When high school came around, we ended up in different social groups. I fell into the drama kids and skateboarder group, while he was pretty popular. It's hard to explain, but I feel like he couldn't be seen with me at school, because it was harm his image. After school, we would still hang out occasionally. He was starting to get into drugs. The friend I knew was seeming distant and the childhood bond we shared faded. He was really strong and intimidating by this time. I didn't feel safe around him anymore. He had this vibe of danger surrounding him. Highly unpredictable. We became estranged. Years later when I was in college, I ran into him again. He was excited to see me and was telling me all about his pot farm he planned to grow. He wanted me to get involved. He wasn't talking to me. He was talking at me. I smelled a trap. He was looking for someone to take advantage of. He had this vampiric energy about him. I told him I wasn't interested and hopped in my car and drove away. That was the last time I ever saw him. I remember thinking to myself, I never want to see that guy again. I hope he doesn't track me down. He was bad news. Years later, my dad called to told me he had been arrested. He murdered his girlfriend at a spot along the river that we hung out at when we were kids all the time. This spot had an awesome rope swing. I had fond memories of that swimming hole. Now when I drive by it, I only think about the horrible violence that took that young woman's life. When the police found him, he was covered in blood, shirtless, saying he was the next coming of Christ. I've known two, both lived in the same town as me, and the murders happened only a few miles from each other, but were completely unrelated. The first was a little out there I must say, but he truly seemed to be a good guy. I stayed at his house a few nights. When I had nowhere to go, he let me sleep in his brother's room who wasn't there at the time, and checked in on me every now and again once I did get my life back together. He ended up shooting his brother and burying him in the backyard. I don't think anyone ever saw it coming. They seemed to be very good friends, but there was a lot of drugs and alcohol in the home, so I feel that may have contributed in ways. The second I went to high school with, I started the school in 10th grade, and he was very quiet and different, but didn't seem dangerous. He had a girlfriend and they were always together, and ended up moving in together at her parents' house. At 16. They had mutual friends as me, so I'd run into them occasionally outside of school. Like I said before, very quiet, but always nice and polite. A few years after high school they had their second son together, and he killed the baby one night when she was at work. Said he wouldn't stop crying, but after the autopsy of the poor baby it came back to show that he had been abusing him basically his entire, extremely short, life. Point with both of the murders, I honestly didn't see them coming at all. So sad, but I hope they both are getting what they deserve in prison. Absolutely terrible. I was best friends with the girl that killed Katie Ruff. I knew something was off from the beginning, but thought she was just weird, so I gave her a chance. She just got weirder by the day. At the start she was just quiet, and I felt bad for her as she had no friends, so I started hanging around with her at school. She would pull the legs off spiders and make me hurt myself. She forced my hand against a wall and made me drag my hand down. She also made me play rock, paper, scissors, and whoever lost had to hit a wall as hard as possible. When I said no to both of these things, she'd stop talking to me. She'd run away randomly and start punching walls and having meltdowns. She would message me every day sending me pictures of her self-harm and telling me she wanted to kill herself or she was running away. She told me how she would torture and then kill me and each member of my family. She had told me about her weird dreams, including one about rap. She told me about how she believed people are robots and we are controlled by a higher force. I was 16. I just thought she was weird. But she posted a picture on Instagram of a knife with the caption I should stop playing with knives, but this one has importance, and kept telling me she had a plan, but wouldn't tell me what it was. 5 days before it happened, she ran away, and I was out at night looking for her. The police picked us up after I convinced her to meet me at the hospital. 5 days later I get a phone call, then another 8 in total. I ignored them all because I had also been really struggling with my mental health and couldn't cope with hers anymore. The next day I found out what had happened and that she'd called me after she did it, and I was interviewed by police on the spot. I tried so hard to help her. I genuinely didn't think she was capable of or seriously going to do anything like what she did. I didn't. I knew this guy since elementary school. Nice kid. Did well in school. Funny guy during recess or when we had playdates. He got me into RuneScape growing up. We lost touch a few years after we graduated high school since he started doing drugs, shrooms, LSD, and many more in university and started becoming self-destructive. Turns out he did so many drugs he got drug-induced schizophrenia, which he described as 3 personalities. Himself, a female personality that hated his male one, and then an Egyptian god who would only come out when the other 2 personalities would fight. When the god would come out, he said he'd black out and wake up with tattoos that he had done himself, and he'd be totally disoriented. He ended up dropping out of university and moving back in with his parents due to his mental health. Well, one night one of my other friends who lived near him called me freaking out because she heard someone screaming help and she had called 911 about it. Turns out he was in bed with his girlfriend and voices started telling him to kill her, so he was stabbing her with scissors and she was screaming. His mom and dad rushed in and he stabbed his mom in the chest a few times, and when his dad went to pull him off his girlfriend, he stabbed his dad in the neck. Cops found him in the shower muttering that he's a murderer. Only his dad died. His mom and now ex-girlfriend have fully healed. Worst part? He and his mom had gone to the hospital earlier that day because she was concerned about him, and they released him because he was fine. Never knew a murderer that I know of, but knew a victim. Me and a couple of my friends, 3, hit a suburban bar for a couple of cheap beers before we headed into the city to go to a club. We were in our 20s. A lady in her late 30s, early 40s joined our table and was overly flirty. She didn't look half bad, and we part enjoyed the attention, part made fun of it. Bought her a couple of drinks. She sat in some of our laps, some have got to squeeze some boob. It was all in good fun. Eventually our train to the city was due, so we asked for the bill. When the waitress put it on the table, the lady put her house key on top of it. Told us that if we were up for it she'd show us, all of us, a good time that night. We, not so, respectfully declined. Laughed it off. Paid for our drinks and hers. Got on the train. Hit the club. 2 days later we read about a single mother in our neighborhood who had invited some strange guy into her home. He had brutalized her, then killed her in the room next to her 8-year-old daughter. To his credit, he had left the kid alone, and she was later able to identify him. The lady, of course, was the lady that had offered us her house key. Guessing she must have moved on to the wrong guy after we left and pulled the same routine with him later that evening. We were not gentlemen to her, but we weren't bad guys either. I don't think. I don't know. Don't know what we could have done differently to save her, if anything. What haunts me is that if we would have been slightly worse people than we were, and if we would have taken her up on her offer for a gangbang that evening, we might have saved her life, at least temporarily. Either way, I'll always remember her. She was not a bad person. She didn't deserve what happened to her, much less did her daughter. I actually dated a convicted murderer. Looking back at it, there were tons of signs that things were just not right. He was insanely possessive and would often accuse me of cheating on him. One particular time I can remember, we were at a party and I stepped out to talk to a friend for a little bit. Once I returned, he started screaming at me and telling everyone I had just cheated on him with this random dude at the party. Another time we were at a friend's house and he randomly started calling me a beach and spouting weird gibberish at me that I was hooking up again with some random person. I can even remember one time just walking down the street and he started screaming at me that I was looking at some random person in a sexual way. There were so many red flags and things I ignored that I'm shocked I wasn't the one he ended up killing. Apart from the possessive behavior, he had really odd sexual fantasies. I remember clearly him telling me he had a fantasy of holding me down and pretending to rap me. We were only 17 and this was all a bit too much for me. He also had a terrible relationship with his parents, who shunned him for apparently being a devil worshipper, and they wanted very little to do with him. I finally moved states and got away from him, but even after that he continued to reach out to me, telling me things like he was going to cut himself and bleed all over my bed and such. It was truly freaky. Flash forward to 3 years later, and my sister sends me an article. He was charged with a 2-year-old murder of a random woman on the street. Stabbed her to death high on acid, and would have gotten away with it if his DNA wasn't connected from an unrelated crime. His girlfriend at the time helped him cover it up, and it occurred only about a year after we broke up. Sorry for all the typos as I'm on my phone. Not a murderer, but a serial child predator. He was a family member, dad's cousin, that I barely knew. He always took an uncomfortable amount of interest in me and kept inviting me over to go swimming. This started when I was about 6 or 7, and every single time I saw him, he would ask me to come to their house. Dead of winter, he'd still mention the pool somehow. He always made me insanely uncomfortable, but no one listened to me. He got married when I was around 13 over 14 and had a stepdaughter almost exactly the same age as me. He kept on with his inviting, but now got his stepdaughter to try and get me to come visit. I always found a way to say no, but never understood why I wanted to say no. When I was about 16, I had a really bad poison ivy rash, and I remember telling her that I didn't feel comfortable wearing a bathing suit because like half my body was poison ivy, and her saying something like, "Oh, he won't mind that," and me catching it and her repeating it, but saying "we won't mind that" instead. When I was 19, it came out that he had been grooming and molesting his stepdaughter since before he married her mother. He had a bunch of cameras set up in the pool, housed with at least 3 in the changing room. He had videos and nude photos of dozens upon dozens of young girls and women ages 6 to mid-50s that he had saved for literally decades, going back to when he was a teenager, and had taken upskirt Polaroids of women. I remember looking at my dad and saying, "Now I know why I never wanted to go to their house." My dad turned 15 different shades of red and finally sputtered out, "That son of a bitch is lucky he got 60 years in prison and will die there, or he would have died by my hands." Obligatory not me post, but my father doesn't have Reddit, so I'm going to retell what I remember him telling me. Point in the 70s, my dad and his then girlfriend lived near this guy, Ken. They were both teenagers at the time, but knew this man in his late 20s, because our town was a lot smaller back then, so everybody knew everybody. Point his girlfriend, we'll call her Tressie, lived a couple of doors down, while my father lived a couple of blocks away. Whenever he'd go to Tressie's house, he'd always get creeped out by Ken. It didn't help that my dad would see him flirting with the young cashiers at the grocery store when he had a girlfriend whose children he was raising. My dad always thought he was disgusting. Apparently Tress's mom agreed with my dad, because when she asked if she could babysit the kids at Ken's place, her mother put her foot down. She had a bad feeling about this man and didn't want her teenage daughter alone with him. Both of them had good taste. Ken was none other than Kenneth Bianchi, one half of the Hillside Stranglers. He'd already killed multiple girls and women, and would later be caught after murdering 2 more young women in our hometown of Bellingham, Washington. They were some of the cashiers my father would see him hitting on while they were at work. I didn't find out about this until I was in my 20s, despite the fact this happened in the town I grew up in. Not to mention Tressie and him would go on to have my half-brother several years later. My family was connected with Bianchi in multiple ways, and my father has met other murderers and attempted murderers. There are a lot of stories from this town. Here's my time to shine. I was in a very complex relationship, friend/lovers, with a murderer for several years. I met him when I was 13 and didn't fully cut ties with him until I was 22. Also, we were the same age, except he was a few months younger. His crime actually did make the news and was super faked up. He murdered a 16-year-old boy out in the El Paso desert a few years ago because this kid stole drugs from him. My friend was, I think, 20 when he committed the crime, and it still hurts to think about the boy's family and what they're having to go through at the hands of my friend. So I didn't start having feelings for him until I was 16, and he was also 16, and so we were kinda together on and off in between our other relationships up until he left for the army after high school. I asked him before he left, "Why did you join the army?" His reply, "So I can kill people." That's when I figured something was wrong, but I shrugged it off. He wrote me letters in basic, and in none of these letters did he ever mention missing his mother, who passed from cancer not long before he left, so that was strange as well. He then later went on to call me all the time when he was put in jail, and I eventually stopped taking his calls. He got 50 years. If you ask me, I don't know why Texas didn't kill him, because he deserved it. It sounds sad, but it feels like when a dog bites someone and you have to put them down. It's that kind of thing. And it's hard to find people to understand this and not look at me in disgust when I tell them I would have gone to watch him be executed if that's what it was gonna be. Here's the article if you want to read it. His name is Tyler Hall. My cousin's lifetime partner was a very strange man. He always seemed like he wasn't all there and lost somewhere in his own thoughts. but the rest of my family shrugged it off as him just being socially awkward. I only started to see the red flags when my little second cousin stopped talking to my brother and I, just out of nowhere. We were best friends and suddenly they just disappeared and started posting really depressing stuff on their social media about how they hated their lives. It came out of nowhere. They'd never give me definitive answers when I asked them about what was wrong. A few months ago the oldest of the two got into a fight with his father and was beaten pretty badly, had a broken arm, and ended up going to a juvenile detention center for a few nights because he supposedly caused property damage. CPS was notified and didn't do anything. At this point the rest of my family had our guards up, so to speak. But because of other issues with my cousin, no one was really in contact with them other than my aunt. Last month, my cousin and her oldest child were beaten to death with a baseball bat by her partner/father of her kids. The youngest fled the house and went to neighbors. He committed suicide by cop when authorities arrived on scene. In the days after the incident, we learned that he'd been asking friends for access to their firearms so he could kill himself. He was also paranoid and showing signs of schizophrenia. His sister and parents both have it. In the 911 call he made to tell authorities what happened, he said that there were people inside his home who he had hurt very badly. It's assumed he was having a psychotic break. There are other details that allude to him having full clarity of what was happening, but I can't speak personally on it as I haven't gotten myself to watch the body cam footage released or listen to the entire 911 call. My aunt's been the only one to view any of it in full. I knew something was off the day I met him. He acted strangely around my sibling and I, and he always talked down to my cousin and their kids. A guy I went to middle/high school with and was actually kind of friends with in early high school tried to murder his girlfriend back in 2013. Class of '09. Context: he was always kind of a troublemaker and one of those didn't give a fuck kinda kids. Upper middle class family, relatively normal, but still a troublemaker either way. We didn't talk or hang out after we all graduated, but apparently he was dating this girl a year below us for 3.5 years and had recently broken up. He called her to meet up and talk at a hotel in our town. He got in the passenger side of her car and said, "Close your eyes, I have a surprise for you," then stabbed her in the neck, required surgery, took her phone, and said if she called anyone he'd do it again. Then, he said he was going to take her to the hospital, but instead took her to his parents' house where his mom and sister were home. The girl told his mom she fell down the stairs and got injured. Drew left, and his mom and sister took the girl to the hospital, where she told them what really happened. 2 days later the cops found him at some random house. He locked himself in the bathroom and stabbed himself in the chest. Cops busted in, treated him, and off to jail he went. I always kinda felt something was off with him. Like, we used to take his parents' boots, as kids do, and would walk to the local bowling alley to hang out, or bowl because that was a cool thing to do at 15 to 16 years old, lol. But he one time set fire to someone's mailbox on our way there just cause, and he would pick up old dirty cigarettes and cigarette butts from the ashtrays to smoke. Super gross. So, in a sense many of us thought he would be trouble into our adulthood, but never thought he would actually do something as crazy as this. The girl survived, and he is currently still in jail, I believe. I don't know a murderer per se, but a kid I went to school with had OCD and obsessively compulsively thought about murdering/raping women. I pray to God he's never acted on it. His mother sent him away to some specialist in Wyoming. No clue if she knows the extent of his obsessions. He sat at my lunch table in junior high and seemed odd. He was a nerdy shy kid, but was noticeably off. People called him Werewolf because he was extremely hairy. Talking borderline werewolf status. We let him sit with us as he didn't have many friends. Neither did we. He was kinda funny, more so weird if anything, extremely socially awkward. He was very nice and respectable, but I always thought that there was something was funny about his eyes. Something wasn't right. If I knew what autism was at the time, I would have probably thought he had Asperger's. Anyway, he was good friends with my wife during school. They did band together for years, and he was a part of their band Circle Point. When she was 17 he told her he wanted to go out, date, She wanted to be friends, wasn't attracted to him by any means, and that was that. But he continued to like her, and they remained friends. However, he'd throw up whenever he was in her presence because his OCD/anxiety was so bad. This happened to any girl he wanted to date. He couldn't be around them as he'd literally begin throwing up. Eventually he began liking someone else, and he stopped throwing up around my wife. Out of the blue he called her post being denied dating, and disclosed that he fantasizes about murdering/raping women because of his OCD, explained how he went to a world-renowned specialist, etc. And she had no clue what to say. She wasn't sure if he was telling her he wants to kill her. Anyway, he asked to keep it between them before disclosing. Years later, she told me, and I was like, what the fuck? We began dating when she was 18, like a year after this guy wanted to date her and disclosed his homicidal rap OCD, and I was shook. Dude lived near us. I was like, next time a friend of yours discloses that he obsessively thinks about I murdering women, let him know. This faked with my wife for years. Thankfully we live out of state. We always wondered, should we have notified the authorities? It's no secret that Marines like to fight, and that sometimes, when we don't have an enemy to fight, we'll take whatever's at hand, so to speak. I had a friend that I used to go drinking with. He had a pair of the largest fists I'd ever seen, and my old man was a professional boxer. They were nearly as big as a canned ham, and he loved to use them. We were hard-charging warriors without a water fight, so we trained all day and drank all night. This led to the occasional problem. Someone would hit on the wrong girl or step on some civilians' feelings and a fight would break out. I've had my share. I don't mind a good fight, but unless I see a weapon I'm probably not trying to permanently injure you beyond a busted lip. My buddy always wanted to hospitalize people. He wants to bust you up. It never made sense. Sober he was a great guy. He worked hard, was smart, was good at his job. He had a great sense of humor, and I liked him. He was a Marine you knew would have your back. But I told him, if he didn't get his drink and anger in check he was going to kill someone. We all told him. It got to the point where we all stopped going out with him, because all he wanted to do was drink and whip the world's ass. He got his way. He got mad at a guy one night over a girl, and took him out in a field for a fight. He punched him in the throat, and left him there, thinking he was still alive. When he went back to check a couple hours later he found him dead. He was convicted of manslaughter, dishonorably discharged from the Marine Corps, and sentenced to 10 years. I never spoke him about it. This will get buried at the bottom, which is a shame. I grew up with someone, not sure if I should use their name or not, in Plano, Texas in the 90s. I came home one weekend in college, 2005, and ran into a friend at a restaurant. His first words, after I hadn't seen him in 4 years, was, "Hey, did you hear what happened to?" My buddy proceeded to tell me a twisted story about this person we grew up with who was just arrested for killing his own mother in a very brutal way. Knowing what we do now 15 years later, I'll spare the slightly accurate story my buddy told me and tell you what we do know. At age 23, this individual had just been convicted for possession of child pornography while at home with his mother and girlfriend. Before he had to turn himself in for a 5-year sentence, an argument broke out between he and his mother. His mother accused him of running up bills, stealing her money, and taking her prescription pills. This individual, with his girlfriend in the other room, grabbed a kitchen knife and brutally stabbed his mother to death. This guy and his girlfriend loaded up the body in his car and dumped the body in a creek that fed into Lake Ray Roberts, where the body was found floating several months later. Police were called the night of when neighbors in the apartment, when screams were heard. When this individual eventually let the police in, the apartment looked like it had been tossed and was covered in blood. He claimed he thought his mother may have been hurt and taken during a botched robbery while he was asleep in his room. Police didn't buy his story and made the arrest. This guy pleaded guilty halfway through the trial on a deal and could be released as early as this year. I went to middle school and high school with him. We had a few classes and mutual friends, but were never close or considered friends. He stuck out on our first day of the 6th grade. At that age he was already 6 feet tall, a pretty stout guy and shaving. He always seemed either tired, angry, or both. He hardly ever spoke, and the second he felt he was being bullied he raised his fist next to his ear as a threat to punch. He performed really well on the middle and high school football team due to his size, but never really fit in with the team, or connected to the other guys. Looking back, and working with the special needs kids I have, I'm pretty sure he had a tragic childhood. Knowing he was always withdrawn, tired, and angry, I'd bet he was abused and taken advantage of by either or both of his parents. When I had heard what happened, I was shocked at what I had heard, but not surprised that out of all people I know, it was him. He started to tell me anything and everything to get me on his side. Everything was normal for a long time, and we were going about being best friends and roommates and whatnot. He and I worked in the same office too, and usually carpooled, but he one day started to drive K on his own. He didn't seem mad, and told me he just wanted to be alone. Sometimes I didn't think much of it. That was until he started acting really strange. There was a news report, local, about this set of women who are going missing. He told me to be careful. Soon, more details were released about whoever this person was that was abducting these girls. Then, not only abducting them, but killing them as well. All these missing girls were near where we lived. I asked for him to start driving with me again, just until things died down. He was a big guy, very tall, and strongly built. I always felt safe around him, and I trusted him with my whole heart. Well, the make and model of the car got released, and I realized that at the time, that these girls had gone missing, or the suspected times, were all when he would drive by himself to work. I hadn't really given it much thought, but he had been leaving earlier and earlier. Sometimes he would like to go get coffee and sit in the cafe about an hour before work, and so it didn't seem very suspicious at the time. Shortly after that I said to him, "Hey, did you see that this new murderer has your same make and model car?" He got deathly quiet. He didn't say anything. After about 5 minutes of waiting he finally shook his head yes, and then looked at me dead in the eyes. I didn't want to admit it, but that's when I really knew. Something in me told me that he had turned dangerous. The next day, when I woke up, there was an entire feast on the counter. And I mean a feast. There was every kind of bread, of honey ham, a dozen eggs, you name it. It was incredible, and now very suspicious. I denied the food, as I was late for work. He didn't join me, and he wasn't at work later that day. When I came home he had me sit down on the couch next to him, and he told me all sorts of things that were honestly ridiculous. He told me that you love me, like in the way that he wanted to get married to me that minute, and that he had always loved me. I liked girls, not guys, and he knew that. He was also gay, which made it even worse. He offered to buy me a new car, and he explained all of his locations during those times when those girls were murdered. I pulled up my phone and I started recording. He was acting super strange. He was telling me everything I've ever wanted to hear. Give me compliments, showered me with the gifts, told me I was worth it. I didn't call the police, not until he said, "You know I'm a good guy, right? Those morning drives?" He was kidnapping girls, and on the way home, he would kill them. The reason why is something I never found out, but if I had never called the police to tell them that something was off, then he would have never been caught. I'm late, but here's my story anyways. Around 7th or 8th grade I had some friends that were starting to drift from our main group a bit as everyone began to find themselves. I still maintained a friendship with them and hung out with the drifting group a few times a month for a while. They were more on the fringe of social circles, and as such, they picked up a lot of the new students that came into the school into their group. One of these new students was a girl that had just moved from a shitty part of our closest city. She quickly became commonplace in the group as she was a lot more sexually advanced than a lot of the girls who grew up in our town. Not so much in action, but had no problems talking about sex and the like. A few months after she integrated into that friend group, she brought up a new boyfriend. An older guy that she had known from the city. I remember a lot of the guys in that friend group being put off because he was around 16 over 17 at the time. After a while that group and I went to the movies and we ran into her and the older boyfriend. It turned out we were all seeing the same one. He came off as really nice and offered to buy us a popcorn. I don't recall if anyone took him up on it. Directly after, he offered to finish a blunt with us before the movie started. At that point in time no one had started drinking or smoking in any of social circles in school, and I remember feeling pretty uncomfortable about it. We declined, and that was that point. About 3 months later the news broke. The girl's mother had kicked him out and told him he was no longer allowed any contact with her daughter. This stemmed from them regularly having sex, smoking and drinking. He had gone home before riding his bike back to their house and stabbing the mother to death, as well as making an attempt at killing the girl in the same way. The girl was able to get a 911 call out before he got to her, and the police arrested him before he could kill her as well. Looking back, it's a terribly sad story. A single mother who worked her ass off to get her daughter into a better school system and safer environment, only to have someone from the same place they made it out of end her life and almost that of her daughters. This happened in Houston, Texas. It was a guy I went to school with for several years. We went to the same private school for elementary school. My mom would often forget to pick me up. She had a horrible drinking problem, so I'd be brought over to the daycare part of the school to wait for someone to get me. Jason, was there pretty often, and he bullied the hell out of me. He was mean. After my mom died, I switched to public school for middle school, and I didn't see him for a couple years until I switched to a new school for 2 reasons. Because I was being bullied at the other one, and because my guardians were tired of driving me to and from school. They weren't reliable when it came to pickups either, incidentally, and this way I could take the bus. He was at my new school. He had gotten worse. His bullying had become sexual, and he was meaner than ever. I believe something messed up was going on at home, but I didn't know what. Our friends hung out together, so I had to see him a lot. We went to different high schools, and I only saw him a few more times before I left for troubled kid boarding school. I went to college at USC, along with some other people I knew from Houston. One of those friends was in Phi Psi, and on Christmas break 2003, his fraternity brother Jack, another Houstonian, who was 10 credits away from his USC degree, was murdered by Jason and 2 of Jason's friends. They were supposedly jealous of Jack's life, his popularity, and his Corvette. He was inside his Corvette when they set him on fire. Jason was eventually arrested and then got an even deeper sheet. It was so bizarre and so tragic and senseless. Went to public and high school with a well-known boxer locally who stabbed his ex-girlfriend over 50 times. Growing up he was a real pose bully who would always push around one of my friends. One of those utter vile douchebags will say, "What will you do to me? I'll kill you." His little brother would try and bully him with the "you hit me back, and my older brother will beat you up." He was always aggressive, know-it-all, looking for a fight. Around when I was 18 there were 4 of us in a car. Car in front was not turning, so my buddy honks. The boxer gets out yelling at my buddy for honking at his girlfriend. He asks us all to get out for a 4-on-1 fight and he will kill us all. We always joked after that he was going to kill someone. He had a good shot at the Olympics, but got into a bad crowd, became a bouncer. Stories of him fighting patrons, huge into cocaine, and his career went to shit. An ex had a restraining order on him. In 2002 he stabbed her over 50 times and left her for dead in a parking lot. Not sure how he only got 2nd degree and not 1st, as what I recall it was premeditated. You have to love the Canadian system, as we was granted day parole in 2015 and now granted full parole last year. Adding insult, his younger brother became a somewhat successful professional boxer in Canada and would wear a shirt with his brother's face to honor his older brother when entering the ring. Luckily, he had some issues, got addicted to painkillers, derailed his career, and it's now over. Our legal system failed miserably. I know all the suspects in the Crystal Riacina case, and I know the 2 who I believe worked together to kill and hide her. I always felt it was obvious that they were bad, but the culture is one of you better forgive, or you're the one on the outs. They were both creeps, one who tried to get my sister into his lap when she was 16, along with many other girls, and the other who groped me when I was 14, and he was 27. The later I fully expect to be dead from heroin before the former is arrested, if he ever is. The podcasts on her case fail to express just how poor the county is, how few police are there, and how rarely, if ever, a crime gets solved. The fact of the matter is that the Saguache County Sheriff's Office is not equipped to investigate. They fired the only cop solving crimes they haven't solved, the Barrel murders. They never solve robberies. It takes them hours to respond to domestic violence calls. The one murder they've solved in decades was done by one of their own. Sorry, they suck. They show up once a month to hit their ticket quotas. The north end of the valley deserves better. Hell, it's where stateside cartel members come to retire. At least where they live is peaceful. Everyone knows not to fuck around in those neighborhoods because those retirees came to get away from all that nonsense. Everyone still in the valley deserves better, but mainly Crystal deserves better. Everyone knows, no one's telling, no one's driving them out of Crestone or screaming to the rafters, to the vast blue vault of the pollution-free sky. It's so beautiful there, and I miss the land desperately, but the people. I'm glad I got out. I went to middle school and high school with a kid that eventually went to prison on a life sentence for murder. He was a small kid. He had never really gotten any bigger since middle school. I would say no bigger than an average 5th grader. I can't imagine his home life was great, or that he had adequate nutrition growing up, thus his small frame and stature. I never had any classes with him that I remember other than a study hall my senior year, but I was always friendly with him. I know he got picked on quite a bit due to his smallness, but for the most part one thought he was personable enough. He tried hard to fit in with the metal crowd, affectionately called the burnouts by a number of kids because, high school. He also had gotten in trouble a few times for breaking and entering vehicles and theft, including shoplifting. Like I said, I don't think he had a great upbringing. I don't think he was the type that daydreamed about killing people though. He did make threats to shoot people a few times that I remember in high school. Of course this was before it became something that anyone paid attention to and before it was an actuality in the school systems across the US. His threats were mainly to people he viewed as bullies, but I noticed more and more he used it for any slight or to prove himself in some way to others or maybe himself. More or less he was trying, IMHO, to warn others or to tell himself that one day they would push him too far. He even tried it with me once, and I told him to just stop and not even attempt that with me if he ever wanted to remain my friend. After high school I went away to college and my family moved, so I only returned back there maybe twice again. I was talking to an old friend one day that told me this kid was in prison for life for shooting and killing another kid. I looked it up a few years later. When he was 20 he was still engaging in criminal activity and on probation for prior crimes. Apparently he did some with a 14-year-old who ended up getting questioned, to which he confessed and implicated his older compatriot. As a result this kid I knew shot him with a rifle at the park in front of witnesses after he had made threats to do so. He was picked up while on the run a few days later. With his first-degree murder conviction he escaped the death penalty, but instead got a life sentence with no eligibility for parole. I was not completely surprised, but I was really sad for him. I can't say he never had a chance though. He did. He had a horrible upbringing and perhaps was not taught right or wrong well enough, but a lot of people have had the same experience and didn't follow suit. So in his case I would say I noticed something was off about him enough to say early high school, but I suspect others would say much earlier. A girl I went to high school with who was slightly older than us, but hung out with my friend group. She had tried to convince 2 boys who had rejected her to kill themselves that I knew of, possibly more. One of them did actually end up in a psych ward for a little, while when the girl's boyfriend at the time called the police saying he had threatened suicide, but conveniently left out that his girlfriend had been goading the boy into an attempt for weeks. She graduated and moved to LA when I was a sophomore, but then about 10 years ago I read a post on Facebook from a mutual friend seeking prayers for her ex-fiancé who had killed himself. I don't know for sure she goaded him into it, and I never asked anyone for details, and she was never arrested or convicted for it or anything else besides drunk driving, that I can tell, but I seriously feel like that's what happened. The girl was otherwise very abusive to pretty much everyone. She would berate 2 other girls my age who clung to her constantly, treating them like shit, and encouraging them to be anorexic, telling them they were ugly and uninteresting and boys would never like them. I don't really think much about anything from back then, because honestly childhood was pretty faked up for me, and I'd rather not think about it at all. I do honestly think she's responsible for at least her ex-fiancé's death. and just got away with it. I wouldn't doubt it if there were more men she had done it to as well, or if she had more bodies to her name. TLDR, I grew across the street from a kid that became a murderer at 17. He rehabilitated himself, worked to change a state law about imposing life sentences on teenagers, and was released from prison last year. My brother and I grew up across the street from another pair of brothers who were the same age as us. The younger brother, Steven, was definitely a hellraiser, and out of the four of us, he was the worst behaved by far. He did certain reckless pranks like putting on muddy boots and parading all over a neighbor's newly washed car, the hood, the roof, everything. His mother would banish him and his older brother to their third-story balcony as punishment, but he'd shimmy down the outside of the house to get away. He punched my balloon, and it flew away when I was 3. He created one of my earliest memories with a small dose of meaningless cruelty. My family moved away from this small mill village, Manville, when I was 7, and I only ran into Steven once more before he became a murderer. Coincidentally, he was with his brother, and I was with mine, skating some benches at a bank. 2 years later, Steven, now aged 17, shot his friend Trevor in the face at a party after he was thrown out for being rude and aggressive. The parents were away for a week and the son had been throwing rages for a few nights. The kid came back with his friend, Ryan, sneaked into the house while everyone else was drinking downstairs, went into the father's gun safe, which he knew was unlocked, and took out a shotgun. Trevor and the guests hear something upstairs and go up to see what was going on. Meanwhile, Steven has taken the shotgun out of the house and is now standing the driveway, which is where Trevor finally confronts him. After a short time arguing, Steven fires the shotgun at Trevor, who falls to the pavement. Although his face was already disfigured by the gunshot, Steven beat Trevor's lifeless face repeatedly with the butt end of the shotgun and badly mutilated him. His friend Ryan and Trevor's guests watched with horrified expressions. Steven reached into Trevor's pocket and took his wallet, then went back into the house to find the keys to the Toyota Celica Trevor had received from his parents as a graduation present earlier that year. Driving the Celica from Woonsocket, Rhode Island through upstate New York and into the Midwest, Steven and Ryan ran from the police while simultaneously holding up convenience stores for gas money and food. They were apprehended in about 2 weeks. Steven has spent the past 25 years or so behind bars at the Adult Correctional Institute in Cranston, Rhode Island. In the course of doing his time, he seems to have rehabilitated himself in an amazing way. He has received positive recognition from numerous organizations for his work on prisoner education, got his degree, trained several guide dogs, one was brought onto the field of Fenway Park as part of the prisoner/guide dog trainer program, taught himself to paint, and taught others, and I'm sure a number of other things. But the single most important thing Steven has done, it seems, is challenge the state of Rhee's law on life sentences given to teenagers. He won. After years working to change the law, he also freed himself as he was released just about a year ago, as the new law took effect, and he was paroled immediately. I believe in the board that governs these things, and I don't feel the world is any less safe with him participating in it again. I've watched his story play out over the years, basically since he was a child. I knew right away, and I think everyone on Church Street in Manville felt the same point. Epilogue. If anyone reads this far, there is a strange twist to this story in that not only did I grow up with the perpetrator of the above violent act, it turned out I knew the victim slightly. My first girlfriend had a best friend who lived in a really nice place, a modern home on a hill, lots of glass, very mid-century. She took me up there to watch a movie on an afternoon. We sat on the couch, lounged around, and hung out with her brother Trevor. I remember being a bit in awe. Trevor and his sister were way cooler than I was, which in 1992 meant a lot, since I hated everyone, being an incidental but devoted anti-socialist for most of the 90s. That's how two worlds of mine collided in a horrible way. When I read the account in the Providence Journal soon after it happened, I could picture the entire murderous scene, having recently been at the house, and knowing the people. Then there was Mark C, who in high school was known as Klepto for unknown reasons. He was my brother's age. Mark was quiet. My brother and I knew him outside of school because our babysitter took in many foster children which she neglected and abused. This woman had 6 kids. 4 died in a house fire. Now she took in all these kids. Mark was one. A few years after graduating, Mark was at a bar in Woonsocket and met a woman in her 20s. He invited her to go for a drive. He took her to a remote area and dismembered her completely and put the remains in his trunk. He drove her to the Washington campground on the CT/3 border and buried her body. When did I know something was off with Mark? When I met him, being babysat by his abusive foster mom who would give her only remaining son, Bobby, a carton of ice cream and a spoon while he, my brother and I sat at the kitchen table and watched. As an epilogue to this one, Bobby, whose 5 brothers were killed in a house fire, immolated himself in the driveway using gasoline. He was my age. His nickname was Clean Bob. Clean Bob and Klepto, yes. What other scars has that woman cast on her unsuspecting foster children? Hell, what scars has she caused me and my brother? I should ask my mother why she kept sending us to that demented household. Edit, spelling and sentiment. I had a student who went on to become a mass murderer about 5 years after I last saw him. I taught in a special school in Southern California that mostly supported kids with emotional disability. My husband and I took him out to dinner after he graduated. He had no friends and had a terribly hard time with social interactions among his peers. His mom worked 2 jobs and he didn't drive or even leave the house due to living in a bad part of town. He wasn't having a graduation party or anything, and treating him to dinner was what I could do on my end to ensure he had some sort of celebration. He was very bright and quite intriguing. He was a bit of a savant when it came to historical warfare and weaponry. At one point during dinner he told us he had several assault rifles under his bed. I laughed and said, "How could you? You just turned 18. He replied that as a matter of fact his mother had bought them for him, that they were legally registered to him, and she took him to the shooting range to practice regularly. I was surprised, of course, but I had grown up in rural Midwest and lots of kids had their own hunting rifles in my, so naive, mind. This was the same but different. The kid just liked guns and his mother was supporting his hobby. Later the conversation somehow turned to something like, if you could do anything you wanted, no restrictions or consequences, what would you do? My husband said something akin to traveling everywhere forever. I probably agreed. My student said he would open fire in the middle of a busy street. Our jaws dropped. But what the no consequence part would be, that people didn't actually die or something? I asked, you just want to open fire? No, he replied, laughing. I just want to open fire and kill people. The no consequence would be there would be no consequence. After I saw his face and name plastered on national news years later, I of course was racked with guilt and wondered if I could have saved those people's lives by reporting what he said. Reporting to whom? The school principal that had just handed him his diploma? The local cops? I still think about it sometimes. Quick TW, just in case, but this deals with the murder of an infant, as well as some gruesome details. So, I didn't know this guy before his murder, only after, but when I met him for the first time, I was uncomfortable to say the least. He's a family friend of my boyfriend's family, and they know about what he did, but they still keep him around for some reason. Anyway, this happened back in the 90s, and he and his, now ex-girlfriend/wife/fiancé had a 3 to 4 year old baby girl. One night when the mom was out, he had to take care of their kid. He put her in the bath and she wouldn't stop crying, like a normal infant does. However, instead of handling the situation like a normal human being, he killed her. When the mom got home, he confessed to her about what he did. Did they at least go to the police after that? Nay. Rather than going to the police, he cut his infant child into pieces, and both of them hid her body in the woods. Sometime later, the baby's aunt decided to question them about it, and ask them what happened to their baby. They denied ever having a baby, but the aunt wasn't having it. Eventually they both confessed to the cops, resulting in prison time for him. Not sure about the mom, though. He only served 15 to 20 years, and he was released a few years ago. He has a new girlfriend now, and she has a 12-year-old grandson. My boyfriend always told me about his parents being friends with the baby murderer, but I never knew who it was until after I met him. I would put a link to a news article, because there are several out there, but my boyfriend and I don't remember this man's last name. My great uncle met online and fell in love with my now great aunt from South Africa. They married and she had her sister come visit us, and she was beautiful, kind, gentle. I liked her a lot and bonded with her. She stayed with my great grandmother and my great uncle and aunt for like a long period, then she had to go back home to her father. She has schizophrenia and struggled most of her life with it. They were trying to get her help, being at some mental institution in South Africa. They kept having to change medication because she didn't like any of the side effects it would give her, or they didn't work. She at times had to be watched because she tried killing herself multiple times. When all this is happening, my great aunt was crying and worried about her sister, which we all were worried. I think after some time they thought she was getting better, so the father takes her to a mall and they shop and got something to eat. She excuses herself for some reason, went behind an elderly woman 80 or 87 years old and took out a butcher knife and cut her throat. I'm not sure what happened because afterwards was a blur, but my grandma and the sisters and brothers were saying it was scary to think she was here not long before she did that, and my great grandma was in the same house. I felt confused because I bonded with her and she really liked me, said I was a great nice girl and I cared for her. But I couldn't forgive her killing someone. But I was also upset about all of it, trying to process this at a young age. I was how old again? 9 years old or older when that happened. This was early 2000s. I got involved with D&D about 7 or 8 years ago. The main guy that's running it was the forever DM, even though a few of us tried Ming. I knew he had a bit of an ego on him when I started gaming, but my best friend joined the group, so I tried to get in just to game with him on Friday nights. I toughed it out to the point it seemed like his ego was more of an I don't like people until I get to know them kind of thing. He had a general dislike for children to the point that he said it would be a shame if one of his friends had kids, as he would have to stop talking to them. This was a friend he had since high school, 20 plus years, maybe even grade school. The first time it concerned me was when I went to game one day and shot him with a Nerf dart in the head. I was aiming above his head, but anyone that's shot a Nerf dart knows they don't always go where you aim. He was stressed out after buying a new house because he lost his job shortly after buying the house. He yelled at me, stormed off, came back with a 3-foot monkey wrench and got in my face with it. That's the first and only time I felt scared around him. Most of the time it was like he felt indifferent to me being around. Well, in August of this year he was charged with murdering his ex. He is awaiting trial. I'm normally an innocent until proven guilty kind of person, however this seems open and shut. The evidence they used to arrest him was his and her phone data / GPS, a video of him dropping her car off and getting into his that had been parked nearby. It was parked there for roughly 3 to 5 hours before the murder, which makes it premeditated vs a crime of passion. It's close enough to his house that there's almost no reason to leave it there for that amount of time. There's no details such as how he did it, just that he did, and where he dropped her body off at. This is the closest story I have, and it very fortunately doesn't end in someone dying. My mom was married to a man for a few years that was much younger than her. She was 42 and he was 22. From the moment I met him, I knew something was off. I actually moved out as a teenager and started living with my dad because this man, scoff, little boy more like it, made me so uncomfortable. We lived in an old house and none of the doors had locks. He would accidentally walk in on me in the shower. He always called me baby girl. He had a very creepy and undertaking look in his eyes. Very narcissistic and manipulative to my mom. Well, several months after I had moved out, my younger brother and I went to visit her for a few days because of court scheduled visits. We ended up staying with our grandparents most of the time because we hated staying with her and him. I get a call one morning from him saying mom had been in a car accident, that she was just taken home from the hospital, and that she was on bed rest. I had my uncle rush me over to the house. When I tried to get in, it was locked and there was no car in the drive. I knew something was very wrong. We had a dog, Jidor, in the back that I was able to fit through and unlock the door. When I crawled through, I just froze. My mom was in the floor. Her face was crushed inside out. She was bleeding profusely and her jaw was unhooked / broken. I crawled over to her and held her. I thought for a moment that she was dead. She was able to wake up and feel me holding her. I told her it was me, and she was laughing slash crying slash choking on blood. She tried to tell me she fell and hit her face on concrete. Now I started to notice the different stories they were telling. Her eyes were completely sunken in. He walked in a few minutes later and tried to tell me a different story. I ended up yelling at him and telling him I knew what was going on here and that I would be taking legal action. I may have been a 16-year-old girl, but I wasn't stupid. Unfortunately, because my mom wouldn't press charges, there was nothing I could do. It was devastating and really hard on me to have to go back to my dad's after seeing that. I wanted to protect her. This dickhead ended up shutting off her phone. I wasn't able to reach my mom for 7 months, almost all of my junior year. At the end of my senior year, she got the nerve to divorce him. She quickly admitted that he beat her almost to death that night. My mom was a gorgeous woman and had to have full reconstructive surgery. She is still beautiful, but you can see where she has metal plates in her cheeks and jaw point. Just to add to the already horrible story, right before she decided to divorce him, my brother and I had to spend Christmas with her due to court ruling once again. That night, he came into my room, woke me up, and suggested that we have sex together. I told him to get out, that I would never and will never, that he is a piece of crap, and to leave me and my mom alone. That was the last time I saw him. Last I heard, he was on house arrest for beating his wife after my mom. I knew something was wrong with him the moment I met him. I told her every day that I didn't like him and that something was off, but she was so manipulated by him that she couldn't see it at the time. She is now safe, free of him, and living a great life. Edit. Unsettling. Not undertaking. Edit 2. Sech. Not send. I and my friend went to a lakeside on the outskirts of the city, in India, early on a Sunday morning about a year back. We usually went walking, or tried to explore the outskirts of the city just for fun. We were walking around the lake, when we saw a heap of ash. I took a closer look, and realized that someone might have been cremated there. This isn't uncommon in villages, to cremate people near lakes. I wasn't sure at first cause there were bones and I saw electrical fencing wire there too, and I thought maybe it was an animal or something. Just as I was looking, 2 suspicious looking guys walked up to us, and this place was completely isolated by the way. They asked us what we were doing there, and I said we were just checking out the place. One of them told us that it was his mother-in-law. She had gotten electrocuted by accident and the wire went through her. That made no sense, and I got worried that they might do something to us if we didn't get out of there immediately, so I gave them my sympathies and got out of there as quick as I could. Here's why it didn't make sense. There was no way the wire could have impaled her. Even if it did, no one would have left the wire in her when doing her last rites. They probably murdered her and thought leaving a wire on her was enough to convince the people around him that it was an accident. I didn't report cause at that time. I convinced myself that it was nothing, but now I've come to regret it. I worked the night shift at Norfolk Airport in the late 90s. We got a new guy on the crew, Mike Johnson. His name is a matter of public record. He worked there about a year when one night, he didn't show up for work ever again. Mike was very outgoing and personable, but also kinda weird. He had a side hustle where he would rebuild total Corvettes. He drove a vet to work that he claimed was the front end from one car and the back of another. Every few weeks, a different Corvette. One night, he shows up for work flying a beach skipper. He bought a freaking airplane and parked it on the ramp right in front of our FBO. One night, he even took his mom up for a flight during our shift. The nice thing about the night shift, no management. We all made between $9 and $12 an hour. Since he was new, Mike probably made closer to $9/HR. Not sure where the plane actually came from or how Mike acquired it. He also didn't have a pilot's license or any formal training that I know of. Although he was normally very upbeat and eager to engage with people, he would occasionally just go out onto the dark ramp, airplane parking lot, and sit there. The night Mike didn't show up for work, we didn't know what happened. A few days later we heard he was nabbed by the FBI on his way to work. We later learned he was charged with and convicted of placing an IED outside his 8 months pregnant girlfriend's home, killing her and her unborn child. Apparently, Mike didn't like the idea of paying child support point. When I finally left that job, that beach skipper was still sitting on the ramp point edited to add. When the news of what he was arrested for finally made it back to us, we all agreed that, yeah, that kinda makes sense. We could understand how he could do something like that. We still couldn't understand how he got that airplane. We could see how he could blow up his own unborn child point also. I looked up his name on the FAA database, and he did indeed get his private pilot's license a couple weeks before he was arrested. I grew up in a small town with even smaller schools. Adam was a grade above me, but starting in 7th grade is when girls knew to start taking different paths home from school. To avoid him point I got lucky. I wasn't his type. He made it very clear how ugly I was. I just felt bad for the girls he liked point in 10th grade. My best friend was in an advanced math class. Adam sat behind her and would whisper obscene violent things to her. He was going to rap her and kill her. She reported him to the teacher and got a boys will be boys in response. That was 2010 point. In spring 2015, Adam showed up at a pawn shop with jewelry, said he found it on the side of the road point. The jewelry was the wedding band set for an elderly woman named Elaine Welp. She was 77 years old. Her husband, Thomas, was 80. Together they lived in a nice house down in Boise with their disabled son, who was in his 50s. The Ada County sheriff said it was the most violent murder he'd ever seen. Theodore Welp was nearly unrecognizable due to his injuries. Thomas's throat was slit down to his spine. Elaine was the last to die. Adam made the beloved grandma walk past the bodies of her son and husband before he shot her to death. I texted my friend, the friend from 10th grade, when I saw it on the news. We weren't surprised. Girls we knew in high school were on the local news, saying Adam was a sweet guy and he'd never do anything like that. I just remember his eyes. He had bright blue eyes, but there was nothing behind them. No emotions, no feelings. I didn't like looking at him. I felt like he would hurt me or someone if you looked at him too long. Anyway, now he's doing 3x life sentences, so boys will be boys. I worked at an adult education center and the adults class was from 8 to 12p, while the teens met from 12p 4p. One day in the teen class, a girl's iPhone came up missing, and we narrowed the culprit down to 2 of her classmates. While questioning them, one boy was so nervous, but the other was angry. I can't really describe it, but that night, his face was the last thing I thought about before drifting off to sleep. I wondered what could this teenage boy has possibly been through in such a short life to be that angry over a cell phone. The next morning around 11 AM, we were notified to lock down our center because someone murdered a baby during an armed robbery and was on the loose. Shortly after, the teen students started coming to class and I stopped the boy from the day before. I told him that he had been on my mind and I didn't know what he was going through, but he was young enough that he had plenty of time to change the course of his life, one day at a time, but the first step was to earn his JED. I saw his face soften, and he thanked me. Before going to class less than an hour later, he stopped back by the office and told me his stomach hurt and he needed to go home and lie down. He was wearing a red shirt and black pants, the same colors as the murder suspect. I told him to zip up his jacket and to go straight home, so that he wouldn't get stopped on the way home. He thanked me, zipped up his jacket, and kinda hugged himself as he walked out the door. The next time I saw him was when his mugshot was plastered all over the news. So to answer the question, despite all of the signs pointing directly to this boy that murdered a baby in cold blood less than 2 hours before, I never suspected a thing. There were 2 brothers down the street that were close to age as my brother and I. The oldest one was considerably bigger than my brother and had about 2 years on him. The younger brother was about a year older than me, but about half my size. We must have been about 12 and 14 and the other 2 were likely 13 and 16 to 17. Anyways, the both of them routinely tried to bully us. When it was all of us at once we kinda held our own. When it was just the 2 older brothers my brother would oftentimes come up short. Not for lack of trying, my brother never hesitated to get the best shot in while he could. So much so, there was a time the older brother saw my brother in our front yard and ran up and attacked him. My dad happened to be in the garage, saw what was happening and ran up, grabbed the kid by his jacket, and threw him halfway across the street. The kid ran home cussing at my dad. My dad followed the kid home to his house and knocked on the door to tell his parents. When his dad answered, he yelled for the kid to come over and apologize, and then started smacking him around right in front of my dad while yelling and cussing at him. Apparently my dad just said something to the effect of, "Oh, I see where he gets it," and then left. He then told my brother and I to make sure we stay away from them moving forward. Several months later, both the parents died inside the house while it was on fire. Later it was eventually discovered somehow that the older brother set the house on fire with the parents locked inside. The younger brother was out and didn't know anything about it. So the older one went to prison, or I guess juvie first, and the younger one moved to his grandparents' house somewhere across state. What was weird is I saw the younger brother probably 8 years later when I was playing baseball across state. I didn't think he would recognize me, but he did, and to my surprise he apologized for the way he and his brother treated us. There was an awkward silence between us where I wanted to ask or say something about his brother. Of course I did not bring it up, and neither did he. My mother's ex-boyfriend is in prison for murder. He apparently murdered the girlfriend he had right after my mom. When I found out, I was not surprised whatsoever. He was physically, mentally, emotionally and financially abusive the entire 6 to 7 years of their relationship. I recalled him saying several times that he knew of the perfect place to hide a body. I find this particularly hilarious because the place he dumped his girlfriend's body was in a drainage ditch right next to remote property owned by his family. He would talk about how he would use lime to help eat up a body. He casually talked about killing cats in the neighborhood with his bow and arrow. In fact, he thought it was funny. He talked about running over mice with a forklift for fun at work. I could go on and on. I think the only thing preventing him from killing my mom was the fact she had 2 kids. His victim was somewhat of a recluse due to a lengthy battle with addiction, so, unfortunately, she had nobody checking in on her. He was being investigated for well over a year when he finally confessed to suffocating her. The way he described what happened made my blood run cold because it was so similar to physical altercations I had seen occur between him and my mom. It so easily could have been her, and I knew it. I told her so many times she needed to get out of that relationship, but I'd hear the old classic response, "But he loves me, etc." If anyone out there is struggling and in an abusive relationship, please reach out and get help. There are so many resources out there, and you could be saving your life. Please feel free to DM me if you want help locating resources. I'm unfortunately all too familiar from trying to help my mom. Stay safe out there, y'all. One of my closest childhood friends started dating this older guy when she was 18. She already had a 1-year-old at the time that wasn't his. I met him twice during their relationship and told her I didn't like the vibe he gave off after the first encounter with him. During that conversation she told me she was pregnant. The second time I met him her kid was with them. Her and her kid clearly had bruises. I spoke to her dad and brother about my concerns. They agreed and called CPS. After the CPS visit, he moved her 3 hours away from all her friends and family. My husband and I were already together at that time and were very concerned. Her brother and dad said they barely ever got to talk to her. She ended up having his twins on my birthday later that year. We kind of lost our friendship at this time. 9 months later I got a call from a mutual friend of ours. Her now 2-year-old that I used to babysit in high school was in the ICU. I already knew he was the culprit. The story he gave was that the 2-year-old was being mean to the 9-month-old twins. He beat the shit out of her. She was bloody, so he put her in the tub to wash her off, then went outside to do yard work. She had a concussion from the beating, slipped under the water and started drowning. He apparently came back in from the yard work to check on her, and she was blue. He called 911. My friend was at work. They ended up making the decision to take her off life support in the next day or two. My friend got the twins taken away. He got 10 years after confessing and stating he was under the influence of drugs. The funeral was the saddest ever. She looked like a little China doll. You could still see bruises through the makeup. We haven't been close since. She actually removed me from social media after her and my husband got into a political fight. Sometimes I wish I would have tried harder to get her away from him, but now I know she never would have listened anyway. Last I heard, he was out on parole. I hope I never see him again. It's been over 10 years, but I've never had a relevant story to one of these until now. I didn't know until it was on the news. I was about 14 at the time, and behind my dad's street is a creek that goes under the main street, and on the other side of that are dirt bike trails that go on for miles up to the next city over. I would spend time back there after school taking pictures and walking around with friends. One day my friend and I met this guy who had a tent under the main street next to the creek. Told us he was running away from abusive parents, and of course, being naive teenagers, we were like, okay cool, sorry about your luck. We all smoked. He shared his bud with us, and we saw him a couple more times after that while we were back there. We figured he was about 17 or so. Fast forward a week later or so, I'm coming back from a weekend fishing trip with my dad. At the end of our street, where it meets the main street, there's cops everywhere. All our neighbors are at the end of the street, and they have dogs searching the trails and open area we would hang out in. After we get home, unpack, and walk down there, turns out they've been searching for a murderer all day. I was worried my new friend got killed, but it was worse than that. Before he went to living under the bridge, he had chopped his girlfriend up to pieces in their apartment bathtub, left her there and fled. They couldn't find him for a month or so. He was in his 20s, and when they showed his face on the screen my heart dropped. I smoked and made friends with a killer who didn't just kill someone, but literally chopped up their entire body into little pieces. And I'm a woman, so younger me was terrified how naive I was. After that I didn't go back to those fields until I was 17, and I always took a knife and let someone know where I was. I grew up with someone now in jail for attempted murder. He and his siblings were white/Korean/Native American, but looked white. He tried to burn down a black family's house with Molotov cocktails and graffitied swastikas on their lawn. Apparently he and his girlfriend had a beef with a guy in the family, and he had vandalized their car. I was completely shocked and would have never suspected, but in hindsight there were lots of things that were off. Not so much about him in particular, but about that whole family. The parents were weird as fuck, and the kids were homeschooled their entire lives, so they always seemed a little off. Most of the kids were pretty friendly and good intentioned, but just slightly odd. They often made racist jokes in church but then said, "It's okay, I can say it, I'm Asian," or "Hey, haven't you heard? According to the liberals, white men are the ones causing all the problems in the world. I'm Asian, so I'm good." Or, while looking at a yearbook from the local high school which was predominantly black and Mexican, "Geez, they're scary. They look like gangsters," pointing around a totally normal picture of a black girl with box braids. They all said these same kinds of jokes, and must have been getting it from their parents. When Trump was running in the primaries, the weird as fuck parents became immediate fans and constantly shared pro-Trump memes. Back when most of the Republicans I knew were like, "Really? He's an asshole. He'll never win." They would start comment wars on anti-Trump memes and white knight each other, and then unfriend whoever argued with them. Total out of touch whackers as far as this guy in particular. The only sign that he could be violent was that he was arrested for attacking a cop at Occupy Oakland. When he was talking about it on Facebook, he said that he disagreed with the protesters, but he'd heard about police brutality against the protesters and he'd gone there to defend free speech. Definitely not the kind of crime that would lead me to believe he'd try to burn a house down with kids inside. Apparently he'd also gotten in some trouble for posting signs around his neighborhood that he was looking for help protecting his city from big groups of black people, which is obviously a huge red flag that he could commit racist hate crimes. But I personally was not aware of that until after his arrest for the arson, so I was still totally surprised when I found out about that. Reading through these stories, it's little wonder why people live in fear. There's the horribly predictable outcome, in retrospect, most often, and then there's the what the fuck situations. Unfortunately, this latent fear is easily exploited for commercial and other purposes. Exposure to murder through story-based media tends to normalize the abhorrent act of extinguishing another person's existence. Without regard or concern about the damage of this normalization, there is significant money and fame to be made feeding on the emotions of gals. This thread caused me to think through several murders where I've known the victim or the killer. Each of the killings I'm familiar with were perpetrated by a close friend or intimate partner. The common thread of these killers is they felt justified in their actions. I couldn't control my anger, jealousy, rage, so I killed the cause, in the killer's mind, of that emotion. Without exception, the killers and abusers that I'm familiar with were blamed their victims or others, even when they were taking responsibility for their acts. Being realistic and honest with oneself about people in our lives that could kill an innocent person is so contrary to our concept of love and acceptance. Most of us struggle to understand ourselves, so it's not surprising we don't understand others and what they may be capable of. That's where people who can be relatively objective about the threat some people represent to others are part of a reasoned response that will reduce these tragedies. In the US, we haven't been willing to get real about this situation in proportion to the challenges. The response has to move beyond the largely ad hoc approach we've taken to date. She had not killed, yet when I met her every hospital has at least a couple of regulars who self-harm. This particular patient was a serial self-mutilator, the more serious kind. What she would do is shove things up her vagina with force. She used anything and everything she could get her hands on, including pens, rulers, knives, etc. It got so bad that she would leave the operating theater and wake up and be caught moments later doing it again. She had to have guardians 24/7 at home. Her insides became more and more desiccated and blackened as her self-abuse continued. She would often chat politely, but it was like a cover personality, much like cellophane wrapping over a dark object. A couple of times she lashed out. Staff became fatigued after treating her several times a week over a couple of years. Eventually she was effectively banned from the hospital. She was awarded over $1 million for future care and placed in community housing. 1 year later she joined a dating site. Later in court it is revealed that she googled "I'm going to kill someone tonight for fun" and 10 steps to commit a murder and get away with it. In the end she did not bother to try to get away. She strangled an international student during such play, and she rang the police herself afterwards. The last thing he heard while being strangled was, despite I imagine the thumping of his own pulse in his ears, was her voice whispering that she was sorry and that it was going to be okay. I didn't. He was my best friend at the time's dad. He was weird in that he was a bit socks and sandals kind of creepy, but nothing more. My friend's mum went missing. She'd not long had a knee operation, so was on crutches. She was from Finland originally, and this guy made out that she'd gone back there to her parents after an argument. He did TV interviews and appeals, got the kids involved in TV appeals, crocodile tears, the full works. We went round a couple of days after she went missing to check on my friend and her brother and to see if we could help by maybe having them stay with us. What we didn't realize at the time was the body was in the garage we were stood right outside of by the house. Turns out they'd had a huge fight and he'd strangled her to death whilst the kids were sleeping in their rooms. He chucked/lowered her out the bedroom window to the drive and hid her in the garage for a couple of days before burying her in some local woods in the exact spot he was having an affair with a woman and had had sex with a prostitute. She was found after a few days or so by an early morning dog walker. He'd tried to cover his tracks with the TV interviews and whatnot, but also by destroying her credit card and passport, so it looked like she'd left. I think he's due to be released in the next 6 to 7 years, if I remember rightly. But yeah, no idea he was capable of that. He regularly took my brother and I swimming and stuff with his kids. His wife was a really lovely woman, and it was such a sad shock to us all. I actually knew 2 people who murdered someone, not connected in any way. The first one was my classmate. It was a very small school, where everyone knew everyone. I wouldn't go as far as to say we were friends, but I talked to him literally every day in class. He was a really quiet guy, and was obsessed with smashing pumpkins. I wouldn't say he was the typical weird like that you associate with the quiet weird kid, that you are afraid to shoot up the whole school. If someone were to ask me who in my class was most likely to kill someone, he wouldn't have even crossed my mind. A few years after we graduated, he and a friend had apparently planned it all out. They were all getting high by huffing glue AMD and doing whippets, and you just shot the guy in the head. I also knew the guy who got shot. He was about 5 or 6 years younger than us, and he had some sort of problem with his thyroid, and was literally like 300 pounds when he was in junior high. I don't know how the 2, 3 if you count the other guy I didn't know, started hanging out, but the rumor was, the guy who got shot made a pass or inappropriate comment to the third guy's girlfriend. Dude that I knew shot him in the back of the head and then dumped his body in a strip pit. It went unsolved for a few years. We both worked for the city, in different departments. I would see him at meetings and functions. Then one day I saw on the news that they found the body and had arrested him. AMD the other guy definitely gave me the chills a bit. Point the next one is pretty graphic, so be warned. Point I had grown up with this kid from kindergarten to about 5th grade. We were pretty good friends. We went to sleepovers at our friend's house and sat together in class. Then in 5th grade, he moved to Michigan with his mom. One day, I was driving down the road and I see him walking. So I pull over and offer him a ride. I take him to his house, go inside and catch up for a bit. He was a boxer and was always a little rough around the edges, but another that I wouldn't really expect to be a murderer. If he went to jail, I could see it being for assault or drugs, not murder. Anyways, about 2 months after I gave him the ride to his house, once again, flip on the news, and there is the face of someone I knew, arrested for murder. His girlfriend had broken up with him, took their kid AMD, moved to a new apartment. She was moving on with her life and started seeing someone new. He went over her under the impression that he wanted to talk about sharing custody and being civil, and he stabbed her 30-something times. He left their 1-year-old son crying in his crib. The cops saw him walking down the road, covered head to toe in blood, and stopped him. That really gave me the creeps, because I had just seen this dude not 2 months before, and he seemed normal. I guess my murderer radar is just off. I'm way late to this, but fuck it, I'll add mine. I didn't know this guy, but I talked to him on the phone once, because I knew his wife. I knew instantly that something was wrong with him, but, sadly, I just didn't think much about him. I file this event away as one of the saddest I've experienced. Point. When I lived in California, I volunteered with homeless people and would spend time at a homeless camp in the city where I lived. There was a woman who would hang out there who wasn't homeless, but who had a mental illness and would just spend time on the streets, sometimes not going home for days. She was a free spirit who could never sit still and was always talking to people, singing, and trying to help out. She loved listening to music and dancing and made friends everywhere she went. Point once, someone brought a radio and decided to blast some music in the camp. Everyone was having a good time, and the woman asked me if she could use my phone to call her husband to check in with him. I said fine, so she called him and briefly talked to him and hung up. A few minutes later, he called back to talk to me, asking who the fuck are you? Why are you taking my wife to parties? Where are you, so I can come down there? Really aggressive and angry. I tried to calm him down, told him I was just a volunteer who worked with people on the street, and that his wife was helping me pass out sandwiches and we were just listening to some music, NBD. I got him to believe me, so he cooled off. Everything was fine. It was a creepy incident, but I didn't think about it much after that. About a year later, the woman went missing. They found her body in the park. Her husband had finally gotten fed up with her wandering around and not coming home, tracked her down, and beaten her to death, and left her body in the bushes. I still think about her a lot. I have a maybe murderer story. No proof, but it was commonly accepted in our quiet, lakeside, suburban neighborhood growing up that our neighbor 2 houses down had killed his first wife. I was a child, so I don't recall the super specific details. He was younger than her. She was the one who owned the house originally. He liked to get drunk and party. She wasn't about that lifestyle. They fought a lot. She had an accident that was suspicious. Nothing was ever proven. He of course got the house. He rebounded fairly quickly. We didn't really have much contact with him, but I can attest that my one interaction with him was pretty twisted. He killed my dog. He owned a go-kart thing he'd race up and down our street. One day he lost control and veered it into our yard on accident. He liked to weave it around a lot and it hit our dog right in front of me. I was 7. Cupcake, yes, my parents let a 4-year-old me name the dog. Lived long enough to get to the vet, but couldn't be saved. My dad wasn't outside at the time, and I remember his first question to my mom was, did he do it on purpose? He remains convinced to this day the guy hit Cupcake intentionally. That same night, dude got wasted and was sitting outside with friends, laughing it up about watching our dog's body fly up into the air and telling his friends, you should have seen that beach's face, talking about my mother, also present for the dog murder. I didn't hear this, as I was probably in bed or watching Knight Rider or something, but my mom told me about it years later when I was in my 20s. My father finally went over there, and God only knows what he said, but that guy never talked or even made eye contact with any of us again. I don't know if he hid my dog on purpose or if he was just messing about and maybe a little toasted and lost control. I don't know if he actually murdered his wife or if that was spiteful neighborhood gossip in a bored, small southern town. But I remember that guy picking up Cupcake and carrying him to the car for my mom while she ran inside to get a towel to spread on the back seat. And I remember that after the initial shock and fear of seeing him get hit, I wasn't really scared anymore. Cupcake had a leg run over when I was 5, and the vet had given him a cast and he'd gotten well. There are even some pics of child me spoon feeding the doggo while he was in his cast. 7-year-old me just assumed the vet would be able to fix this too. So I wasn't scared, but I was worried about my dog. If he was hurting, how long he'd have to stay at the vet, that kind of thing. So I climbed in the car to wait for the towel and for my buddy to ride with, and this guy stands there holding my bleeding and broken dog. That he broke and bloodied, and asks me, have you ever seen Old Yeller? Because I think you need to take notes, sweetie. And while I start to process what he's saying to me, my mom runs out with a towel, and while she's placing it on the seat he winks. So for sure, I knew then, even as a kiddo, that something was very wrong with this maybe murderer. When he started beating up his girlfriend, I hung out with this kid weekly for about 2 years. He was always stealing bikes and repainting them. He tortured the younger kids he hung out with as like a group initiation technique, but the kids went along with it because his grandparents, who he lived with, grew and sold weed, so he was the hookup. He was really intelligent, but just couldn't do well in school. Always had a butterfly knife on him, and messed with it. Weirdly, I knew he would never hurt me, as violent as he was toward others for a long time. I didn't completely trust him though. I should say I knew he would never intentionally hurt me, but I might get banged up by accident while roughhousing or something. I slowly grew away from him and this group as their drug use progressed. Then I saw his girlfriend with a black eye and I asked him what the hell happened to her. Fact that this very violent unruly kid didn't immediately have a name, time, and place of a person he was about to kill for doing this to her told me all I needed to know. He did it. I never talked to him again. Maybe 4 years later I saw on the news that he had lured a well-known heroin user/dealer out to a lake and shot him in the back of the head. He rolled his body up in a tarp and had a car waiting. It was all over something like $300. Drugs ruined that kid. I know he was faked up before. He had no normal family structure to speak of, but he was on meth during the day and heroin at night, and it removed all humanity from his body. I didn't. I only reflected on things after the fact, and then I saw red flags in hindsight. This is a guy I played football with for years and hung out with a little outside of that. He ended up going into a jealous rage in our adult years. He stalked his ex, then ran her off the road on the highway after following her for over an hour. Then he shot her and 3 others in the car and then himself. One girl survived, but is obviously traumatized and badly injured to this day. He had a really dark sense of humor sometimes and would joke about rapping or killing. I realize that seems like a huge red flag, but it just came off as weird and wasn't taken seriously at the time. Then he had a weird joy for killing ground squirrels with a .22. Again, that seems like a red flag, but wasn't uncommon for farm kids. He also built pipe bombs and liked to blow shit up. Some stuff I was less aware of as we didn't keep in touch in adulthood was he was pretty controlling and possessive of his girlfriend. He always had a bit of a quick temper too. Despite all that, it was really shocking to hear about. You never really know what people are capable of, I guess. Since that happened, it's made me more aware of red flags, and there are people I've met since that I avoid contact with because of they felt off. Not much you can do preemptively, unfortunately, other than make sure you're not a close person in their life or on their list. I suppose you could try to guide them to seek therapy. Long TL/DR at bottom. All names changed. Point about 30 years ago, I worked with Wayne for about 5 years. He was intensely focused, super friendly and engaging if he liked you, but 1,000 yards stare distant otherwise. But he clearly had a powerful temper below the surface. Point, it was my first professional job, and Wayne and I got along really well. I'd even say I rather liked the man. He was also a super gun nut, one of several I worked with at that plant who had 200 guns and tens of thousands of rounds of ammunition stockpiled collected. This was the 90s, militia movements and all, when a lot of rural America sincerely believed that any day now, Clinton would have the UN fly their black helicopters down to rural towns to confiscate all the guns. Some things never change. Back then, mass shootings were just beginning to be a thing, still called going postal in those days. More than a few of us joked that if anyone was to come to work with their AK and shoot up the place, it would be Wayne. Most of the others advised me to keep my distance, but I joked that part of the reason I stayed close to Wayne was that if he ever did do such a thing, I wanted a better chance that if he saw me before he went all berserker, that he'd tell me to go home. Now I was joking with the rest of the guys, but Wayne did give off an uncomfortable vibe that all of us felt, and that none of us could quite place. Point. But I moved on to a different job. The plant eventually closed, and 20 odd years passed. I didn't think about any of it until not that long ago, when he did go on that rampage. He had been retired for years, and the plant was long gone, but he brought out his guns and shot almost everyone in his immediate family, his parents, a few neighbors, and some in-laws. I was shaken for weeks, and afterwards, I mentally reviewed all the people I had worked with in my career, and while many of them were odd, and a few were downright creepy, none ever gave me the sort of vibe that Wayne did. Point TL/DR. Decades ago I worked with a guy who gave off such super creepy vibes that a bunch of us joked about him being a future mass shooter. Many years later, he ended up shooting almost his entire immediate and extended family. It's not always easy to see that's how they end up doing the act. Some murderers are the nicest people you'll meet, but are going through internalized anger, stress, depression. It makes spotting the signs really difficult. Point, one of my neighbors tutored me for the SAT back in high school. She was such a sweet woman and a mother of 2. The husband was also a nice guy. He would often come across the street and ask my dad to borrow various gardening tools. The husband loved being outside and was quite honestly an excellent landscaper. Not by trade, just as a hobby. Because of how often he was outside, you would see him playing with his kids. They were 8 and 10 years old. Point, I came home from school one day, just before one of my tutoring sessions, and saw a few police cars parked on the curb and in the driveway of my neighbor's house. I went home across the street, where my mom was waiting for me, tears in her eyes, and she told me the news: the husband and wife had been going through a divorce. Things were not going the husband's way. I guess one night, during an argument, he completely snapped. Skip next paragraph. If you want to be spared details, he killed his whole family and himself. My tutor, 2 innocent children, and a man who had everything to lose and couldn't cope with losing it. If you were to ask me the day after it happened, I would tell you I never saw it coming. I barely knew they were going through a divorce. Even then, the husband seemed normal. The guy goes to work, comes home, on weekends spends some time outside, sometimes with the kids. All normal. Point. If you ask me now, nearly 9 years later, it doesn't surprise me in the slightest that he did this. He was always a little off, almost too nice. Fake. Super hard to see to the untrained eye. Not even my parents could see it. Point. But even then, you say okay, the guy was off, but he's no murderer. It was a man dealing with pain and anger, and instead of letting it show, he internalized making it worse. When things became too much, he exploded and destroyed everything around him. Point for me. I believe many more people are capable of terrible things than you may think. You don't need to be a psychopath to be a murderer. That's what makes it so scary. I've met 2 different murderers in my life. Thankfully, my acquaintance and the terrible events were separated by many years, so I'd be surprised if they even remembered me. Point 1 was a few years ago. A young couple, M/22 and F/17, were out on a late fishing trip by the river. This guy apparently shows up drunk, shoots the young man, and sexually assaults the young girl, and then shot her. Local police spent a while searching for the couple, presumed missing at the time, but everyone knew something bad had happened. They weren't the type to just disappear. They found them buried in a field. The guy lost part of his fender flares and they figured out who it was. I was really shocked when they announced the suspect as a guy I had worked with for about a year. He was in the maintenance department at a place I worked. He always seemed like a good worker and was always friendly towards me, but I didn't know him outside of work. Point the other one is the one that bothers me. Not sure why, since I'd be shocked if he remembered me, but still. So, through kindergarten and first grade we had this kid in our class who was always in trouble. Constantly. Bad language, hitting other kids, stuff like that. Everyone very clearly knew something was wrong with him, even as little kids. I remember sitting on the steps in front of our grade school and him talking about a guitar for some reason. I remember feeling tense talking to him the whole time. After first grade, he left our school and I didn't see him again. As our class got older, rumors would pop up, but nothing ever confirmed. Things like he'd supposedly been sent to a behavioral school, killed his dog, and eventually had supposedly killed someone. I dismissed the rumors. He was gone, and I had no idea why people cared. And then, years later, someone sent me a link to a video from TLC's Prison Diaries. He blew his stepfather's jaw off with a shotgun, which didn't kill him initially, so he apparently finished the job with a rope. Then dumped the body in the river tied to blocks. His mother orchestrated the entire event and had the entire family involved, but this kid I was in school with pulled the trigger. There were even allegations of cannibalism that revolved around the man's lower jaw. I have told this story on Reddit before, but I knew Daniel Ehrlich Jr. and Melissa Jenkins. They, mainly him, were responsible for the horrific death of an amazing 8-year-old boy named Robert Manuel. I worked at the neighborhood 7-Eleven and had known Robert and his mother fairly well over the years. Robert was always so cheerful and bubbly whenever he'd come into the store. He called me cowboy because I always wore my black hat to work. Anyway, one night I received a phone call from work stating that the police needed to speak with me at a nearby apartment complex. When I got there they asked me if I knew where Robert was and if he may have been at my house. I told them that he'd never been to my house. I then asked to speak with Melissa. That was when things went from weird to downright sinister. She came out of her apartment with another officer and asked me with a straight face and cold demeanor if I had seen her son. The tone of her voice and the look on her face sent chills down my spine. I told her that I hadn't seen him, and then the officers had my own 8-year-old son walk, yes walk, from my apartment which was 3 blocks away, only to give them the same answer that I had previously given them. Now, the next few weeks were chaotic. There were so many people searching for Robert. We had at least 2 candlelight vigils. That was until it was discovered that Robert's body was found in the canal with rocks in the pockets. To weigh it down, the evidence was strong enough for police to arrest Melissa and her boyfriend. We all learned that the boyfriend had tortured Robert to death through horrific punishments like making him lay on back with his arms and legs straight up in the air while he, Daniel, dropped his knees on his, Robert's, abdomen. Daniel called it the dead bug. This case still breaks my heart. Robert was a great kid. I just wish that he had told us, somebody, anybody, what he was going through. Let me tell you about John. Looking back, I probably knew John would end up killing someone, but he was always like that from the moment I really knew him. I knew John superficially from 4th to 5th grade as one of my 2 bullies, though, the sidekick, not the boss. After we moved up to middle school, and the brave unknown that was 6th grade, he and I ended up on the same bus. Special education. I had my own anxiety and depression and other assortment issues, so it was just the two of us, and he confessed that he was just following the lead. We became pretty fast friends during those 3 years. He had a bit of a speech impediment, but it was endearing. We had a grand time selling trading cards that we made based around an old Final Fantasy Flash animation series, with a currency we also made that was equally fake. Well, till the teachers shut that operation down. At any rate, he seemed to be a decent enough kid, and when he was barred from the last school field trip for sarcastically saying he was gonna bring a gun, I was on his side. Last I saw him was 2010, I think cut to September 2017, and I run into someone else I knew, though more tangentially, working at a local gas station, and in the course of conversation he says, "Oh, did you hear that John snapped and killed his dad in September? Stabbed him over 100 times, and was found shouting that he was God, and had killed the devil." I mean, beyond the shock of oh shit someone I know killed a guy, I wasn't that surprised, but it turned out his dad was an abusive piece of shit, and in the hand, John really had just snapped. I feel a little bad for him, still, honestly. Point TLDR, kid was always the type, but when he finally did snap, he had what I would consider as good a reason as you can get. He might have murdered someone, but he was caught downloading/sharing child porn a few years ago. I met him when I moved into the house across the street from him. His house was directly across the street from mine. Came off nice. I think he immediately came by to introduce himself to me. Within the first couple of weeks we became closer because he was friends with some of my friends, and I was surprised we had never met before. He threw a lot of get-togethers at his house and always invited myself and my girlfriend at the time. He also had a girlfriend, and he had a little daughter. Things were weird about him, but most people kind of wrote it off to it just being his own personal quirks. We all have them. I did realize that he treated his girlfriend like shit. One time at his own girlfriend's party, just a gathering of friends at Buffalo Wild Wings, he told her to wipe her makeup from her face because it made her look like a slouched. She contested but eventually went to the bathroom and scrubbed it from her face. Anyway, like 10 years later, it was news in the town that he was being investigated for child porn. He was later arrested when the FBI stormed his house and found the hard drives full of the stuff. I just wonder how long he had been doing this stuff. Plus, he would take trips out of the country all the time to these tiny-ass countries in the middle of nowhere. Point he got sentenced to more than 10 years a few months ago. I actually sat between two murderers in my high school biology class. One came from a bad home, probably a meth house, or at least that's what it smelled like every day. He had a pretty bad temper, very hostile towards everyone, only hung out around super grimy, sketchy people. Hate to say it, but he wasn't all that bright either. He probably had one or more learning disorders. Wouldn't be surprised to learn his mother was using/drinking/smoking while she was pregnant. He was one of those that you could tell was destined for prison, unfortunate as that may be. He and two other tweakers ended up robbing and killing someone just a few years ago for a pretty petty amount of cash. I couldn't even recognize him in the mugshot I saw. Point the other was a weirder case. He was always a really awkward, quiet kid. Didn't seem to have any friends, and I mean none. He was very antisocial, never spoke to anyone for the most part, even when people would try to interact with him. But every once in a while, when he would speak, something really violent would come out in his words. Not like jokingly, but in a very serious way. If anyone in my grade was a candidate for shooting up the school, he'd be pretty high up on the list. Anyway, a few years back, he apparently murdered his girlfriend and had sex with her body repeatedly and dismembered it. If I remember correctly, the girl was underage too, and he was in his early to mid-20s. This was all in a relatively small town. These were 2 out of 3 murders that had happened there in almost 30 years. To think I had one on each side of me for months and months. Crazy stuff. I suppose there were warning signs, but both were already in counseling and everyone knew it. I think most people just didn't want to pry. My mom's ex-boyfriend committed a triple homicide with special circumstances, lying in wait for financial gain. He killed 2 acquaintances and a young man who was my little brother's age, as the 3 of them were in a position that my mom, my partner at the time, and I had been in a million times. It absolutely could have been us, and I'm surprised it wasn't. The fact that he killed someone younger than me bothers me the most. Killing someone as beautiful as his victim at the beginning of their adult life was just a testimony to what a sociopath this guy was. I knew immediately I didn't like him. 3 things stuck out the most. 1. He was a narcissistic one-upper with everything. For an example, I had noticed a pretty tree and said so. He responded with how he had seen way prettier trees and was better than anyone with spotting them. What's strange is his rhetoric/dialogue is very similar to how Trump talks. It's hard to really express just how often he did this and how nonchalant he was about it. The example I have was just the most simplified one I could think of. 2. He was an elaborate liar. His entire existence was built on lies designed to convince people he was something he wasn't. He claimed to have mafia ties as an example. We found out that was a lie during trial. There are too many lies to truly be able to get into it. But nothing that came from his mouth was the truth, and everything he said was to control how he was perceived by our circle of people. 3. This is what still gives me chills, and the incident that scared me so bad that after it, I had a serious talk with my mom, and made it so I never had to see him, have him in my house, or anywhere near my toddler son. I also began to try to convince everyone in our circle to get him out. No one listened because of course, they believed his lies and had him on a pedestal. I was young, about 24. I had just gotten my body back from having my son and decided to get a tattoo that celebrated what motherhood was to me on my back and a half sleeve of what my son meant to me on my arm. The first part was my back. It was a solid 9-hour session and still covered in the saran wrap when I arrived to my house and he was there waiting for my mom to meet him. I was excited about my tattoo and was talking about it. He wanted to see. Something about the way he demanded to see made me uncomfortable, and I couldn't put my finger on it. I started coming up with excuses, like oh it's still covered, I'm not ready to take off the wrap yet. He persisted. So I said that I wanted to wait for my mom to come home so she could be the first to see it. He continued to persist. Out of excuses and unable to really understand why I was feeling so uncomfortable, I caved, pulled up my shirt back facing him, and slowly peeled off my wrap. No sooner was it unwrapped, he slapped my fresh tattoo as hard as he could, which immediately caused me immense pain. I'm 5'1", 110 pounds, petite female. This guy was twice my size in weight. When I say he hit me with everything he had, I mean it. I immediately fell to my knees and screamed because I didn't realize what happened at first. I turned to look at him, and he had the creepiest look on his face and a smile. He said, "Now thank me for blessing your tattoo." That's when I realized that his left hand was sitting on a gun that he had holstered. I don't know why I didn't consciously realize he had a gun, but looking back I think I subconsciously realized it, and that was behind my discomfort that I couldn't put my finger on. As a pretty girl that used to be in the entertainment industry, one of my survival mechanisms with men I'm uncomfortable around is to play dumb. That's exactly what I did. I laughed it off and thanked him for the blessing while intentionally hiding everything I realized in that second, because in that second, I swear on my soul, I knew he was a killer and a psychopath sadist. At the time I was huge into the BDSM scene, and I was very educated on the psychology of the violation he had just committed on me. As I continued to play dumb I also slowly moved my body position closer to the front door as I laughed and said, "Oh my god, your blessing just reminded me that I forgot to set my next tat appointment. I'm going to head out and get that in," and I bailed. As I left I called my mom and told her what happened and started begging her to drop him. She had excuses, so I set the boundaries. He was no longer to be near me, or my son, or our house. I also told my mom how I didn't feel safe with him knowing that I made these rules, and that she was going to have to be careful with how she kept him away from us. I communicated to my mom that he had a gun, and I was scared for her life. I felt deep inside that, if he knew I was onto him, that we were going to be in serious danger. It took a few months for my mom to pick up on the red flags, but luckily she got away from him. My partner was not listening to me about this guy, so the relationship was stalled and strained until it eventually fizzled out. Several months later is when he committed the murders and proceeded to try and frame my ex-partner, who was afraid to go to the cops because let's just say there was a lot of illegal operations. I didn't care. All I cared about was that he killed someone my brother's age. I called the homicide detectives and gave them everything I knew, which led to his arrest and prosecution. We had to testify against him, but we were all considered protected witnesses as part of my deal with the detectives to help them. The thing to understand is that none of anything that was going on was legal, so when I called those detectives I was going to be given names, addresses, and locations of people that I cared deeply for, even though everything they did was illegal. I'm not an narc, but this kid deserved justice, and I knew in my heart that had I not stepped away from the circle it would have been my mom and I working that out with the detectives, allowed for everyone to be able to testify, while also being protected from charges and to keep our names out of the media. The detectives were awesome and grateful. They held up their end, as did I to this day. They watch out for all of us, even though I'm far removed from that scene. Testifying against this psychopath was intense for me because the youngest victim's mother was in the front row. Her soul was bleeding, and it changed my life. I never went back to illegal activity, even if it meant being a poor struggling single mother. All I could think of is my son and my little brother. My empathy was stronger than any fear, and I'm telling you, my intuition picked up on his intentions long before they manifested. I only wish that circle of people would have listened to me, because that woman's son would still be alive. That circles of people all expressed wishing they would have listened to me, because they all knew my moral code and I never have bad things to say about people. If ever anyone gets a gut feeling, listen. If someone you know and trust has a gut feeling, listen. Unfortunately, I've known Shayna Hubers. She murdered her boyfriend at a gun range. She was in my sorority and she creeped us all out, and her behavior was so bad she ended up getting kicked out before the end of the first semester. She's in jail for life, if I'm not mistaken. My cousin murdered her whole family a couple of years ago. Her 2 daughters and husband. It's really torn the family apart, and she barely avoided the death penalty. She is in jail for the rest of her life, and honestly I wish she'd get covered and just save us the trouble of knowing she's still breathing. I wouldn't say we thought she'd ever do what she did, but looking back there were definitely signs. She was always so mean to her oldest daughter, to the point where her hair would fall out from stress. She was jealous of our other family members that were doing well in life, even though she was an RN, and if she wasn't addicted to pain pills she probably could've done super well for herself. The drug problem was due to a back injury that doctors unfortunately overprescribed for, and she got super addicted from the 90s on. She focused on one of our younger cousins to the point where we were worried, if she was alone with her, that she'd hurt her. Never understood her hatred for someone 20 years her junior like that. She also started lying about crazy things all the time. About a year before she did it, she told me she took my dad's ashes and threw them in the river because he was trash, then claimed she never said it and tried to gaslight me about it. She'd also call my mom/brother asking for money for things like a prom dress for the girls or whatever, and they'd send her money, but come to find out her dad already bought what they needed. She was just taking all of us for a ride. The cop that interviewed her afterwards said he had never interviewed anyone that scared him, but she did. No remorse, but refuses to acknowledge what she did. About 6 years ago I was management at a locally wholesale food production business. We had a small store out in front of our production facility and were in a rough end of town. About 45 total employees. We hired a 19 to 20-year-old girl to work out front. She had a hard time making it in on time for the early hours, called off too much, and eventually she shifted to the production team, which had easier hours. She would show up very often distraught and a few times with makeup covering bruises. She was offered help by ownership but declined, and we never fired her despite her attendance issues, because she obviously had a rough home life. I never met her boyfriend directly, but witnessed him dropping her off multiple times. One particular time they were arguing very loudly in the parking lot, enough so that I was concerned and started to approach the car to intervene. She got out, and he sped off. Before I got to the vehicle, Shortly after she got pregnant, worked for another handful of months and quit. About 1.5-2 years later her boyfriend was arrested for killing the baby in its crib. He beat and shook the child to death because it was crying too much. He got life in prison. She was also charged with severe neglect for helping him cover up the murder initially and for not reporting his physical abuse of the child in the months leading up to the murder. I think she got 3 years. She was a nice enough girl, obviously abused, scared, and while it doesn't excuse her for her role in the crime at all, we all felt a bit bad for her. Definition never thought she'd be involved in such a terrible incident. It came out that the boyfriend was a real scumbag with a shitty record and there were drugs in the household constantly. Never suspected a thing. I was living in New Brunswick, Canada. I was living there helping my grandmother, sort of an unofficial personal service worker, since she was going through her second battle with cancer. She had beaten breast cancer in the 80s and also beat the second round of bowel cancer. She subsequently lost her third battle with lung cancer. The woman was named Big Jane. She was extremely obese and just not a very nice person in general. She was very beachy about everything. The kind of woman who puts up laundry schedules in public buildings and parks across 2 parking spaces. She lived in our building and was just a nasty human. New Brunswick is very rural, so the towns are extremely small. I was asking a buddy of mine if he knew her, and her said yes. Everyone knows Big Jane. She killed a guy back in the 70s. I was like, what the fuck? Tell me more. So, apparently she was a pretty tough chick back in her day. She was known for fighting men on a regular basis and not losing. She was involved with one of the local dealers or something. Although I don't know the specific details of why this guy was targeted. Here's what I was told. Big Jane and some other guys wanted to beat up or rob some guy named Carrie for some reason. So they took him out for drinks and then decided to go down to the footbridge. The footbridge is sort of a local landmark as it's the longest suspension bridge in the province. Once they got out onto the bridge, they proceeded to attack the guy. The beating apparently wasn't super severe. He wasn't beaten unconscious or required a hospital trip or anything after the beating stopped. The other guys started to walk away. They were just gonna leave him there to walk himself home, and then they heard horrifying screams. They turned back to see what was going on. The story goes that apparently Big Jane had stabbed him in the stomach with a kitchen knife, then picked him up and threw him off the footbridge. The water at the footbridge can be very shallow, or it can get so high that it nearly floods the bridge and moves extremely rapidly. They don't know if he hit rocks at the bottom or not, but they heard the splash and nobody ever found the body. He was a missing persons case for a few years, but it's one of those things where literally everybody in these tiny little village towns knew the story. The footbridge has claimed many lives. She was never investigated or charged with any crime because nobody would talk to the police about what happened. The only real evidence was that group of people had taken a picture together at the bar the night he disappeared. Here's a link to a page about the footbridge. I don't know if Big Jane is still alive. She was in her 80s when I last seen her. TLDR, some neighbor of mine had stabbed a guy in the gut then and threw him off of a bridge into a river, but everybody in town was too scared to rat, so she was never investigated or charged. About the last 8 years, about 30 to then, and broke through with some therapy. I didn't need the therapy for the concerning memories, but it did help relate to other memories and explain some actions. My father was a violent man, a predator, but engaging and even polite around others. Sometime around martial art lessons, 1 to 2 times a week, we'd journey through the country to Saraland. It's been a long time. I was pretty young then. On the way home it was often dark, and my father didn't talk to me unless it was taunting or such. I don't recall anything but disgust and tension felt by myself. That is, until I often reached a point where I didn't care what happened to me anymore. That feeling sort of comes and goes. What can I say? He would point out murder houses, the boys, and even took me to some graves. We lived in the country. To see a fresh cemetery grave with the police tape still left around it didn't shock me then. His candor did. His words and actions shifted. I watched from the car usually, at least that one night. He got out and kind of lingered before we left. I don't know what he was trying to show me. I don't think scare me. but he was a known child molester, at least of girls, in the family, on both sides. It's revolting, and I had a front row seat for things I'm still processing today. I never, or I don't recall him killing anyone in front of me besides when he came at me. I got away that day, unless this isn't real, and it's all in my head. I still have dry heaves from time to time. Bad memories form when I inhaled water because I was out of air. I know he would take whatever he wanted, and he knew enough to force people to be quiet. I have family that hides nearly everything. It's sick and twisted. No one believes me, but I know what I saw. But it is frustrating to think he would, if he could again. He's too old and frail now. I've had no contact directly with him for years. I've never known fear like that from anyone. But he can set it aside and carry out any action and not feel a thing. He taught that to me early on, something I fought to restrain and disable because it no longer serves who I want to be. I hope one day I will finish a small book and push for someone to get some answers, although at least all of the murders he brought me to a person was convicted. I know my dad knew everyone, knew the roads, was always gone, had shacks everywhere in the middle of nowhere, that only deer are gonna hear you scream. He only ever beat us at home, but when not at home I saw something else. Once I met their new boyfriend I felt off, but never saw it coming. This is still fresh for me, and there is some setup. Years ago I met this person online, and we hit it off pretty quick as friends. We'll call this person V and I'll refer to them in neutral pronouns, because I don't know what they go by anymore. Was she /her then he/him now I don't know. In a few trips later we were living together, and in a pretty okay relationship. It eventually ended badly, and we didn't really talk for about 5 years, but maintained some loose contact. Last spring V texts me the following: I was just listening to somebody I used to know while cleaning the kitchen, and I found myself deep in thought and realized that's why I want to stay friends with you so bad. I don't want you to just be somebody I used to know. I want to still know you. That is an exact copy and paste from April of last year. So we start talking and mending things up, friendship wise. And V tells me how they met their new boyfriend, and this is where things get weird. I guess V had been checked into a mental hospital by their parents and fiancé. While in the hospital V met and fell head over heels for J. Eventually V leaves their fiancé after they couldn't get things worked out and finds a place to live with JVJ, and myself and my partner all hang out a few times. My partner and I both get really bad vibes from J. Dude's just not right. But it really wasn't our place to say anything, so we didn't point. Over the next few weeks V and I talk on and off, and I hear more about how great J is, but also how batshit crazy the Dude is. I start to get worried for V, but V insists to me that everything is fine, while also talking about their own personal problems with me. Then in March 26th of this year V asks me if I can drive them and J to California. They don't have a car and just want to get out of the state. I told them I was busy with moving and the impending lockdown here in Nevada at the time, that it might be a few days before I can do that for them. We talk a little bit via text the rest of the day, with the lady text I received coming in at 6:50 p.m. and I never really gave it a second thought. 4 months later, on V's birthday, a mutual friend reaches out to me and tells me what happened. That same day, March 26th, J and V had put up a Craigslist ad for sex and drugs, advertising V as willing to have sex with someone. The two had gotten a response and gone to someone's house and had been hanging out getting high. Friends think it was meth. About 5 hours after I last heard from them, J used some exercise weights to beat the person who had picked V and J up. The two of them then shot their victim several times, apparently even hitting V in the hand and taking off one of their fingers. V then starts texting one of their friends photos of the body. The friend immediately goes to the police. V and J stuff the body into a freezer before taking off in the guy's car. They are quickly caught and arrested. I put the timeline together, and I'm fairly confident they would have killed me. My mom found out the same time I did, and being my mom reached out to V, since my mom still considers V one of her extended family. V sent a letter to my mom saying they had gone back to using female pronouns and using their birth name, and that they had gone from saintism to finding Jesus and blah blah blah. I told my mom I don't care what you do, but I want nothing to do with V anymore. Point as of now, V and J are in county waiting on their court case in the spring. I had a long chat with my therapist, but I'm still processing things. He was the nicest and hardest working guy I knew. He was literally working 3 jobs and sleeping on breaks. One day he came to my office and tossed a paper on my desk and walked out. He had a scowl on his face, which was something I had never seen before. He didn't say hi or anything. I said hello, but he walked away. I didn't think too much about it. He went home and murdered his ex-girlfriend and her new boyfriend and attempted to murder their child. He was working around the clock to pay the mortgage. He and his girlfriend had bought a house together. They had a child with developmental problems, and he was doing everything possible to keep things afloat. The girlfriend broke up with him because he worked all the time, but continued to live in the house. Apparently she started bringing her new boyfriend home, and they were having loud sex in the bedroom above him. Then the girlfriend lost her job, so he was paying all the bills, and she was having sex with another guy in the house that Al was paying for. He was sleep deprived, and he just went home and killed them. He wanted to kill his son, so he wouldn't be left behind. He immediately called the police and turned himself in. He never denied anything and pled guilty and was sentenced to life in prison. Okay, this is going sound like BS, but so be it. It's the truth. There was another person I met. My father worked with a guy who stopped by the house one day to borrow a tool. In the passenger seat was an adult male with dark hair, and he looked at me, and I swear to God, I got the worst feeling. It was like the devil was looking at me. I never get those feelings about anyone. As soon as the car left, I asked him who that was, and he told me. I told him how I got really bad feeling about the guy in the passenger seat. My dad laughed it off and said that was his son. So, fast forward 6 months and my dad's coworker came home from work and his son walked up to the car and shot him in the head with a shotgun. He told the police he was possessed. He was an almost murderer, but he was a rapist. I say almost, because his plan was to kill them after rapping them, but was caught before he could finish. We were all fairly young. I was in 7th grade, and he was in 12th grade. In retrospect, he was weird. He would show 2nd graders and myself videos of tentacle hentai. At the time, I took it for shock value, and didn't think too deep into it being a sexual weird thing, as we did it outside on the playground. The neighborhood kids were always playing outside regardless of age. Perhaps the older kids weren't great influences, but oh well. There were 2 kids, a 2nd grade boy and 4th grade girl. He stole their backpacks from the elementary school bus and lured them into his house. He proceeded to turn porn on his TV and make them do unspeakable things to him and one another. Coincidentally, the 4th grade girl dropped something by his door, and her mom lived across from him at the apartment complex. The mom got home from work and realized her daughter wasn't home on schedule, then happened to see whatever she dropped and caught the man. Word spread immediately across the neighborhood kids via text. The police were coming, but myself and our 8th and 9th grade brothers went to his house before they came, stupidly. We watched him crying in his house and almost commit suicide via kitchen knives. We just kind of interrogated him with, "Why the fuck did you do that?" And I even used his bathroom. Thinking back on it, it was super irresponsible of us, but he was still a good friend to all of us at the time. He just said he's always had a fantasy to carry out a rapper murder, and we couldn't get any more of a direct answer. I suppose we were just worried about him. Last I know, he was arrested, and his dad left the apartment complex in embarrassment of being seen and associated to his son. The thing is, you create a bond with someone where inappropriate humor like tentacle hentai could become normal. He would laugh and some of us would laugh, and some people are just entertained by messed up jokes like that. He said a lot of things that would be considered incriminating. It seems off when I think about it now, but at the time he was completely normal, and all those red flags went over my head due to the nature of the friendship. Really late to this, but I will share anyway. I worked at a supermarket with this guy Steve. I was 20, he was about the same age. He was a nice enough guy, but sometimes I got the pervy vibe from him. He was married with a baby and had another child with a different woman. She was like 5, I think. The wife worked overnight and Steve lived around the corner, So even after we stopped working Toji Hirai would watch the kids for him if he needed to run out for something. His baby boy died at 9 months old. They said it was SIDS. I didn't find out until a month after the fact. He became the champion for the cause. Raised money, wore a button with his son's face on it all the time. It gave me an ick feeling, but I brushed it off. He would call to talk from time to time. I would always make excuses not to hang out. This was all in 2004. I had known him for 2 years at this point. So one day I went Christmas shopping, and my little shitty cell phone was in my purse. I never looked at it, and I had 7 missed calls from the guy all throughout the day. 2 more came in later that night. He left me voicemails. But I was out, and he was weird sometimes, so I just let it go. It wasn't until I overheard a story on the news the next day where shit started seeming too weird. I looked at the TV just in time to see his mugshot. He had murdered the baby months prior, and then he beat and strangled his daughter to death. I finally listened to the voicemail. The first one was him asking me to go to see Santa with him and his daughter. The second was him crying. The third was him telling me something bad had happened to his daughter, and he needed to talk to me. We were never close. I always kept him at an arm's length. I don't know why he called me. I think about it a lot. Worked at an ultra-exclusive country club in the south as a chef for several years as seasonal help. The job was great. They provide room and board / staff meals etc. It was a great place to work. Not super relevant, so I digress. I had a coworker whose grandparents were members. This kid worked the same shifts as me for the majority of the summer. He was nicknamed Shiny because he was absolutely obsessed with his knives being razor sharp and just extremely OCD about his kit / etc. We would go, as a group of coworkers, to his grandparents' place after work during the week most nights, because they only use the house on the weekends. Just your usual early 20s drinking, and the occasional joint. One night we were all drinking, and he breaks out a huge bag of shrooms for everyone to enjoy and take what they wanted. A few hours after tripping, Shiny went full Hunter S. Thompson and takes us to his private gun room. This kid had everything. He was even doing some of his own gunsmithing and making silencers for his pistol / rifles. Just crazy the sheer amount of firepower in this room of a relatively quiet and friendly guy. I think it was the 3rd or 4th season I had worked with the club that he didn't come back for work at the kitchen, but stayed up at the house basically alone all summer excluding the occasional weekend. Now, mind you, this is a pretty exclusive country club in the mountains in the southern United States. There wasn't a restaurant for 15 miles, and it was extremely rare to see this guy out and about at the club. Never golfed, never fished, just never out. One day, I see him driving by in a brand spanking new Roush Mustang. He had been saying for a few years how much he wanted one, so I was stoked he had gotten it and decided to turn around and catch up to him to say hey. I pull into his driveway behind him, and he gets out with a pistol aimed at me. I realized that I was in my girlfriend's car and he didn't recognize me. Told me he was sorry, that someone was following him, and that I was driving a similar car. That was definitely not the first red flag, by any faking means, but definitely the biggest one yet. A few days pass, and I'm out on the lake at the club fishing in my kayak and I see him, and his best friend who I have met several times, and some girl. I keep fishing, and hear a commotion in the cove. They somehow capsized the boat and my friend was absolutely livid, so I paddled over to calm him down. So, I get him calmed down enough to get back in the boat and help them back to shore. He lost his car keys to his new car when they flipped the boat. Thankfully, his friend drove his own car, so they had a way to get to town and get a copy made of the key made. Well, apparently, according to the police report, the best friend and the girl who was with my coworker left in the middle of the night to get away from the coworker, essentially stranding him in the mountains until his grandparents are up for the weekend and can let him use their vehicle / etc. Nope. He hotwires the car, drives to his regular home in the city, where his best friend and his girlfriend were hanging out with my coworker's younger brother. He proceeded to shoot his best friend and the girl, who later, come to find out, was his best friend's girlfriend. Apparently that evening, once the group got back from the lake after the boat capsized, he professed his love for his best friend, who basically told him that he wasn't interested because he was straight and happy with his girlfriend. They got into a scuffle, which prompted his friend to leave AMD, go back into town to tell Mike Walker's younger brother what happened. So, although he spared his younger brother, he and his brother were like 18 and 23ish respectively. He faked him up mentally for the foreseeable future. I still keep in contact with Mike Walker's younger brother, and every year it seems like he is getting a little better. He worked with us as well, but wasn't able to keep his job that summer for obvious reasons for his mental health. TLDR. Worked with a guy who murdered his best friend and his best friend's girlfriend over lost car keys and unrequited love. I saw one of my middle school friends lose his mind over the course of a decade or so. If anyone here is from the Bay Area of California, you probably heard about the guy that slit the throats of 2 girls on the BART train. That guy was one of my brother's closest friends from 8th grade on. He was always a bit different, but pretty tame by the standards of where we lived. Had blue hair for a while, loved skateboarding videos, bum fights, would steal cigarettes from his grandma, normal kid stuff. By high school he had pretty much gone off the rails, drinking every day, never showing up to school. If he did, it was only to beg for money. By the end of my high school days he was on meth, and would come around very rarely, and very intoxicated. This is around the time he started talking about the aliens. He was convinced everyone he knew, possibly everyone in the world, had been replaced by aliens wearing human suits. When he talked to you, he would never make eye contact. He was always staring behind one of your ears to look for the zippers used to keep the suits on. He showed up at a couple friends' houses to try and get help, but no one would put up with him for long, so he ended up homeless in SF, and that was the last I heard until his face was all over the news. The 2 girls he attacked were completely random sisters that were taking care of younger siblings. Apparently after he did it, he hopped off the train and just stared at them holding the knife. My heart goes out to that poor family. I hope that guy dies in prison after a long painful life. When I was in 8th grade, a friend of mine's father murdered her mother and got away with it. He claimed she simply abandoned the family and disappeared. There was a kind of shrug from the community, like, oh well, guess we'll never know what happened there. But he definition lived under a shadow of suspicion. In high school, I continued to hang out with my friend and would sometimes see him at the house. He seemed like a nice enough guy. But then, senior year, they went on a cruise and my friend gave our group of friends the key to her house so we could party in it. And boy did we. In a shocking lapse of judgment, I had sex in the master bedroom. His bed. We thought we were slick, but when they got back, the whole story spilled, and she got in huge trouble. I came to the house to fess up and apologize, to try to take some of the heat off her. And the dad was cool about it, thanked me for the apology. But then he said, however, if I ever find out who had sex in my bed, I'm going to kill them. Being in a confessional mood, I went to own up. But then I saw behind him, my friend was waving at me, shaking her head, mouthing the word, no. What I still remember was the terror in her eyes. That's when the penny dropped. I realized, wait, this guy is a murderer. And he just issued a death threat to me. And he means it. His own daughter knows he means it. So I clammed up and got the fuck out of there. A few years later his accomplice ratted him out, and he finally got convicted of the murder. While awaiting sentencing, he attempted to hire a hitman to kill the judge and prosecutor. He died in prison, broke and alone, estranged from his daughters. Served him right. This guy didn't succeed in killing the person, but just because somebody happened to be in the same office building at night, unexpectedly I might add, and heard the victim's screams, and intervened. Would-be killer was high and drunk, so he was easy to apprehend. I first noticed something was wrong in 1978, when we were both 20, the first time I met him, when we were both in college. He just seemed off. He gave off kind of a manic vibe. I only saw him around campus after that, and I never actually spoke to him. That is the only time I met somebody in my entire life, and said to myself that there is something wrong with this person. The attempted murder I talked about occurred 32 years later in Kentucky. The guy had ironically become a psychiatrist and got hooked on alcohol and drugs he could easily get hold of because of his profession. He was 52 years old. I looked into his background after that, much easier in 2010 versus 1978. His dad was a MD. His mother apparently had lifelong mental problems. She was dead when this happened. Both his parents were, so I guess this was a case of genetics. Oh, and the would have been murder victim was one of his patients. He had been bounced out of several states as far as being able to practice for having affairs with patients, but it seemed Kentucky did not actually have a problem with him until he stabbed this lover/patient with a Confederate sword. He is currently serving a 15-year sentence in Kentucky for the crime. He will be out in another year or so. He never married, has no kids, his parents are dead, both of his brothers too. He won't be allowed to practice medicine after all that has happened. I wonder what happens to somebody like this who has been rather well off his whole life when he gets out of prison at an advanced age with no money, no support system, and no profession with a violent crime on his record. Well, I never really knew something was off, but a family friend, her name is Jackie, had this son-in-law who apparently had a habit of hitting Jackie's daughter. I was just a kid at the time, but I had heard it brought up in conversations with my mom on a not so regular basis. I didn't hear anything about this part at the time, but found out many years later that Jackie had been worried that her daughter was going to end up seriously injured or killed, so after the son-in-law hit her daughter again she threatened him and told him if he touched her daughter again she would kill him. Kinda surprising as Jackie was a large, relatively soft-spoken, overly kind lady. Apparently the son-in-law touched her daughter again, so Jackie hired some guy who just got out of prison to kill him. That guy brought a friend to help him out also. She offered them some relatively trivial amount of money, a couple thousand I think. They planned on doing it in the woods, but apparently the son-in-law figured out what was happening and lunged for the gun and ended up getting shot inside the house. The body was found in the woods and connected to them rather quickly, and Jackie, along with at least one of the guys, was caught within days. Like I said, I never knew what was up. We knew her through my Boy Scout troop and this all happened around the time that my family was moving, so I didn't even have time to notice her absence before leaving the troop. I really never would have expected it though. She didn't seem like the type, but I guess it goes to show that some people will do anything to protect their own. TLDR, don't hit your partner, might get you murdered. It's a bit long. Also in school I had a friend from since I was 7 or so. We were close enough that he used to tell me his family life stuff, like when his mom died he told me, and then he used to tell me how he misses her every now and then and used to tear up. He was kind of a kid who was too much into movies, like repeating dialogues and actions and stuff. He then left school in 6th grade. We got in touch again a couple of years later when I shifted to a new place and he used to come there for tuition. So we got close again, hanging out, playing games. He told me how he hated a mutual friend of ours cause he stole his girl even though that girl was interested in neither of them. Lol. But he had anger issues and said he'll take his revenge, which I felt weird since we were just 14 or 15. Then one day I bought a PS2. I showed it him. We played for a while and after that he asked if he could borrow it. I refused, but in a polite way. He started asking for it almost every day, but I knew if I gave it to him, he'll not return it. He was just being weird. Then one weekend he came way too early at 8:30 AM just after my parents left, which was unusual. We sat for a while. He asked for PS2 again. I made some excuse, then he started talking about our mutual friend and was a bit more angry than usual, talking about revenge and stuff. The whole thing felt off, and surely enough, after he left he didn't come again. A few days later another friend of ours, not that mutual friend, called me and said, "Do you know what happened to him?" I said no. He replied he is in jail. He killed his own stepmother in a very elaborate plan and involved his own friends. I obviously thought he was fooling around, so he said to check the newspaper. I ran, bought the paper, and well, he actually did kill his stepmom. His friends went to his house when his dad wasn't around, made the whole act to look like a robbery, hung his mother, didn't steal any valuable stuff and left. To make it look legit he even hit himself on the head with a belt, thus was bleeding when the cops arrived. His stepmother was too cruel to him, turning his father against him. When I lived in Kentucky a few years back, I became really close friends with a very smart, intelligent and outgoing dude. He made a living hustling, and I worked for him quite often. He would buy pallets and resell all the items in the pallets he bought. He had this thing for falling in love with meth hoes. He wasn't a great looking guy, and I know he paid them fairly regularly to spend time with him. He had a good bit of money from his business. He ended up falling in love with this one girl, absolutely beautiful and nice. However, she was addicted to methamphetamine. He was with her for quite a while, almost a year off and on, and at one point I guess she had decided to get clean, but in order to do that she had to leave him because he was basically funding her habit to keep her with him. I'd go help unload pallets with him, and he would be absolutely livid, throwing shit off the pallets and smashing things. The day he murdered her, I'd asked him what was wrong, and he said it was nothing. He just had some shit he had to deal with later. Apparently not long after we finished, he had executed that girl, sexually abused her corpse, cut her up, and placed her into a tote in the back of his property. Then proceeded to burn down his home to cover up the crime. This was in Laurel County, Kentucky. Easy to find if you search Laurel County, Kentucky murder abuse corpse. It's like the first thing that pops up. Anyway, he was the nicest guy. Friendly, kind, gave me things off the pallets all the time. I guess he had a demon inside of him that he didn't show anyone else. I never knew something was off, ever. They look and act just like us for the most part. Scary as fuck. I knew something was off when they committed a murder, all jokes aside, when I was stationed at Stewart, Georgia. I got sentenced to a month in jail, and I was bunked with a guy named Sergeant Joseph Bazisevich the entire time. He never told me what he did. He kept that secret. Found out from someone else a few weeks later that he ended up fragging 2 soldiers in his company while in Iraq. Now, being infantry, it's impossible not to know someone who has killed before or witnessed death firsthand, myself included, so I understand intimately what it's like dealing with PTSD and how witnessing something traumatic can change people's behavior at the core level, be it internalized, self-destructive behavior, external aggression, paranoia, etc. But this guy was unique. Being bunkmates, naturally you engage in conversation when you're living with someone that long, and for the most part, he seemed somewhat normal, albeit a little bit off. At least, until he started talking about a book he was writing that was going to get published. I don't remember the name of the book, and I'm not sure if it was ever published. I found nothing through Google, but he described the cover of it and some of the aspects of the story in gruesome detail. He said the cover was going to have a dying 3ID soldier nailed to a cross, with his stomach cut open, guts hanging out, screaming in absolute agony and terror, while he's getting shot by fellow 3ID soldiers who had demonic features. He told me that the crucified soldier was being punished by his demonic comrades, simply because he had decided to fight back against them, and by God, because he was unable to rid the world of their evil. At that time, I still had no idea what he had done, but the level of detail he described, and how he seemed to be excited by the gruesomeness of it, set off some major red flags for me. After I essentially had a holy shit, man, that's pretty dark, my guy lol, kind of reaction to his ranting about the book. It was almost like he wanted to play it off in a serious and somber way, but he just couldn't contain his excitement, if that makes sense. Like he was trying to stifle a bigger smile and some laughter. I've met many individuals who relish the fact that they had killed people, and even more who were excited to kill people. They are much more common than you would expect if you were never in the military, but this guy just felt unique on this whole spectrum. In hindsight, it was pretty clear that he either viewed himself as the soldier on the cross, the ultimate victim of this tragic tale, or he was simply painting himself as a victim to create a possible route to lead people into sympathizing with him over the murders. Dude had some major problems. I do not in any way condone of what he did, but you can't help but assume he experienced some really faked up shit downrange, and over time it simply brought him to a breaking point, which makes me feel a little sympathy for him. Or, he was so desensitized to death that he simply embraced it. Apparently he was getting chewed out for losing a grenade and a subordinate while they were out clearing routes on foot. So I think he just snapped from getting yelled at and decided he was going to kill them and get himself killed in response. You can find some articles talking about what happened. He was begging to be killed after they had detained him. Overall, he clearly had some major issues, but I never experienced any direct hostility from him while we were bunked. Actually, we got along pretty well, discussed philosophy and literature, worked out together, shared meals and canteen snacks, so it's just one of those weird situations that has me conflicted in an odd way. I've known a few. I should have been a writer, because I have a knack for finding myself in interesting situations. The first guy always seemed off. I got along with him fine, but he was definitely seriously frustrated with life and not being understood. That's not to say that most of his problems weren't of his own design. He was a lifestyle BDSM submissive, but no one really wanted to be his dom because he kinda creeped people out. He refused to even really try to do better in his life. He basically reveled in being seen as pathetic, but then was frequently frustrated at how little power this afforded him. Very sad situation. Unfortunately, he killed one of the people who was nicest to him, a guy who financially supported him for about a year so he could get on his feet, but cut him off when he had started creeping on his girlfriend and entering their bedroom without permission. Guy 2 was a genuine hitman. I had absolutely no idea. It's nothing like the movies. He had family that was in the Russian Mafia and he basically would get hit jobs once in a while apparently. He was a friend of a friend, but it turned out he was only hanging around because she had previously dated someone who had also been in the Russian mob without knowing it and was hoping he would contact her. Poor girl went through a really crazy year with what appeared to be really unbelievably bad luck until the ex-boyfriend's family finally contacted her and let her in on what was going on. We never saw the guy again. Another friend of mine had a roommate who had come from a really broken home and a seriously abusive stepfather. At one point her mom ran away and stayed at their house supposedly so she could get back on her feet. The mother was a serious pain though and was quite emotionally abusive herself. I still don't know for sure what happened, but apparently she killed her own mother after a particularly bad fight about 2 months after she moved in. My friend and her husband both were suspects for a while, and I actually lost contact with them shortly after. A guy I knew. He wasn't the type at all, kind of a jokester, had been through his share of tragedy. His mom died of cancer, and that mellowed him a bit, but he still loved to joke. He got married young, and his wife was a pretty girl. They seemed happy, but she got pregnant unexpectedly. She was on the pill, but was also taking antibiotics, which counteract the pill. They still seemed happy about it, but I don't think he was ready to be a parent. He couldn't deal with the crying baby and shook the baby at least once from what others told me. The baby ended up being okay, but they ended up separating sometime later. They went back and forth trying to get back together, not really working out. He ran into his wife's old high school boyfriend who told him that he should just get out of the way because he, the old boyfriend, was going to take care of her from then on. Well, that pissed him off, so he went to take to his wife. They had an argument, and we don't really know what happened, and they think it might have been an accident, but he pushed her down or something and hit her head on the corner of something. Killed her. He then went to his employer and gave his resignation that day, went back home, and arranged life insurance policies where they'd be easy to find for his family, then hung himself. Her family was worried since they were watching their kid at the time and they called the police to do a wellness check, found them both dead. The kid now lives with his maternal grandparents. I didn't know him as well as my other friends did, but I knew him well enough, and I would never have guessed that would have been the case for him. I don't believe he killed her on purpose, but I don't think he's innocent either. I had heard about his temper and knew they had problems. The whole thing was just really sad, especially for the kid, already an orphan, and I don't know what his family tells him about his parents. I knew a murderer, but it was after he'd been to prison. We'll call him Bill for safety's sake. I met him through his wife, who I actually sold weed to. Bill was like 17 or 18 when he killed a guy. He sold cocaine in the late 80s and early 90s. This dude owed him a lot of money. Bill has a party at his house one night and dude shows up. Bill is super faked up, tells dude that he owes him a lot of money and that he better scram or else. Dude starts getting mouthy. Bill threatens him. Dude calls him on it. Bill shoots dude in the face at point blank range in front of a bunch of people. Did 18 years in prison. While he was in, worked his way up in the Latin Kings. Became a general apparently. Also got addicted to heroin in prison, but end up clean for the last several years he was in. The day he got out, he ran. He didn't want anything to do with that life anymore. He wanted out of the gangs, the violence, the drugs. So he ran. Even in the middle of summer in July he'd be wearing long sleeves and pants to cover up the tattoos. He wasn't a bad person either. He just made a really stupid mistake when he was a kid and did what he had to do to survive in prison for 18 years. I once made the mistake of asking him what some of the faked up things he saw in prison were. Luckily for me, he looked at me and said, "I'll tell you if you want me to, but I promise you don't want me to. It's everything you've seen and heard and 10x worse." I then declined. If I could have helped him more I would have. She, the wife, would end up leaving him as soon as she finished her nursing program. Used him to get her through school, and as soon as she was done, see ya. He came home one day to find his wife and daughter gone. Just gone. No explanation, no note, nothing. He wouldn't see his daughter again for almost a year. Horrible thing about heroin though, it never really leaves you. Doesn't matter how long you've been clean for. It's always there. Being a recovering heroin addict is the epitome of one day at a time. And he got down, and the dope found its way back, as it usually does. He ended up dying of some heart/blood infection that he got from shooting up. I didn't hear from him for about 6 months, and he stopped answering my phone's calls. Turns out he was in the hospital fighting for his life and losing. The last time I talked to his wife was when she told me he died. Moral of the story is, most people that commit murder are horrible. But not all. If you met Bill you'd have never thought twice about him. You'd have never known that he had seen some of the worst that mankind has to offer and gotten away from it all, only to have it come back again to take him. I miss my friend. First one. Looking back you could tell from elementary school. He was always obsessed with guns and war movies. Even back then he would laugh about people getting shot or blown up on TV. Only seemed to get worse as the years went. I stopped talking to him altogether in high school. I was work friends with the guy he killed. Very nonchalantly shot him, left him laying in the yard, and went inside laughing about it to his friends. Sad, but not surprising, when we heard the news. Second one, I wasn't actually friends with, but had known since middle school. Seemed like a nice enough guy. Got my car stuck one night and he just happened to be driving by and helped pull me out. Then we hear on the news that he was out killing people that had done him wrong in some way. One of them, he went up to the house, and when the lady went outside to see why the dogs were barking he shot her in the neck. Then walked inside and shot her husband. After that he went and shot another couple before being caught. Third one, I was only friends with for a couple years, but he was a decent enough guy. Lacked ambition but nice enough. He got very obsessed with ex-girlfriends and would break into their houses and start fights with any new men. He ended up stabbing a guy who was sitting outside a house that an ex rented. The house was split into apartments and this guy didn't even know her. I ended up meeting him through a friend one night as well. The murder happened to a couple that he had been stalking. They had protection orders against him, but officers refused to monitor the house. He broke in and stabbed them. A couple days before the murder he was trying to buy a gun. The person behind the counter, a customer of the restaurant I worked at, was a retired officer and felt something was suspicious about the kid and refused to sell him one. This will most likely get buried, but I'll post anyway. One of my best friends from high school ended up killing his mom. Although we were all shocked to find out, it didn't surprise us all that much. My best friends in school were a group of 6 guys, and at the time we would have considered our sense of humor edgy. As we graduated and got older, we all matured and realized the jokes we were making weren't funny and just plain rude and disrespectful. All of us got that memo except for this one guy. He would constantly make very racist and anti-Semitic jokes that started to make us extremely uncomfortable. The things he was saying weren't clever or funny, just extremely insensitive comments that he would try to pass off as being funny. The combo of that, and him also making a lot of comments about him becoming a serial killer one day and what he were to do if he killed someone, put us all off of the friendship. Our entire friend group distanced ourselves from him, but remained friends with each other, although it was more of the racist comments and immaturity overall that put us off. Looking back, it was easy to see the correlation between comments he had made and him eventually killing his mom. I feel kind of bad for the guy, as once we distanced ourselves he had no one in his life. He obviously had some serious mental health issues as well. A few of our friends have since reached out to him after his arrest and speak to him every now and then from jail, but it's safe to say us ending the friendship was a smart decision for us. A kid I went to school with. I mean, primary school. I knew him from when we were 7 to 12 years old. He was always so angry. I figured he had problems at home. That's what we would say about kids with bad tempers. He had no control over his own emotions. He had these crazy eyes, like he could do or say anything, while laughing and staring wildly with those piercing, pinhole pupilled, blue eyes. Our school was primary only, so after 7th grade, we all left and went to different high schools. At the end of 7th we had a kind of graduation and the class made a book of photos, stories, and poems. We had a class poem with a stanza about each child. We wrote it ourselves. I can't remember anything about that poem except for the bit I wrote. My best friend Kate. Kate is like a flower. Her feelings do not show, but when the sunshine comes to her she'll open her orals and glow. Kate was very shy, but had these moments where she would just light up. I felt it described her well, and the first line of Tyson dreams of chainsaws. I forget the rest, but it was about his aggression, essentially. I remember feeling like it wasn't appropriate, and that a teacher should have stepped in and changed it. I also remember, when we had sex education, you might remember that adverts for sanitary pads showed blue liquid being poured onto them to show how absorbent they are. During Q&A, Tyson asked if periods were blue. A few kids laughed, and he went ballistic. The teacher, as always, didn't help, didn't de-escalate, didn't do anything useful. A few years ago I saw his name in the news. He'd bashed a man to death for chatting to his girlfriend in a pub. I think he stole the guy's watch and mobile phone too. I have a few. Close childhood friend was one of 3 brothers. Both he and the older brother were quite badly behaved, always getting into fights and trouble with the law. The youngest was quiet, meek, reserved, the nice one of the family, and one day he stabbed somebody to death with a screwdriver. No danger signs whatsoever, and I still don't know why he did it. 2 other kids I went to school with, both quite tough and mean. One especially had quite the reputation, after beating the crap out the supposed toughest guy at school and hospitalizing him. Both were pretty unpleasant and the kind of kids you'd cross the road to avoid. Anyway, fast forward a few years and the same 2 kids, now in their late teens, robbed some guy in the park, tied him to a tree, and beat him to death. Another one, this other kid in our area renowned for being a total lunatic, very shady, carried weapons. Even if you heard he was in the same town you'd stay the fuck home, to avoid risk of seeing him. Always blindingly obvious he'd come to no good. And, to absolutely nobody's surprise, in his 20s he robbed a gas station and shot the clerk to death. The last one was a friend of my dad. I always found him quite an odd guy, perfectly happy and smiley type on the surface, but had that something not quite right vibe with quite vacant eyes. He got into some sort of money trouble and stabbed both his kids and his wife to death, then slit his own throat. So, out of 5 people I've known who've gone on to commit murder, 3 were no great surprise and 2 were a total shock. TLDR. 2 people who I was friends with ended up murdering people. One murdered his renter after a dispute, and the other murdered his wife after a night of partying. Both were odd people, but never thought they'd be murders. I've known 2 murders in my life. My husband worked with a guy we'll call James. James was married and had a kid around the same age as our daughter. He was a little odd, but his wife was a gem. We all became friends and we even rented a house from them. Our relationship became strained when our daughter got lead poisoning from the house we rented from him. None of us knew that there was lead paint in the house, and my husband and I did as much mitigation as we could, but since James was the homie owner it was his responsibility to fix it. He never did, So we moved out, and our relationship essentially ended. Fast forward a few years, and James was in a serious motorcycle accident. He was in a coma for months. While in a coma, his wife found out that he was doing a lot of shady stuff with their money. Once he recovered, she filed for divorce. In order to supplement his income due to being disabled, he converted their old farmhouse into a duplex. In a twist of fate, a woman I worked with, who was new to the area, told me she was looking for a place to rent, and though she found one. I asked where it was, and she said the name of a very small town that James lived in. I asked her who the landlord was, and she said James. I advised her to stay away, but she and her family moved in the duplex. Turns out that was a bad idea. While she and her husband were separated, her husband had a disagreement with James. James shot her husband dead and tried to cover up his crime by burning the corpse in his fire pit. The second murder I knew was a guy who played in a band that played the same gigs with my husband. We were again the same age as him and his wife, and had kids the same age. We became friends, and my husband would often go to their house after work to jam, and we spent birthdays and hung out together. This man, we'll call him Mike, and his wife liked to party. I guess one night they were partying with friends at their house. After everyone left, they went to bed. At some point, Mike got up, got his gun, and shot his wife in the head while she slept. He says he thought there was an intruder, but he shot her point blank in the head. So no one really behind that story. Both men are in prison for life. Both were hot, but I never would have pegged them for cold-blooded murders. Do animal murderers count? When I was a team lead, I got this quiet guy assigned to my team as he was quite skilled. Being a team lead, I felt integration even outside the company was a good thing to do. I still do. No pressure. Those who didn't want to participate in events outside company were still cool in my book, as long as they were still part of a team. I had a very quiet girl in said team. She skipped on 4 parties I arranged. Cool. No pressure. But, on 5th, she arrived. Got pissed drunk, got all touchy with few of the more handsome guys and very touchy with me when they rejected her advancements. In my case, she just gave some inappropriate comments. The worst, best, was even I'm drunk, and it's fucking dark. I see your throbbing bulge. You want some of this, don't you? I laughed, said she should avoid making comments like that even, or especially if she wants to pick up anyone. Mentioned how I'd be faked if the roles were reversed, and that was it. She spent some time alone, then left the party. Few days later, at a smoke break, 2 of these guys approached me and said she was very inappropriate at that party. Touched their junk, licked their necks and earlobe. In case of one of these guys, I said that I cannot do anything, as this was an out of the books party, so I just told them that if she'll be bothering them at work, let me know. I'll do my thing. She did not point at the 6th party. She tried to mingle, but it was obvious she was getting the cold shoulder from most of our team. As a team leader, I always tried to avoid playing favorites, so I skipped from one team member to another. Had chit chat with every one of them, listened to their grievances, their geek-outs, their mundane stories, and one at point. But then I talked to her. Nothing bad at first. Nothing bad at second round. I skipped from one team member to another. And there was the third one. She was quite tipsy at that time, and she told me all about the animals she killed when she was 8 to 12 years old. Her dog, 2 cats, some random sparrows in a nest she found, neighbor chickens, farm girl. Said her parents never found out, neither did the neighbor. I said that I do not wish to know the details how she did it, after she insisted to get into. I told her, hey, you were young and stupid then. I knew some people that tormented animals like you at that age. Sadly, but still, not killed or maimed. Just don't do it again. And then she told me she kind of misses that rush that she felt when she did. So, again, I said, well, that's bad. Please don't do it again. You can get up to 5 years for shit like that. Now, fast forward 1 year. She's dating one of the team members. They seem really enamored with each other. That, I know and can see every day when I work with them. What I didn't know is that they adopted a puppy at some point of their relationship. One day, when our job starts, her boyfriend approaches me and says he reported her for stabbing the pup to death. She was jailed and then convicted to 1,5 years in prison. Till this day I feel a bit guilty when I think about it, but what could I have possibly done? Hey, police, there's this girl that killed and tortured some animals when she was a kid. On the other hand, when I learned that the two of my team members started dating, I could have said something to the guy. I actually brought that topic to him after the fact, and he said I wouldn't believe you. I was so into her that any slander from anyone, even someone I respect, would be met with aggressive reaction from me. When I started dating my high school girlfriend, I found that she had this friend, Bruce, a grade above us who she'd been friends with since elementary school. Bruce was a weirdo from the moment I met him. This is about 10 years ago. Bruce is about 5 feet 6 inches and wiry, not thin or small, like 0% body fat with like a gymnast build. But this kid isn't a gymnast. He was unfortunately from a pretty poor family, and that's not something they could afford. He basically went home every day and did push-ups and threw knives at a poster on his wall to keep himself entertained. Nothing weird on the poster. It was just a target. Cut his hair with trimmers himself and basically wore a uniform, as in Steve Jobs or Zuckerberg uniform. He wore the same green running shorts and purple v-neck t-shirt every single day, and he's always playing with his little Swiss Army knife. Just like a fidget spinner type thing, every day. And his girlfriend was also weird, but in the quirky anime-loving / goth / emo / scene chick kind of way. And Bryce just had this look in his eyes. He was a smooth-talking funny guy, but his eyes were always fatching around. And like, big, bugged. Like, you know, when you pass some of those homeless people that need treatment and are just talking to themselves, and they make powerful eye contact with you. Like that. All the time. And there was a rumor going around that he was into weird sex shit with his girlfriend. Weird for 17-year-olds. Bondage and whatnot. And my girlfriend just thought Bruce was the funniest, nicest guy and wouldn't hurt a fly. And I was constantly telling her that she needed to stay away from him. We hung out with her friends constantly, to the point where I realized after high school that I'd basically abandoned my friends. So it's not like I was being controlling. And I was 6 feet 4 inches and a martial artist, and my dad was a cop, so I wasn't physically threatened by him. I just had a bad vibe. Then Bruce confirmed for us a couple months before he graduated. Apparently he and his girlfriend would drive around in his Astro van and stop next to random teenage girls and young women, blindfold and abduct them, and then have sexual with them, and then dump them back somewhere else in town. I'd never seen this in the news and still think it was obviously him bullshitting us, but it was creepy as hell to even conceive of that. And he told this story with his girlfriend next to him, and she just giggled. So Bruce graduates and joins the army. Whenever he gets access to a phone, he calls my girlfriend and chats, because she sees the best in everyone, and is basically his only friend. One day my senior year, my girlfriend calls me bawling that Bruce is in jail. Apparently, and I could never find a news article, but it was around 2008 to 2009. He gets out of boot and gets sent to some base somewhere on the East Coast and makes friends with this dude who got married immediately on joining the military, who now hates his wife. The guy knows Bruce is into knives and is kind of weird, and apparently confides this to Bruce, and that the divorce will be too expensive and he needs a way to get rid of the wife. After a few weeks, Bruce offers to help him out, and so they hatch a plan that he and his wife will go on a walk at night, and Bruce will hide on some bushes at a certain spot, and wearing a mask, Bruce will jump out and stab her to death. So he did, and hides out, and the military immediately looks at the husband, who immediately turns in Bruce, who had been laying low, which you can't really do in the military. So Bruce turned himself in a few days later, and one of his first calls was to my girlfriend. Told Yasso. My story can sound weird, but I needed to tell it to someone. This happened when I was 12, now I'm 14. I know, I'm small for community like this, but still. I had childhood best friend. We were best friends since kindergarten. We shared secrets to each other, always were together, let's say, partners in crime. One day we went in another friend's house. He invited us and one guy on the sleepover because his parents weren't home. We played games, chatted, and then went to sleep. But at night, we heard strange noises in another room. I found out that one of us wasn't in the room. The other guy invited, but I didn't tell it to others. Thought that he went in the toilet. There were 3 of us in the room, and my best friend decided to check what was happening in another room, because sounds were becoming creepier, and they weren't stopping. The guy who lived here refused to go with us, so I went with him to check what was there. I thought that he would go to that room immediately, but no, he went to the kitchen, and what do you think he did? He brought knife. Frickin' knife. I tried to stop him, but was too late. He went to that room. I heard shouting, and then strange sound. Remember I told you that other guy wasn't in the room? Well, he was the one who was trying to scare us. He and the guy who stayed in the room just wanted to prank us, but now he was laying on the floor, covered with blood. I can't forget what I saw then. And no, I'm not talking only about dead body. Right now I'm talking about face of my friend. He was calm. He wasn't mad, sad. No. He was calm. On noises, went that guy from the room and we were both shocked. We called the police. And all this time, my friend was sitting calm and was waiting for the police. He's still on surface. Not everyone knows what happened that night. I was too scared to say anything then, and too late to say anything now. He don't understand why I'm trying to get away from him, and he's trying to keep our friendship, but I don't. He didn't even worry then. He killed human, and didn't even worry about it. I'm afraid of him, and I can't forget what I saw then. I know everything this sounds weird, but it really happened. I'm introvertiral, so I'm posting this here. He thinks that that was just an accident. Nothing more. Thanks for reading this. Now I feel much better when I'm posting this and sharing with others. He never ended up successfully killing anyone, but a guy I went to high school with really tried. He followed women walking alone and stabbed them in the general area of their heart, and luckily on all 4 attempts he got them in the rib instead, so all 4 survived. He'd pin notes to the police on their bodies, with his 4th victim having a photo of himself pinned to it saying, "You have arrested the wrong man for my crimes. Here's what I look like. Bet you can't catch me," before I do it again, but then was caught the following day walking through town. He had tools and objects in his room, so he could plan how to stab people effectively, such as a stabbing jacket he'd practice on. However, when we were at school together, nothing ever seemed to off about him. He was a little weird, but my friendship group invited him over to play a bit of football, soccer, with us and just had a laugh. It wasn't until a couple years later, after I'd moved away and was just in town visiting, that I heard from friends that his mum told us he'd been arrested. Apparently he'd been browsing on some of those incel subreddits and watching YouTubers who blamed women for everything because he was at the end of his teen years without having lost his virginity, and so over time he essentially got brainwashed into believing women were the enemy and it was their fault they weren't sleeping with him, rather than the fault of society at large for putting this notion out there that if you're a boy who hadn't lost their virginity, you were a loser. When I was 18, I worked for a guy, my neighbor's fiance, doing some renovations on these little information cards that the Marriotts here in Hawaii use. I didn't really know the guy for long. Only worked for him for about a week, but he seemed like he was somewhat normal. He had a sense of humor. Looked kinda like Mario. On the other hand, we knew my neighbor for years. She was an older lady that was kinda odd. She had lots of plastic surgery, always wore wigs, really pervy and used to hit on me and my friend. We were only like 16. One day me and my friend went over to house sit for that neighbor. We found a bag of the fiance's stuff. In it was his passport with a completely different name. We didn't think much about it at the time point. I continued working with him, but didn't ask about the passport. The last couple days at work he was always talking shit about my neighbor, calling her a slut, and saying he was going to leave her. Apparently they were having some problems. A few days later I showed up at work and the fiance wasn't there. Tried calling him and my neighbor several times, but got no answer. Worked for the whole day thinking maybe he was sick. Came back for another day and still no word. On the 3rd day, I decided to track down his contact at the Marriott. She was shocked that I hadn't heard anything and didn't realize I was working for the guy. Apparently he stabbed my neighbor 13 times with a kitchen knife. She ended up living somehow, so not technically a murdered, but he definitely tried. As far as I know he is still in prison. I didn't know him well, so maybe that was the issue, but only the last couple of days really clued me in that something was wrong. Never really found out why he lied about his name, though on the plus side, I got a free car out of the deal. When my neighbor got out of the hospital, she gave me his car. This was a terrible idea to accept, and later caused a big problem when I got pulled over in a car registered to an attempted murder. I also scored a contract with Marriott from it. I worked in a hospital third shift. I sat there all night waiting for a phone to ring, then going to the floor with what supply they needed. In the meantime, I listened to music and studied. I was in college. There was a young black man that worked in housekeeping that would come by and talk with me. He was chubby and tall and stuttered badly. To top it off, he liked white music, like Foreigner and Rolling Stones. He was the kind of guy that always had dried spittle on his lips. He'd complain how he had no friends because of this, and how everyone at school made fun of him, and so he'd just show up and talk. Sometimes he'd tell me of people that made him mad, and he'd get agitated and hold his hands up as if he was strangling them. I thought little of it. There was this girl that worked there in reception for the night shift. She was also tall, kind of odd looking, but very nice. Apparently all the young man did was walk around the building chewing on people's ears, and this girl felt sorry for him, and it evolved into a secret affair. In the meantime, she dated other guys and became engaged to a security guard. 2 weeks before her wedding, the young man showed up at her house wanting to copulate. She said no, it had to stop. She was going shopping for a dress to get married in, and that their personal relationships is over. At that point, he went into a rage and strangled her. He showed up to work, nervous and stuttering like never before. He left early and went home and confessed to his mom. His mom was a nurse at the hospital. I knew her, all parties involved knew her, everyone knew her. She was a great nurse and she ended up quitting from shame. The young guy got jailed. I'm not sure how long. Here at the time it could be 7 years, 20 years or life. I remember his complaining about the other kids teasing him and how he'd get furious and hold his hands up as if he was strangling them. I'm just glad I never made him mad. Pieced together, my neighbor was the hitter for the removed crime fam. He took out 2 mobsters and now lives a quiet life. It came by chance interest in mob stories, and then I put it together when he said he was born in the same location, has the same job mentioned, and just plain looks like the guy photographed. It just all made sense, minus his lazy eye and missing fingers not in earlier photograph. It was when he was complaining about an asshole neighbor, schizophrenic, who punched him in the head unwarranted that morning and said something ego boosting and twisted like I could get a .45 and or fuck it. It was understandable in saying it, and he wasn't serious, but I could just see the old thinking pop up and then get safely tucked away. Also, this one time he randomly said I killed 3 people. When I asked how, he said trucking, which I later pieced together that he was more so pointing to my wording of was it an accident. Deliberate, but I could see in his eyes he felt differently, maybe used like a chess piece by the mafia. So he didn't say shot, but I could see it in his face, even though he said trucking. I think he thinks I knew and was trying to see how deep the suspicion was. To be honest, I didn't really care. I judged him only for small and petty things that he did to ruin our friendship, of which I was about 20 years younger and just lived upstairs. A nice and interesting fellow, but you can tell there's some personality traits that are obvious when comparing someone normal that have to do with him loving himself, self-esteem, and of finding independence through self-orphaned, and I think he were at the time searching for his real family. I think he saw Italians as being so family oriented that it were appealing. I could see how, given this is him, how it all even started. I respected him just for the life experience of going through it all, but in heavily narcissistic ways I don't see him earning long-lasting friendships. The user-wise psychopathic vibe usually was present, or better put, just dangerous, inward and awkward when not at home, yet not antisocial at all. I think it would take another 20 years for him to heal, to realize he isn't as indifferent as even younger people. I think the idea that we are all together in this, in life, has escaped him in youth. That makes you feel like you constantly are alone when you're not. It gives reason to be hard like a rock, but then you realize the rest of the world is soft, and you don't mesh. The problem is letting in new ways of thinking. New personality. Outdated thinking without an ability to change the core of self, which I blame societal programming, mostly because even though he was nearing like 50 he was still interested in things that I thought were somewhat cool when I was 15, is the reason he did what he did. Even I, at 33, still feel like I'm about 25, because my life didn't take off for a while, nor did I have a great sense of self-esteem. I also very much wanted a sense of brotherhood, to belong and to be somebody. Now with a sense of self-love I can look at a killer from a better place, not one of judgment, but one where it's like sitting with a bear who was abused, and it could rip your face off. Yeah, so. The point here is that I just don't think that'll happen. We can trust people who are hurt, just set up boundaries. While I didn't, and he stepped over a few unsaid boundaries, it sucks to even have to set them up, which creates distance in the first place. When I removed myself from his life he got super cold, like he was actually hurt. It was like, what if this surprised you? He'd hit on my girlfriend, and then be like I was just playing. To answer the title, it was all off, if you opened your eyes. When I saw their picture on the front page of a newspaper on the counter of a petrol station, I pointed and remarked with a smile, "Oh, I know him." I hadn't noticed the headline and the staff member said, "Oh, it's horrible, isn't it? Disgusting." I didn't understand and had a closer look. Then I realized point before this, I had worked in a council-run theatre for a year on and off as a casual stage tech in the south of the UK, and this guy in his 40s was a friendly, charismatic and well-liked long-term supervisor who wasn't afraid of getting his hands dirty with the team. He was someone I really looked up to and got on well with, and I thought I was a very good judge of character at the time. I was 19 at the time point anyway, the work wasn't plentiful enough at the time, and I had got a full-time job in a large record shop in the same town. A few months later he came in to buy some music, and we had a good catch-up chat, where he was enthusiastic about me returning if I wanted. I said I'd see how the record shop turned out, but was definitely interested if it didn't work out. A few weeks pass when I saw the newspaper and he had pleaded guilty and was sentenced for murdering his long-term partner, then apparently bathing her, clothing her, then staying in the same bed as her for a couple of days before calling the police. I think I may have some details wrong about what he did, because this was 20 years ago, and I didn't want to look more into it at the time, and haven't since either, as I was so repulsed. I think the paper indicated it was a crime of passion and not premeditated. I think it messed up how I put trust in people for a long time and thought, if he could do something like that then anyone is capable of anything. Edit. I just read up about it now, and he didn't plead guilty, but plead he was suffering abnormality of mind due to depression and wasn't responsible for his actions. It was even more tragic and faked up than I remember. I went to high school with someone who shot and killed another one of our classmates. It was a private religious school, and senior year we went on a retreat where everyone is supposed to share feelings and bond blah blah. Well, anyway, you have small groups at these retreats, and he was in mine. He was very strange. He made up stories about how he had a son and he had this little wallet pic of him. But the picture was of a child way too old to be his. My memory is foggy. I can't remember if I believed him at the time. But besides his very strange behavior, saying weird things, not fitting in, and constantly lying, he was pretty average. I guess that doesn't make you average, but my naive self didn't realize anything was up with him. Anyway, a couple years later, while I was in college, I heard he shot one of the most popular kids in our school. Happened in the street in a nice neighborhood near the local college. My friends and I didn't live too far away. I never heard the whole story, but people said drugs were involved. I believe just marijuana. Now I actually want to read up on it. The popular kid he shot was kind to everybody and a funny football player. I don't say that as a fellow popular person. I was painfully shy and quiet in high school, and he would go out of the way to make people feel happy. He invited me to one of his parties in class one day because they were talking about it near me, and he genuinely wanted me to come. Lol. I of course would never be allowed to go, but it was nice of him to include me. Real sad he's not with us anymore. His Facebook is still full of messages from friends saying how much they miss him. Edit. Easily found an article about the incident. I took the names out. Defendant originally told police he shot victim in self-defense, and officers found victim with a knife in his hand. However, a witness told police that victim never had a weapon. Court documents also note that the knife in hand appeared to be staged, and 5 bags of marijuana packaged for sale were found in the defendant's room. During a court hearing last year, the deputy said a witness told police that victim and defendant were simply bickering when defendant suddenly shot victim. The victim said, "Dude, you shot me," in complete surprise, and then the defendant shot him twice more, deputy said. Not me, but my mother knew some people involved in the Snowtown murders because they received methadone, drug replacement, therapy from her workplace. Because of the nature of methadone therapy being that it is a daily occurrence and the process takes 5 minutes or so to log, measure and supervise the taking of the medication, you get to know people a bit. There was a group of a few patients who were friends who would talk about each other and sometimes come in pairs or groups. One of them stopped showing up, so mum asked, "Do you know what's happened to XXX?" One day when 2 of them were in, the first replied, "Oh, you won't be seeing him anymore," and the second quickly butted in, "Yeah, he's gone back to Melbourne." Now this in itself is not a red flag, as people on methadone often live very unstable lives due to their past/still current involvement in the drug world. It usually takes 7 to 10 years to get fully clean, and many people go in and out of the program. However, mum said something about the interchange made her uneasy. Not too much longer, the Snowtown murders was a breaking headline on the TV news, and my mother said her first thought was, "I know exactly where XXX went, and it's inside one of those barrels." She was 100% correct. Thankfully for her, because she was part-time, she didn't have to go give evidence at the trial, but the main 2 full-time staff members did, mostly as part of constructing a timeline, as they said it was an intense and awful experience. As soon as I met him, it was my HS boyfriend's friend from childhood. He and a few other kids met through their babysitter and they were all still close. I was 14, and they were 18. The friend was in a bad place, self-harming and withdrawing, and my boyfriend invited him over to my house to get him out for a little bit. That behavior, in and of itself, was concerning, but I had other friends who went through similar phases and I wasn't scared yet. When I met him, he had sewn crosses onto his arms with a needle and thread a few days ago, and they were still there. That freaked me out. He talked a lot about God, and God wanted him to fight against evil forces or something. Other than that, he was very quiet. Around this time, several young women had been followed and attacked by a guy with an axe in local parks. Then the babysitter that my boyfriend and his friends had when they were kids, well, something bad happened to all of her pets. They were all very disturbed by it, obviously. The local paper was usually pretty boring, so they jumped all over the story. In addition to the axe guy, I remember this feeling that it was weird how their babysitter got targeted like that, and wondering if they were connected. There were some similarities. A few weeks later, I was getting ready for school and my mom hollered that they'd caught the guy. Great news. But I just had this bad feeling. I asked her the name, and it was him. I had to call my boyfriend and tell him it was his friend. That might be the hardest phone call I've ever made. I still think about the guy. I still feel bad for him and his family. And of course I still feel terrified on behalf of the women he tried to hurt. Things came out about the babysitter and about what God was telling him to do to fight evil. I blamed myself for a while because I had a feeling things were deeply not right when I met him. I wish there had been a support structure for him when he needed it. I never knew anything was off until he just snapped. I went to middle school with this guy. He was the first boy I thought I was in love with, or at least what awkward 11-year-old me thought love was. We never dated, but I had a huge crush on him. I was very unpopular in school and bullied quite bad, and he was honestly one of the nicer people to me in the beginning. He would always compliment my artwork and encourage me with it. And every now and then would ask me to doodle him things which always made him smile, and I liked being able to make someone smile. He was my first slow dance, though I found out later that the only reason he danced with me was because his friends bet him money that he wouldn't dance with the ugly fat girl of the class. After that, I kept my distance from him, and I wouldn't draw him things anymore. Eventually he apologized, we made amends, and then he transferred to a private religious school. I saw him a few times when I started high school, and he seemed more or less normal besides withdrawing from things he used to enjoy, such as his friends and football. After a year or so, he no longer went to our school, even though his older brother did, but I never asked why that was. I still saw him around our community a little, and he was always nice to me, sometimes oddly so. It never made sense to me, especially when I saw how much he distanced himself from his friends and family. He would just be downright mean and vicious to them, and it didn't make sense, but I figured he was just being a broody pissy teenager. A year or two after I graduated high school, he shot and killed his father in their own home, and assaulted his mother. Never gave a reason why. Never found out why. It's still surprising. I didn't really know her much, but my parents did. She was the new wife of my dad's best mate, let's call him Steve, back at school. He had 3 daughters from his first marriage, before marrying this new woman, and they had a son together. This woman was a literal rock scientist, and my parents immediately thought she was quite strange. This woman didn't like the 3 daughters from Steve's first marriage. She used to do horrendous shit and blame it on the daughters, to try distance Steve from them. She put broken glass in her face cream, and blamed the kids. She'd break out windows of the house, and write messages on the walls, key the cars, etc. She was a literal psycho, and just talking to her you would get this weird feeling that not all the screws were in. Eventually Steve completely cut off relations with his daughters, and told my dad to do the same, or he wouldn't talk to him. My dad said no, as he was the godfather to one of them. Him and my dad eventually stopped talking for a longest time. Now Steve lived in America as he moved for a job after university, and that's where he had his daughters and his new son. He had a shotgun in the house for protection like any sane American does. One day, after coming home from work, he found his new wife and son dead by the shotgun point. She had killed the son and then herself. Steve was immediately arrested for the murder. The daughters called my dad when they found out, who eventually called Steve's brother, who was a lawyer in the UK, and strong-armed him to go to America and get Steve out. Steve and his brother were also not on talking terms because of his new wife. Eventually he got out of jail and started talking to his daughters again, and realized just the insane amount of crazy his now dead wife was. So kind of a happy ending. Fun life update on this guy. He got remarried and had a daughter with his new wife. As a Christmas present for his daughter, who was 6 at the time, he bought her a cute pink rifle. I will never understand America. What do we mean by murderers? I've known at least 2 killers, as in they killed other people, and 1 rapist pedophile. The killers were both nice people who made mistakes and people died. They were proven innocent, or it was accidental, and they went on to live their lives without too much guilt. Their real worry was their business and family. They both were both the most caring people, but they didn't want to kill anyone, but they did, and life for them went on. No real punishment, being community service for a year, so hard to feel too bad. Insurance paid out too. They're both happy again, though one remarried due to the fallout of having a partner who killed someone etc. Now, the rapist Bedo was a criminal, and not accidental, so there was an opportunity to see something. I felt the person was off and odd, so I reported them at work for their inappropriate behavior. I was told by my boss that I was the problem, because when confronted with the claims, Bedo claimed they were gay and this was bigotry or something. The other gay man in the office defended too, as he felt he was also under attack due to he manipulation by the Bedo. No one knew that I was LGBT+ myself, and I wasn't going to be forced into revealing that as a defense, so I shook the guy's hand and made nice, but kept a close eye on him. Shortly after, when his victims came forward and our entire office of 25 years was closed, and we were all laid off due to scandal, the innocent man was arrested and convicted, and sent to prison. It turned out he had already served time for child rap, and the employer has missed it on their background checks, and of course ignored my suggestion that he shouldn't be put with vulnerable kids. I always felt bad not reporting him to the police and saving at least one more victim. But my employer made it clear, if I wanted a job I should let it go lol, before we were all let go. I was younger and less worldly. Horrible situation ever, since if I get a feeling, or see anything off, when it comes to kids and vulnerable adults, I don't take no for an answer. Go on record and insist on an explanation. Rather be wrong and fired than let another innocent become a victim on my watch.